Welcome all to NACL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby. And of course, we're here to have a great time. We are kicking off week 3, and I couldn't be more excited to be alongside you, my friend.
Yeah, man. Early start time today. We got the LCS start time on the weekends as they're not on. I know LEC's wrapping up right now, but for this week, or weekend, I should say, starting early, making sure all these gamers get their games in on time, and excited to see what they bring to the table today.
Better see those gamers getting to sleep early, getting good night's sleep. No more 1 a.m. gaming, I'm just saying. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings here. As we take a look, there are some obvious top dogs in the Dragon Steel roster sitting at 2-0, but we have a lot of fun as we come into week 3 with a lot of movement in the standings possible.
Yeah, just for some clarification on the standings, the tiebreaker that we have is games won. So I know Winthrop sitting at 0-1 and 10th looks weird, but they haven't won a game yet, whereas AoE has won 2 and CCG has won 1 respectively. So that's why we have the standings the way they are. That being said, yeah, a couple surprises so far. I think that FlyQuest Challengers, or FlyQuest NZXT I should say, dropping the Dragon Steel, that was a pretty big deal week 1, and excited to see if they can kind of continue to recover and make their way up the standings where we expect them to be.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see maybe the new entrances in Blue Otter having a lot of fun and having a heck of a time going 1-0 in their first series. But we'll see them today as we take a look at the schedule, as we have some Giga Bangers on the docket here. You were missing LCS. Well, we got all the wonderful fun you could ask for here. TLC taking on Supernova, and then Dragon Steel taking on Blue Otter.
Yeah, I didn't miss LCS, man. I already got all my VOD reviews done for that. We're good to go. We're just missing LCS on the weekend, but yeah, I'm honestly excited for especially the first match that we have today. Team Liquid Honda versus Supernova. Supernova, they were the 3rd seed in our playoffs for last split. They were knocked into the lower bracket round 1 by TLC, and then they dropped out of the tournament as a whole thanks to Maryville, now Dragon Steel. I know Supernova made a couple changes in the offseason. TLC, they stuck with that same lineup. So it's kind of a nice measuring stick to see, you know, did Supernova actually improve from the changes that they made against the TLC squad that it looks like they're starting at a higher point than last split. That's not really saying much. They really struggled at the start of last split, but they've been more competitive, and I'm really hoping to see a competitive series to kick off our day today.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at these rosters ahead of us, though. Here, first and foremost, we do have Team Liquid Honda Challengers, and they've had some surprises. I think, you know, some obvious question marks in certain lanes, but we've had some really, really nice play from Keel so far this split, and they've led from the front with him.
Yeah, I've thought Keel put up a really nice series against Disguise. That series went wayward when, unfortunately, Azeri did steal the Elder which I know Keel would probably want that smite back, but I thought the rest of the series he put together a good one. And Roamer continues to be one of the stronger mid laners that we have in the league, and will be a tough test for Toasty today.
I think that mid lane matchup is going to be a lot of fun to watch, but I think it's starting to get a little hot in here. I don't know, Cubby. That Dragon's Fire feeling the heat here in NACL, as I want to go ahead and take a look at a team that maybe is trying to be in that upper echelon against Dragonsteel, because Supernova themselves have been lighting up the sky so far, and I'm really excited to see eventual matchup into that, because I feel like this could be our second team running in this summer split.
Wow. Okay, that's a little bit bold. Yeah, I gotta say, Supernova. So compared to last split, they did change out mid and bot. And in their first series, they took a 2-1 against the grudge match soap opera that we cast themselves against CCG week 1. Supernova's back this week. Excited to see how they look. And frankly, like I said, I feel like this is a real measuring stick to see where this roster actually is in the totem pole against the TLC team that I feel like is going to be in that mid tier. Like a lot of people, they have FlyQuest and Dragonsteel kind of at the top. And then there's just this very competitive middle of the league where I feel like both of these teams fall. And excited to see where they shake out today.
Yeah, we're getting in draft now, though. We have Supernova on the blue side for this game number 1. Then we have Team Liquid Honda Challengers on that red side. It is the Udyr, the Karthus, and the Ezreal ban by Supernova. The Renekton and the Rumble ban over by TLC, and that's some serious top lane ban priority, as well as the Tristana being slunk in there.
Yeah, some respect being paid to Faisal, and I will say that Faisal is someone that is usually left to his own devices, and taking away the Renekton and the Rumble, those are 2 champs where if left to their own devices, they can get push in priority. So I find it interesting that TLC is taking that away. I think TLC so far to start off this split, they've had a really big emphasis on early game, and their early games have been quite good. It's just, again, for this team, finding ways to actually convert those into Nexuses, which they struggled with last split and have struggled with at points in this split already.
Kind of an important
yeah,
thing to do when you're playing League of Legends. I don't know. I mean, there's some big picks being brought through here in this first draft as well, though, as it will be true Fearless. These picks will not be available yet again. The Zyra, that super heavy tempo jungler, going to be in Kenvy's pocket, but we also have that Ashe and the Corki, who have just skyrocketed through the meta, rightfully so.
Yeah, and I will say I like taking the Corki away from Zyra. So my theory right now on Zyra is that, like, we're seeing Zyra with Corki Ezreal quite a bit. And when you take Zyra and those 2 marksman picks, it's so tough to actually get to that backline in Corki Ezreal. Okay. Wait, Skarner made it to here? Wait, okay, I will say we are on 14-13, I believe, this week. No?
Great question.
Yeah, I believe we're on 14-13 this week. So, yeah, we did see some changes coming in. So, Skarner is still being played. No surprise, but it is going to be a little bit of an awkward week because LCS, they still played on 14-12. We are on the new patch.
The Volibear locked in for Keel, a classic here. Now,
is it for Keel?
It could be flexible. Jenkins is also a known bear enjoyer. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But I would really like to see Keel. It's a classic for him. He plays it all the time in solo queue, at least at the beginning of the split. So
this is going top, my friend.
It could. Hey, flexibility could be there. We'll see. In second phase, though, I do expect a lot of the remaining meta picks to be taken off the table here. The Nami, more enchanters going for that duo bot lane that Supernova's trying to get.
So the changes that we did see to Skarner, or his Q was taken down a peg. It does 5% less max health damage, which is significant. And I saw this pick that Jenkins had into the Skarner in the Volibear. I think this is going top.
Yeah.
This was a really clever counter from Jenkins. I really enjoyed this. There's so many good interactions for Volibear. First off, Skarner pretty much has to play, in your range. So with the Volibear build of the Rod of Ages and the Flicker Blades, you just get to continuously spam the W. And Skarner can only interact through the melee range. If he tries to get out, well, you can Q stun him to stop his E. Also, if he tries to ult you, you can buffer it with your R later on as Volibear. So I really enjoy this matchup, and Jenkins played it really well and did pick up a win against a Skarner in the top lane. So excited to see that back.
I'm wondering if there's a possibility that the solution goes in mid lane. We did see it in LPL, but there are a couple patches back.
I think it's mid. I think it is mid.
the brand is the final ban, so it was full on jungle focus towards Keel here to try to take away some of those really strong AP junglers. So definitely looking at what they can grab here before that R5 pick.
And I like where TLC is at in the draft right now. I think that their jungle pool is a bit narrowed, but that would be a Keel special.
Classic.
Hey, you don't get one Keel special, you get the other though.
That's perfectly fine with me. And hey, they're both furry, fuzzy, and have cuddly experiences, I guess.
Okay,
so it's gonna be fun. That's a Freljordian combo that Team Liquid Challenger's been cooking up apparently.
Yeah, Corky's out of place in this TFT comp, but that's okay. We might find another Yordo pairing at the end. I think keeping space would be nice here if you are Supernova.
That's really nice.
You need something to catch the snowballs too. Leona can somewhat do that, but now you get to counter. You can play like an Ashe Braum lane, and I think Supernova's life is really bad. You already have man engage from Nunu and Voldabear. They might want a little bit more. They could go Alistar, but that's kind of vulnerable to Zyra. So I really like though where TLC is at in draft. I think that they have winning lanes, and then Nunu can kind of highway to support these winning lanes already. So Supernova, I'm gonna expect early on to be on the back foot.
And it's so crazy because, coming into this one, I had a lot of onus on, Keel is a main engine driver of Team Liquid Challengers. He's been a main piece to a lot of the teams he's been a part of, his drafting style, what he brings, the flexibility to his pool, things like that. But when I talked to him ahead of this matchup, he's like, I think we've decided that, I do need a little bit of resources, and trying to find ways to play around my pool and things like that really helped me. And I think it's been really obvious that when they do play around him and they have a lot of strength through their cohesion, it goes so well. And that's what I'm looking forward to against Kenvi, who's going to have a lot of tempo on this Zyra.
Yeah, for me, this was always a team where it made sense to play around Keel. Jenkins, Roamer, very strong laners in their own right. So using that to kind of free up Keel to play not only the carry picks that we know he has, like he is an old school Karthus player. His Kindred's very good, but also some of these picks as well. I think it's a great game to enable a Nunu, and I'm excited to see what kind of impact it can have on this map.
Well, the presence of our Cameron jungle is definitely going to skyrocket here. Better get your stonks in now, because it's going to be Keel versus Kenvi all day long. We'll see exactly how it pans out, though, as game one kicks off here. Any level ones to find out. But I also want to talk a little bit about what this bot lane can have. We're going to have a little bit of contesting from Team Liquid Challengers, it feels like, on that bottom side, but you'll also have that Leona who play extremely aggressive in the 2v2.
Yeah, it's one where I really like the bot lane matchup, actually, for TLC. And shout out to our team behind the scenes for creating this rune page for us. You can now see runes live and in person.
Let's go!
As you can see some of the choices that our players are making. Of course, I'm looking at Jenkins real quick. With the picks that he has from that utility tree. Is able to get more points in his abilities. And also, when you go for a weird build like Roa into Flicker Blades, you can really max out that ability haste with that new Jack of all trades point, as we do see an early invade coming in. I think this is how you have to play into Zyra. And TLC, they beat a Zyra last week by invading early, taking away a quadrant. Zyra is very weak in the early game. You have to get in and bully her before she is able to get a full clear off. If she's able to clear standard, it's big trouble. And this start already is tough for Supernova, because Voldabear gets pushed in this top side. So Keel should be able to get 3 quadrants against Kenvi here. It's a great opener coming out, and a good use of that strength they have early with the Nunu and the Ashe level 1.
That's what I was going to say, is I really like the step up by the bot lane there, because Ashe can be so deadly early on with the chase down that she provides. Now, we will see the level 2 gank in mid lane, just trying to get Toasties.
He's chilling. Yeah, he's
annoyance, I guess, but he's going straight up towards this top side. Will end up be spotted out by that mid transition, but they will have vision on Kenvi as he goes bot side.
So I love this start from Keel. He should get pretty much 3 quadrants. He dropped the Krugs, but he can take a couple camps, then go contest his bot side as well, and the Ashe Alistar will have push early on to help. So again, Keel utilizing the priority they've taken in the lanes, very good. And Supernova's going to have to buy some time to find an answer. As I will say, TLC, their bot lane's playing a little bit further back. Usually Ashe can find some push, but Jhin can be a little bit feisty in this category. Him down.
Not really expecting this here. Going to take a little bit. Wasn't able to get the ward in the bush there either. We got a healthy trade in mid lane. Roamer trying to keep pressure up on Toasty.
Got Toasty pulling out this newer counter matchup that we're starting to see in the Lucian versus Corki. I should it's traditional, but we're seeing more of it because Chovy played it, you know. Insanity played it this week because Kiro's gonna nom away the blue buff for himself with a smite. But Toasty's doing a nice job early on, and honestly, this is growth for Toasty. This is a champion that I'm not used to seeing Toasty play in his young career. So if Toasty's able to play well into Roamer throughout this game, it'd be a really nice sign for him, as of course he is in his second split, and we're still looking at Toasty to grow, especially in that laning phase, because it feels like the other parts of his game he does well. But this is a pick that, it's not the archetype of pick I'm used to seeing Toasty be successful on. So I'm curious to see if he can, you know, have a successful game start to finish here.
Yeah, prior to spring 2024, you know, in the combines and things, he was known for the Nikos, the flanks, big things like that. It was really, really nice to see. Now we're seeing a bit of a flank from Kenby. I think a diamond under turret. Spawn getting a little low there as well. Kenby going to take an extra turret shot. Supernova come away a bit bruised. They do some damage and get some summoner spells off bot lane.
Yeah, I thought Diamond was going to get stunned up before he was able to flash out there, but the flash out saves him under the turret. Still is pressure for the Jhin plus the Iona lane. And there is some value to Jhin as this game goes later. We haven't talked about the overall scaling.
Everybody heard that. Everybody heard that. We all heard it. Cubby said that Jhin has some value. We need to record that. We need to ship it. It needs to be a new piece of content. We just need to play it on socials on repeat.
Okay, there is some. Yeah, with the new build, you know, you can go IE Collector. It's not, or Collector IE. It's not terrible. Looks like we might even be skipping out of the Collector with the Lens build, which I'm kind of a fan of. But Jin's always struggled getting through tanks. Oh boy.
No. Oh, the Ixtal's impact into the wall. Jenkins, he's trying to go for the trade. It goes first blood to Jenkins, but traded immediately back by Faisal.
I was not expecting that one. Slight advantage Jenkins. I guess that wave shoves into him, but that was I don't think he needed the presses advantage the way he did there. Nice flash from Faisal to at least get the 1-for-1. And the flash is out. I was going to say is that Jhin struggles in the tanks. And you have Alistar, Nunu, and a Voldabear that's kind of going for an off-tank build. So I'm not sure how impactful Jin's actually going to be. But he does have very good setup between the Zyra and the Leona. Because you can always find your W's off these Zyra plants. It can be very a real pest for TLC in this game.
Came down and spotted like, Kenby, bro. Like, can you leave us alone here? We are going to get a Keel visit as well as he hit the biggest snowball ever. Do end up getting some level 6s in mid lane, looking at what kind of movement they do have. Roamer is already moving down this bot lane. If this 3v3 wants to continue, he will be the first one here.
They're going to go on the river.
Like they are going to try to go for Kenby.
Kim.
They got a little combo going here on the Kim down. He's going to end up burning his flash for it.
Well played. I mean, the way that Supernova was able to play around this bot lane with Jhin, Zyra, Leona, like these are two lanes that Jhin really likes. Zyra, again, you can always find these deadly flourishes with the Zyra playing just off the plants autoing. So I really like what Supernova's doing. I know Kenby got off to a slower start, but he's in okay shape right now as the R was not buffered.
Oh, he's going to stop it too, and that Volley Bear was looking to chomp down on some Scorpion legs.
I thought that we had a W up. We did not. So that said, he does send the Skarner back to base. With all this focus on bot, it's interesting to see Kenby actually roll up and try and sneak a grub away. Jenkins is a bit low, but you're down numbers here as Supernova, and you can see
there's
Keel.
A big snowball on the way, too. They're bringing Keel over. Kimdown's just going to walk straight into the bush and get completely 100-0'd by Kenby. Stranglethorns there. Kenby flashing out the lockdown in his own right. Jenkins going to claim the kill there. Now Jenkins, the big bear on the block, trying to make it happen, but Roamer trying to get away from Toasty. Gets the blast code on him, and the plays keep coming here. But there's a big old Scorpion ready to get 300 smackaroos from you, and there's a nice little bit of gold over to Faisal.
A nice skirmish from Supernova as Kimdown kind of threw his life away into the Zyra. Does manage to knock Diamond back, but that takes away the numbers advantage. All the focus goes down on the Kenby, and Toasty's left unchecked and has a really good fight.
That's what's so interesting about this pick for Toasty is I know him for the big wombo combos, the consistent damage, things like that, but the Lucian I love because it gives him a lot of mechanical mobility within these fights, and you get to see him work his magic here.
gotta say, I know Jenkins is getting off to a good start in this top side, but I think when he burns this ult on the Skarner before the fight, makes the Grubs contest actually really hard. So the fact that he didn't get a kill or anything substantial, like, he's playing for his lane, and Supernova being able to start off the Grubs. Between that, like, even though TLC had a numbers advantage, Volty was a little bit low, and then Alistar goes down immediately. It's not the fight that I think TLC were looking for, and I think they could have had better conditions if they were set on playing for the Grubs instead of kind of trying to play for the top lane itself.
I want to take a look at the map state here, though, because we're about 8:30 in, and we have not had full objectives taken so far. We've had one Grub taken by Supernova, but I think looking at the state of game now, and just Hilaire going wide there as Lens just walks away, it's a little bit of hesitance from both sides. We do see a lot of mobility down towards this bottom side objective of the Dragon here. Supernova might be willing to start this one up, but heal's right around the corner. And okay, they're going to go for a play on the Kim down here. They worked last time. Why not make it work again? Man, Supernova making some burgers today. It smells good.
Yeah, Kim can't walk in there. He's got his jungler coming, and Supernova owns this side of the map, and I really appreciate in this comp how hard Supernova's playing around this 3v3 bot.
Yeah.
The Jan, Leona, Zyra, I mean, they are rushing this Alistar. And I like Alistar and Leona. You have good interactions, but against the Zyra, we're seeing what Zyra can do with the Jhin, just keeping Alistar at space, making sure that he never really gets a true aftershock off. They're really abusing Kim before he has his ultimate up, so I think it's been good focus coming out. Jenkins.
Ooh, he's taking a lot of damage there. Kill gonna come around the corner, try to get the kill over on Faisal. He tanks a ton of it, though. He's tanking that turret as well, but he'll be able to juggle it very nicely. And Team Liquid Challengers, they come away with it in topside.
Well, with all the focus on bot for Supernova, it does leave up Faisal a little bit vulnerable on the top side. Gets cashed in by Keel.
Oh, no,
down.
not again!
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Can I have cheese on that burger, please? Sounds real good.
They're killing him so often. I feel like that meat's raw, man. It's like turning into almost
the French
veal.
in me is happy.
Yeah. Zyra really giving Alistar headaches here.
It does feel real rough, but it honestly has been really nice to see Kenvy's uptick and his kind of confidence over this last 6 months or so, especially coming into this split. It feels like even though he's played facilitation, he knows that a lot of the resources either go through him, to him, or to the rest of the team. And I think he's had a huge step up here in summer.
I mean, I love this. I don't know if this is Kenvy, man. I feel like this is just Diamond. Like, come bot, we win. There's no way we lose this 3v3. It's chill.
I did talk to Diamond. He said they run the comms, so we'll see if somebody needs to be called to Faisal as he does end up getting his flash out. But you love to hear when two players who have kind of worked intermittently around each other and have a lot of say or big brains kind of come together and right the ship. It feels like Supernova have some good heads on their shoulders.
It's been a good approach for them. Despite all the winning bot, though, the winning top has this at an even gold game.
True.
So
Jenkins ain't no slouch.
Yeah. As Toasty take a lot of damage from Roamer, is very solid trade from him. Steel caps from each of our marksman. That has kind of been the evolution of this mid-lane matchup. Diamond's going to get knocked up, and then it's a snowball.
Oh, he's going to get a lot of damage on him. They really want to make something happen there. They do end up getting Diamond in mid lane. Meanwhile, you do get the curtain called in bot side, but Spawn going to burn his flash and his cleanse, makes it out alive down there.
Okay, so TLC said, we're done contesting this 33 bot. We're going to go elsewhere. And I think that's the right call from them. That was an awkward play. Diamond was kind of trying to wait and stall at Aftershock. I think if he throws the Zenith Blade and pops his Aftershock with Snowball, would have been the best play he could have done, but wasn't able to connect the Zenith Blade. Ends up melting, so kind of got the Kim down treatment there from Supernova, TLC. Both of our melee supports kind of getting walked a bit across the map. Uh-oh. That's not good.
Yeah, they're going to catch a Yeti there in the middle of the river, though. Toasty's just coming over the edge and cutting him down. Lenses have cleaned him up, and Team Liquid have been caught in moments like this a couple times this game already.
And each of our teams have. This has been a little bit everywhere to start off, as Keel is still not winning that 3v3 bot. He's not quite able to sneak in there and take that one. He is really trying, as we see Jenkins get tossed around, but guess what? He's not taking any towers, or any tower shots, so he's able to sneak on out of there.
Got that Roa starting to
Yeah.
stack up as well. And
he's got a cloth armor. I was expecting the flicker blades to come in, but I guess I'm still expecting the flicker blades to come in. He's up 2 levels. That's nice.
So I want to talk about entrances for these two teams because we'll have another dragon coming up. I don't know how much priority that's going to be. I mean, objectives have taken kind of a backseat so far in this game. But I feel like there's a lot of entrance for Team Liquid to kind of get fights started off, especially with Keel, him down, Jenkins with the entrances they have. But they're going to need a lot of follow-up. Do you feel like they have that?
I'm not sure. I
feel like with time, Roamer, of course. But
yeah, I kind of like want to see how this plays out. I think my script for the game is Supernova really needs to keep their space. I think that's the big one, like playing around the Zyra R. The Polar Bear and the Nunu have to go in, so I feel like it's kind of like dictated on, is the engage from TLC big enough where we're going to survive Zyra ult and able to get kills through that. As, guess what, guys? We have another new graphic. We got plates.
Plates.
All right. Looks like some plate money was taken by the top side of TLC and the bot side of Supernova. Who would have thought?
Kind of like where the strengths are. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I also want to focus a little bit or ask you a question about the convergence here. Start for Keel. We've been seeing it on a lot of melee-focused junglers that want to get in your face as first item because it's pretty cheap. Do you like it here on the Nunu?
I'm like iffy on it when it comes to the Nunu.
Okay.
I think that I would actually rather like see him stack health. He already has slows around him, so it's kind of giving him stuff that he already has in his kit. I know that's a very cost-efficient item, but I think Knight's Vow this game, when if he wants to go supportive, would actually help more, and there is some value to Moggs, as we see Snowball being thrown to the top side. Keel does have Herald. We'll see if he throws it down here, but it looks like at the moment, TLC are playing away from this dragon that is spawned.
You're about 1,000 gold lead for Supernova, even with that Rift Herald going down. Now, some of that standing gold definitely going to be picked up. Like Keel's going to head towards mid, try to defend that one, but a lot of bodies by Supernova being put around this dragon. Would be their second dragon of the game.
See the solo lanes for TLC are set up for success. Focusing around that top side, not too big of a surprise. This dragon is secured by Supernova. And their bot side prowess continues.
So I think going into this one, we had a lot of eyes on what bot lane would provide. And obviously this game, maybe the fireworks not as super bright, except for Lens sitting at 2-0, but it's more utilitarian down there in the bot lane this time around. But how do you feel like we've seen kind of the growth from Lens and Spawn into being able to play some of these utility picks?
I mean, going into this game, I actually thought that Supernova would have to win bot lane if they wanted to really contest the series. They ended up putting a lot of resources down there. I had faith in Roamer to win mid, and thought jungle would be somewhat close and give... I mean, top lane is just kind of what it is. Like, each of these top laners kind of plays for the team. So to see Lens like have all this focus and run with this really nice 3v3 that Supernova took is good. I know each of these guys can play utility champs. I think that in terms of what ended up going on though in this game is I just want to see if Lens can carry this one through.
Yeah.
As I think the IE and the LDR is actually very smart for this game. Toasty have to get on out of here.
There's a big polar bear running at you and a Yeti.
Oh no!
Oh, the combo is there. An easy pickings for the big old polar bear. You know they can eat 100 pounds in one sitting. We have to weigh Toasty there.
Man, that feels bad. You got the dash away, the flash away, and still get the snowball in the end. As Jenkins is able to finally knock down that turret. Yeah, I think a lot of eyes here are going to be on Lens and Kenvi to see if they can peel off and make sure that Lens is set up for success.
Oh, the deadly flourish, too. He tries to get the absolute zero
Lens in
going.
trouble.
Oh, no, Lens. He got caught in the classic Jin moment. He wanted to get the kill at long distance and gets caught in translation there. As now Kenvi getting chomped down by Jenkins at least. And I told you, a polar bear can eat. And he's eating good today. We got Kim down trying to chase him down. Roamer ends up getting the kill in the end. And Team Liquid Challengers have just completely flipped that gold lead.
Yeah, Lens opened up at the wrong time. There was an Ashe over the wall. And the idea to pick heal on transition was a good one. You're down members on the map as Supernova. That kill on the top side was for free. TLC had a lot of their weapons left, and they made good use of them in that skirmish.
What a play. Honestly, really good decision-making from Team Liquid. And I think that's what their comp succeeds at. I think, again, we talked a little bit about it earlier, but the go buttons are strong with this one for sure. And we're going to be getting to a point where we're getting second, third items. That's where Roamer is going to really, really shine. So Supernova, I feel like still need to keep the pedal to the metal in some regards. I mean, Toasty needs to continue trying to get in the lead. Lens needs to continue his advantages here. But I feel like they still do have a lot of strength when it comes to forcing objective fights.
The issue is that in this side lane, look at that Boulder Bear. He has Flicker Blades completed after that fight. He is going to be destroying Skarner in this side lane. So I think that this kind of puts Supernova in a tough spot. And man, I will say that last fight, like that positioning, we were talking about how Lens is important for this game. Props to spawning Kim down. We did have a tough start to this one, but we're able to take him down with some good focus and a nice flash over the wall from Kim down. I think that was the big difference in that fight, having Lens be taken down so early in the fight.
Yeah, that's going to be a big ticket for DLC time and time again. I mean, you just can't get caught like that by Lens because you got to keep a lot of distance. I think it goes back to your point about keeping spacing a lot of the time for Supernovas can be very, very important because Team Liquid's team just wants to be straight in your face. Now, I do wonder where this Rift Herald is going to eventually fall. Keel will need to use it here sooner rather than later. I expect it to be tried to be used around maybe distracting for this dragon, but we have about a minute until that spawns. It would be soul point for Supernova.
Supernova doing a nice job of setting up revenge so far. You can see Faisal's not in the top lane, and I can't blame him. As Jenkins is going to be the one that I expect is going to answer bot. Okay. Kind of an interesting
card effects. Oh, split the uprights. Nice double knock up there from Kim down, though, in the end. Now you get the Stranglethorns right back, though, and those vines do hurt. Now that curtain call from safety this time. Not going to hit Kim down, but that Impale catches Keel at the last second. The port shot goes wide. Ixtal's impact brings that Yeti down. And now the flash out from Roamer gets him to safety, but Supernova strike right back.
I'm really surprised that TLC dropped the Rift Herald on that timer. Like there's two side lanes that are crashed into TLC's turrets, and Jenkins is winning the side lane. Roamer is winning the side lane, and they sack everything to drop Herald early mid and try and fight where Supernova wins. Now Jenkins loses his ult in the back half. Like, I feel like TLC didn't respect their side lanes there. They needed to fix them before they actually took that fight. And taking it on a timer where it was forced and they dived into Zyro, we saw the value of the Stranglethorns there, and Zyro was able to turn the fight.
Yeah, it's really rough. When you see the kickoff here, if that Intensity arrow hits or things like that go through, it's really big. But as soon as those don't, it becomes really difficult.
Like, it can be like only really gets one, but it's fine because Lens is untouched. They split the fight, and we don't really see Jenkins have a big impact in this one. He has a lot of the gold. And again, if you put Roamer and Jenkins in the side lane, the 1v1s at this point, they're winning. Like, they're doing well. So I think TLC abandoning that, the fight on a timer that was early, was awkward to see.
Jenkins getting pushed into the wall here. He's been tanking the turret this entire time. Sky Splitter going to give him a nice shield, though, and he should be able to make his way out.
Well managed here from Faisal, as Jenkins was still missing that ult in the last fight. Good idea, as Faisal will lose his flash forward.
We do have second items for pretty much everybody. At least in the carry regard, and I think that's going to be big for Supernova as well. I still feel like, yes, second item for Corki is big, but third item really turns on the guns. Roamer is going to be the focus right now in the side lane as Diamond hunting for a solar flare potentially. They will be locked over in the wall. Nice double root. The solar flare on top of the Stranglethorn, and that's just a Venn diagram going the way of Supernova. Meanwhile, we got the bot lane 1v1 by Jenkins here, maybe looking to start his own cologne line. As he's going under tower there, we'll see if that's going to continue. As Faisal's just dying to the polar bear under turret.
R was popped, turret was turned off, doesn't matter. Jenkins cleans up the kill. He wins to the bot side. Really nice flash from Kemdi on the top side of Fine too. We're not able to turn that into a Baron. Zyro flash is very valuable. So important that Supernova were at least able to get something from that. But the split map and the plays continue as Kemdi flashless. Nice arrow.
That's a big bear ready to eat some more here. And Kenvi going to be the target fully, as that absolute zero is going to be cold as ice. And Team Liquid Challengers are reaping the rewards. They completely dominate Supernova as they take 3 more bodies. They go straight to the Baron.
Supernova made the play on the top side. They take the turret. They were not able to get the Baron. They continued the play. They stayed too long. TLC punished, and Jenkins, after winning that play on the bot side, was able to TP, impact the play. Envy, who was flashless, was abused by TLC in that fight. As the flash top didn't get enough. TLC take down Kenvi, take down the Baron, and now have a strong foothold in this game.
You know, as we see the Rally Cry Baron buff go down, I'm just glad as a former zookeeper that this zoo that Team Liquid Challengers have put together is feeding their polar bears nicely. I used to work next to polar bears, never worked with them, but the amount of food that you have to give those big old chonkin bears is actually crazy. You know, I'd like to think that 7 kills is pretty approximate to what they'd be needing to eat.
Didn't know they were such a fan of scorpion meat, but you know.
I didn't know either. I'm writing it down in my journal right now.
to each their own.
You gotta eat what you
we
gotta
are gonna
eat,
get a replay. I mean, again, so Kenvi's flashless. He's so far up here. They just finished up that top push. They didn't need to play in this jungle. Really far up flashless. Spawn hits a good arrow, and then the slows rain in from Ash, from Nunu, from everyone. Kim down. The WQ flash was beautiful to find Toasty, too. Because it was a rough start for Kim down in the early game, and he's had some good angles and fights for TLC in the back half. TLC, they're cruising now. They have Jenkins set up in that side lane. No one can contest him. And it's all about Supernova trying to fish with this Zyra Jhin Leona combo to see if they can find more picks.
Problem is, it feels like the Lucian and the Jhin are starting to fall off just a little bit comparatively to some of the strength that can be represented by Team Liquid. Now, they do also have a 3,000 gold lead. Makes it a little bit easier to win those fights with that extra gold. But a lot of that will be in Jenkins. He's almost on 4 items now on this Volley Bear. And he's who you got to watch in these fights. Speaking of fights, though, we got about a minute for a soul of Supernovas. I think they might just give this one.
I mean, look here at Jenkins' experience. Romer just dinged 15, by the way. He's up 2 levels on the game. No one is killing this Voldabear. Jenkins has to really mess up to die here. So I think as long as they keep Voldabear in the side lane, they're always going to have a wave of pressure that they can play off of. And that's, for me, where I'd start this map as TLC. As it looks like with this Baron deploy, they're playing a narrower setup, so they're only playing 2 lanes closer together. I think it's been quite cautious as they've actually recovered, but it is Soul up for Supernova. And I do think they want to deny that Chemtech. And to be fair, Chemtech, not the best Drake, but if you're a Voldabear, you love this Drake, man. More heals, more shields. Are you kidding me?
Hey, you like to see it. Also, you like to see some crucial picking coming out from Jenkins. Now, Team Liquid, they're going to go for a wonky fight. They're trying to find Lens here in the end. Stranglethorn going to come through to try to deny it. Kenvi is now the target as they trade jungle for jungle. It's a 1v1 on the side, though, that Jenkins is winning over and over again. Curtain Call is going to go a little bit wide over there. Now they turn over onto Faisal. He's got all those legs, but watch them run straight into the ground as Jenkins goes godlike.
I'm gonna be honest. So I was asked the other week, like, someone on the LCS team, hey, have you seen any, fun answers with Fearless or anything that's new and exciting? At the point, I haven't seen the Voldabear and the Skarner, and now I'm seeing Voldabear and the Skarner, and I'm like, why is Skarner B1 every single game, man?
True,
yeah. I've seen Jenkins just cook this pick. It feels so unplayable for the Skarner, as getting a replay, Keel gets in the backline, Kenvi still no flash. Ult doesn't get a lot of value, whereas Keels gets some, slows down the fight. Supernova, Toasty, and Lens, they were split in the lane. Meanwhile, Jenkins just absolutely cooking Faisal off to the side. Look how many Qs he gets up.
Yeah, it's actually
he keeps on firing away.
Man.
Oh.
It's so good. And it's also so cool to see Jenkins be the one that pops off with it. A crucial pick for him, but he's also been a guy that's been willing to cook in our league, right? Like, yes, it's been so awesome to see his growth. It was also just so awesome to see his reunion with Team Liquid after so long, and it felt like maybe a little bit of that combination with Keel can really unlock his pools.
I mean, I feel like the synergy between Keel and Jenkins is out of this world. We have 2 Freljord champions. We are able to go faster with one of our abilities. We also heal off of eating something with one of our abilities.
Perfect.
It's kind of crazy what they committed to this game. This synergy is through the roof.
I just really wish they had, a Yeti at my zoo so I could actually have some facts on Yetis, but that's a little bit more difficult. Lens will be locked down by a big old snowball. He's fine, though. You have any fun facts about Yetis?
No, I'm going to move on.
Cryptid fun facts? No?
No. Shout out to the Matterhorn. I don't know.
Right over my head, anyways.
Really? That's Disney. All right. Anyway.
That is an almost full build, by the way. Yep. Thank you so much, Kai.
That Visage is going to get some value.
Visage is a lot of value here.
Going to get some value this game. I love this Voldebear, man. This Voldebear is... I like, what a fun pick to have just emerge. Like, Skarner was just dominating the last couple of patches. And Jenkins won on this pick last patch, and then the new patch where the matchup just got better for him. He just absolutely destroyed it. So I think it's quite fun to see this pick that I haven't seen anyone else busting out. He played to this degree. And I don't know what Supernova could do. They really have to wait for a Zyra Jhin combo. They have to play this game slow, and you can see Keel just continuously throwing snowballs at them to see if he can at least find something. That was more of a bluff. His team was in base, but look bot side. Jenkins has found Scorpion who... Oh, okay. Voldebear can't go through that wall.
He can, yeah, exactly. Yeah, come at the Scorpion. They can go through walls.
All right, go
Can't
Faisal.
do that, can you? It is very difficult to find entrances, though. I still do believe that Supernova have really good, like, center team fighting if they can kind of layer everything on top of the Stranglethorns, but it's been a little bit sporadic so far. And Toasty's going to have to dodge a lot of things in these team fights. Now, we are seeing a TP in the mid lane by Roamer. Also, Team Liquid moving up here. There's a bit of a death brush, meanwhile, trying to channel backs. It's going to be completed there, but Supernova is very dicey.
It did see a recall complete. That could be like an insane send from Supernova, if they, or TLC, I should say, if they actually want to. They don't think Baron's been hit yet, though. They don't have top wave fixed. The Roamer's going to go patch that one up. Yeah, they were trying to look for a snowball find off that TP, but wasn't quite able to find it.
So I guess that's my in-between question here, because we're seeing a lot of hesitancy by Team Liquid when they can't find a big snowball or things like that. The Enchanted Crystal Arrows are going to be huge, but in between, they aren't super confident to force fights over objectives because they feel like, you know, some of the strength of Supernova is in those team fights.
Hold on.
Oh, doesn't matter if you don't team fight, though. As that Enchanted Crystal did get used on a Faisal, the Stranglethorns are going to be used on top side. Oh my god! They get the Ixtal's impact into Keel. Now they're going to get the Impale as well into that big old bear. And he's getting carved down piece by piece. You can never deny this pick, Cubby, because at some point in the game, he will make a difference.
Jenkins had flash, had ult. He was shut down as the lockdown came in from Supernova. And this game has yet another swing, Mazel. The back and forth continues.
I've seen this pick go 0-4, 0-7, losing demonstrably in top lane. But one team fight, one big Ixtal's impact into a double, triple impale sets up the team every single time. And my god, that gold graph is one of beauty as we take a look back at this one.
I don't know about the beauty, but the lockdown did
it's
come into Jenkins.
LPL gold graph season, baby.
Keel's a little bit too far deep, and props to Kenvi. He had to like really try to keep Roamer out of this one. And then the lockdown from Jenkins, he goes for the bite instead of the ult out. That ended up costing him his life as Juan does burn flash to the back half. But Supernova find the fight. They find the Chemtech Soul. And now they're in control of this game, as just in case you didn't see it before the replay.
They're in the lead.
What a fun one.
Oh, no, they're a little bit off. They're like 300 gold away.
What a fun one.
Oh, my goodness. This is our opener for week 3, by the way. We both expected this series to have a lot in store for us, but it really comes down to a lot of the underlying stories between the two. And honestly, this... just banger jungle matchup that we have. But now Jenkins goes to find out Lens. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes through. Here's the combo. But the Stranglethorns in the middle of everything is so hard. Now here comes Faisal. He's looking for more impacts. And he gets the impale right on the Chem down. Jenkins has found Lens. But he gets immediately obliterated. Ends up having to ulti his way out of there. And that tankiness is not helping him so far. Supernova able to fight back.
I want to see Jenkins return to the side lane. These team fights just are not working out for TLC. I know it's a Baroned up Supernova, but I think that Jenkins has so much more value if they're actually bringing Skarner to you, especially now that Skarner's TP is down.
God, it's so difficult to find entrances now that they have all this strength moving forward. Because, again, like we said, there was a lot of go buttons for Team Liquid, but they have a lot of follow-up buttons for Supernova, especially to get a little bit of poke down. Now, they will take some more standing gold. They will officially take the gold lead now back from Team Liquid, and they're looking at a tier 2 in mid lane, too.
Yo.
It's an absolute 0 to remember, as he will end up falling for it. Okay, I was going to say, does that cannon minion end up taking the turret? It does. Supernova get out, and now they've ballooned that lead to over 1,000.
Online's starting to melt here for TLC. We did talk about how, like, the value of Zyra. Zyra was first pick, and we took a lot of dive into Zyra. I think the way to beat Zyra is range and poke. And the value that Kenvi has been getting, like, he very quietly is putting up a massive score line at 4-4 and 12. And he's the one that's really making it difficult for the Nunu and the Volibear to get in. Not to mention for the backline to follow up. So I think that Kenvi, we saw in week 1, the Ivern come out for him, which, like, Mazel, you said you talked to Chad about it. Chad was like, yeah, it came out of left field. You know, now we have first pick Zyra from Kenvi. That also came out of left field for me. I was not expecting to see that.
It's not the typical Kenvi champs, and I think that's been the growth that I've loved to see from the guy. He was a man that literally terrorized junglers at this level of play, and you might not think that if you watch back to his LCS games, but it was a different Kenvi that was on IMT, and we're starting to see a Kenvi that we know and love. Now Keel trying to make his entrance, but he can't hit the biggest snowball ever. They take down Diamond anyways. Strangleborn gonna miss everything. Go Toasty in some trouble now too. Jenkins doesn't go down in the end. Faisal is here. This is a 4v3, but the health bar is definitely going in favor of Supernova. Look at Kenvi and Lenz's damage now as well. Lenz doing some work. Watch that Jin work, baby. A triple kill goes through for him, and he's still got his 4th shot ready to go. It's going to be a top lane push by Supernova, and they just win out the long game here, Cubby.
They aren't getting through this core of Jin Lucian behind a Zyra. This dive comp for TLC, I think they made too many errors in terms of snowballing this game forward. This game was really back and forth. Looking at this pick, like, later on, the Nunu and Volibear, the value they had earlier on just not there. Like, Jenkins, he's not getting anything else in this game, and we're kind of seeing him get walked in the back half. As, yeah, that snowball does miss. Jenkins is doing what he can, but the ult comes in from Zyra. I like the reaction from Jenkins off the flash from Toasty, so they do take him down, but Lens in the back half, you have Kenvi on this Zyra. Everyone's getting slowed up, and the space you're able to create for Lens on this Jin, he's been the big difference maker here.
Yeah. And he's on full items now. You wonder why he's hitting so hard. He was almost full build in the end. And I really like to see them being able to utilize maybe a composition on paper that doesn't look like this late game destroying comp, but it is something they've been able to use very, very well. The follow-up CC has been so crucial for Supernova, and it's been really wonderful to see their kind of mid to late game transition so far this split.
Oh, I don't like that.
A couple shots and he hits it.
I really don't like that flash there from Kenvi. I think Kenvi burning his flash like that, that's what lost them the first Baron in the first place. I don't think that is worth it, as I know Supernova is very far up in this game, but now you have Baron and Elder spawning, and that actually gives TLC a real summoner spell to try and go after and punish. Also, in terms of Jin, the power, 6.3k damage from Lens in that last fight was leading. So yeah, he is full build now on this Jin. Took an Edge and Knight. As Jenkins,
he's literally just CC'd from 100 to 0, man. That's where all your gold is, Team Liquid. As now they turn right back on a Diamond. He's the sacrificial lamb there, as Toasty's almost low as well. I wonder if Kale is actually going to turn the corner. He doesn't end up going to follow through there. Team Liquid do strike back, and they actually try to take priority in mid over Supernova.
I'm starting to figure out why we don't see Volibear in the Skarner all the time. Skarner's still doing Skarner things. Yeah, this champion's just not okay.
Team Liquid did not expect Toasty to come back here. They do have a little bit of spacing available to them. They need to be a little careful, though. Lens looking for his 4th shot, and he's full build, so even at full health, it's going to do a lot of damage to the squishies. Now, we do need to watch out as Team Liquid are positioning around mid. They want to try to take this Elder Dragon. Looks like it could just be a trade for the Baron, but that Elder isn't up yet.
Zyra pops the ult, melts the Baron. Heal's going to be here. It's a quick reset, but Elder's up in 5. Can Supernova even get back? Jenkins has TP.
Yeah, this is so dicey. I mean, this is a make or break play here. We got double TPs coming in. Diamond's going to spot Jenkins out there. Kenby is running his way here. Ken down, get a body block there. Team Liquid, they're going to secure the Elder. And now that execution damage is going to make the difference here. Team Liquid, they're trying to fight tooth and nail out here. This one, Faisal still full health. He's going to flash out of Chem down. Lens going for the mid lane push now as well, but he can't stop the bear. He's trying to get 4-shot damage, but here comes Keel over the top with the biggest snowball ever. The double knock up, and it's Pound Town here with the big headbutt pulverize. And now it's Team Liquid who carved their way back into that lead.
This game is an absolute Schwabber knocker, Mazel. I don't know what else to call it, man. Back and forth. I got to pull up this gold graph again. What's going on in this game? We traded Baron for Elder.
Revel in it. Love it.
I don't. The Baron for Elder call. I get it. Actually, I don't get it. They made the call because they thought they could contest both, but with the timer, there's just absolutely no way they can actually contest both. And Supernova, I felt like they were finally in firm control of this game. And now they just gave up Elder to TLC. I still think Supernova wins this game. I think it's fine, but we didn't need to make that trade.
I'm here for the chaos, man. I am all here for it.
Kenby wasted his flash, and he died there, like, for free. It was so easy for TLC to get on him. He's got to be more respectful of how valuable his flash is in this game. I think that when his flash is up, I don't think TLC can actually win this game. If it's down, TLC has a way to play this out.
We are at a point now, though, you lose one team fight, you lose the game. The death timer is going to be so big. We're almost 40 minutes in here. So you got to be careful. Every slip up can be the difference. And any face check can mean the game lost. Does Diamond just die here? They still have Elder, and he will end up just falling to Jenkins. Now over the wall here with that biggest snowball ever. Stranglethorn's going to block a lot, but that's a double kill over to Jenkins. And now Supernova been caught with their pants down now. Toasty getting low. They're going on the Faisal too. Len's getting low too. Roamer doing some serious work. And Supernova, they've run for the hills. That's going to be a TP to mid lane to try to go.
We TP'd 2K units?
Toasty.
They get nothing?
He really wanted to get Toasty, you know.
Oh, they're expired.
They still are trying to chase down Lens. They've sent some members down mid lane to try to finish the game as well.
I'm supposed to analyze this one? I don't know what happened this game, man. We gave up Elder. We fought twice, and now we lose. Supernova. I really feel like Supernova had this game in their grasp. Like, you'll see won the early game, then they threw, and Supernova were doing all right as Roamer trades himself for Toasty. Oh, yep, okay, yep, there it is. Can they end?
Oh, no. Okay, they're bringing more bodyguards. They're going for the Nexus turrets. They're finally taking him down. And Team Liquid, after a wonky journey to get there, will close out game number 1 with a 1-0 start to this best of 3.
Man, you know, I thought that with the earlier start time, we wouldn't have the midnight games, but we were treated to an early morning game. It was just game 1 of scrims, you know? It's either
I love it, man.
Game 1 of scrims or last game of scrims. It just goes wild. That game was wild. I mean, I feel like Supernova really threw that game away. Like, if Kenby doesn't flash for nothing, and they don't try and get the Baron, and they actually commit to doing Elder with a Kenby flash, I don't think TLC have a lot of ways to actually play their way back in. But once that flash is down on Zyra, and once we give all the control that we had on the map up to take the Baron, for where we can then not contest the Elder, we're still trying to contest twice?
I love that you're just trying to rationalize all this.
That's not even getting to like where TLC put themselves in this game state, man. You know, the fun part is.
Let's go ahead and see. I think we have a replay to take a look at here as Cubby tries to make sense of all the craziness that's going on. But it really was a true testament to the back and forth nature that I expected in this series.
Yeah, I mean, that was more than I expected, but we did say it was going to be highly contested between two teams that we feel like are really posturing in the middle of the standings to see where they land. As we're going to get a second look. I mean, again, they took the Baron. They had all the control on the map to pick which neutral they wanted to prioritize. They took Baron, did not have time to get to the Elder. You give Elder to the team that is behind, and there's no flash on Zyra, who melts.
Yeah. Honestly, Kim Down made such a big difference right there, too. The body block with the triple knock up there as well. It's so huge.
Kimmy played his way like back in well. I think that Kim actually like had an okay game if we ignore the first like 10-15 minutes, but
it's just making them not as hungry, so they feel.
I will say props to Faisal as well for the bounce back, but yeah, this was I mean, that was a game of League of Legends, man. I don't want to think about that one too much longer. It was fun. That was your kind of game, Mazel.
It was. That's what I was saying. You gotta see with the glass half full here. All right, that's our mindset, not glass half empty. But we came into it really wanting to see a lot of the transitions from some of those earlier series into the growth for another week. And I didn't actually hear who we have as player of the game, but we'll go ahead and take that now, as it was Jenkins, of course, on the Volley Bear. But I think that's the growth that we've seen from Team Liquid.
Oh, all right.
Because he's actually being able to play picks that we know him for, but also confidently pair that with Keel as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Voldebear, it's a very unique answer into the Skarner. He was up huge in the early game. I think that if TLC committed a little bit more to side laning, they wouldn't have had some of the issues that they did run into in the mid game, because this pick was getting outscaled. But man, once they got that Elder, all of a sudden Voldebear just gets to run at you again, and you have 3/4 of a health bar to deal with that absolute beast that was coming at you like 2 levels up the entire game. Yeah, it was a really unique answer from Jenkins, and I think he's a player where in this format, you are going to see him like just bring more value, because there's so many picks that Jenkins plays in his pool that other people do not. And having a pick like Voldebear into Skarner, I mean, that's something that doesn't really affect you for the rest of this Fearless format. And also, even in the back half of games, if you're able to pull out stuff like this that it can be really powerful. So it's been really nice to see Jenkins flex some of the muscles that we have always known that he has in this early season.
Yeah, and that's the thing about full Fearless. None of those picks will be available to either side, so some big ones off the table. We are going to send it to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2 of our first series.
Hello and welcome back to the NA Talent Update. It was only proper that if we revived one show, we revive another. So here's Mazel with On the Range from his office.
Alrighty, see what we got here. What our critters doing on the range, shall we?
Looking for the play. Jenkins has the RFC
Jenkins
gold
is in
card.
trouble. Tobo from the bush just assassinates him, and will look for even more. Tobo, the hero that DSG needed, will make quick work of TLC.
I do really like the Mulligan second on the Karthus, as Kennedy's lying away for Chad, and I think he's going to find him. Oh boy.
Hello, I have damage now. 2 shot from full health. There you go.
And that, my friends, is why you evolve the Q. As Kenvy is going to go pop, who takes down Chad. They're going to take the move off to boot as well.
Way, as the minions are already there, they get the re-engage over by Moosehater, and NXI is there. Music getting a little bit low. The CC from Cupix big right into the storm, and it's a Requiem, but it might just be a silent night for Blue.
Got some rambunctious ones, that's for sure. I gotta get to wrestling.
The LCS has been loving the Talk Your Split tagline as players and fans have gotten in on the fun. But in NACL, we've always had our salt. Did you know we also have our spice? Here's Beatdown with the Spice Alert.
Hello and welcome to Spice Alert, where I bring you the spice from Salt League. First off, Fear X Starforge handed a big loss over to Disguised in their first match of the split, followed by their star jungler and Mr. Loves His Girlfriend himself, XU, revealing on socials that he originally wanted to play on Disguised before getting dono-walled by the owner. Next time, check your DMs, Toast. In other news, Winthrop signed most of this year's CLOL champions Slew to play for them in Summer Split. However, after a devastating loss against FlyQuest and ZXT, their old top laner and solo queue monstrosity Surdy laments in all chat how lost they are without him. I think top lane mattered this game. That's all the spice for now. Back to you, Cubby.
We've got some more stakes on the line this week as money matches start in NACL. Here's Desrex, get you hyped up.
SmackDown money matches. That's right, butter. You heard it, butter. What do you want for your birthday, Billy? Butter. A SmackDown so big, we needed 2 weeks for the 5. Money Mania. For weeks 4 and 5, teams won 2 of their series upgraded to money matches, where a cash prize will be on the line. There's bangers like who's the best LCS affiliate team? Who's the better new kid on the block? Which university will reign supreme? Money Mania, weeks 4 and 5. Miss it anyway, Monday.
That does it for this week's NACL update. You can catch us live on twitch.tv/NACL as well as youtube.com/NACL. And until next time, may your weeks be filled with positive gaming experiences.
Welcome back to NACL Summer 2024. We are here. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby. What a game number one we had, because my goodness, it was back and forth, and honestly a lot of fun to cast. But I think maybe the background of that game, there's going to be some cleaning up to do.
Guys, there were 12 lead changes in that last game. That's I'm looking at the graph and I'm counting it up.
That's crazy.
12 lead changes in that last game. That's wild. That's like March Madness stuff going on. So yeah, you can see it. Count them up yourself. Every time you see a blue and red interchange, it's a different lead. I'm gonna ignore like the first 5 minutes even from that too. What a ballistic game of League of Legends that we just had. Yeah, that was something else. What else do we talk about to break it down?
Something?
Props to Wens stepping up in the back half. Not enough though. I really feel like Supernova won this game until they gave up Baron for Elder, and the gold graph agrees with me.
I think I would agree as well. I do want to take a look at those band champions, though, we have, because it is full Fearless here. Full Omega Overdrive Fearless, so every champion that is played will not be available to the teams in the future of this best 3. So we have 10 really, honestly strong champions that are going to be off the table, so I'm very excited to see what these drafts have in store for us here.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised to see the first pick Zyra, but we are playing on patch 14.13. And Brand and Karthus were taken down. I think Karthus is still the same champion. Just does a wee bit less damage, but he's still going to be good. So I'm expecting to see Karthus and Brand be pretty heavy prio given the AP junglers in this next one. And I'm wondering if we see any new AP junglers that actually emerge. As there are a few that are hidden that I'm expecting to see. I know Axiu's already played Lilia in this league. I think that we are going to see a little bit more Lilia potentially this patch. She has her own issues with getting picked, but... Talia's Clear was also nerfed a bit. I still think that Talia is very playable. I think that Talia will be another contested champ, but it's interesting because the marksman pool wasn't quite as narrowed as I expected. So there's going to be more marksmen up. Because I think the most common thing we've seen in this format... Yeah, there were some bans at it. Like, the most common thing we've seen at this format is, like, we have a game 1 or game 2 where 4 marksmen are played, and you get into the back half of the series, and all of a sudden it's like, wow, we need the, like, first pick... Jhin, because he's the one marksman up, right? So
not this time.
Not this time. He's down.
He's down. He's down for the count. No, it always feels like long-term chess plays. When you look at Fearless, it's like you get to a later game, you're like, oh my god, all the things that came before. We forgot all the sins that we had. But I'm really wondering, especially with the way that we've seen the jungle picks come through for both these guys. A lot of comfort coming out from Keel. Maybe some new age, new era Kenvi coming out on the other side. I'm really interested at what we'll get from those two guys this time around.
And yeah, you can see Karthus taken off the table immediately. Same sides for this time, so Supernova still electing to stay on the blue side. Last time TLC, I believe they took away the Renekton Rumble from Faisal. And then there was a marksman ban. We also had an Ezreal ban that Supernova threw at TLC. So we'll see if they stick with that.
Still the same bans there on the side of TLC, but if anything adapts, we do end up having the Poppy join the ban table. So I actually really like that with the flexibility the pick provides, but also just the spacing in team fights. I do wonder if Team Liquid want to try to focus a little bit more of these kind of left up ADCs, or if that's just not going to be at all a phase 1 ban focus here for either side.
I'm usually in game 2s, we're seeing one team elect to play a Jinx comp.
It's
been very common. All eyes on Brand here as Tristan is taken. I'm expecting the Ezreal response coming out of TLC, unless they have something else cooking. But I
still though, like,
I think we see Ez.
We've talked about it before, and I think maybe with 14-13,
Oh,
I don't know
boy.
if it's changed very much. But the Tristana still getting through is so insane because I still think she's one of, if not the best champion.
My opinion has changed a wee bit on Trist. I was favoring Trist in the Corki matchup to start off the season. I think I'm favoring Corki a little bit more just because I think it matters more when you spike earlier, which Corki does compared to Trist, but Trist's side landing is really good. And I really like this Ivern pairing as Kenvi, again, pulling out this pick that his old roommate Chad, when you talked to him, as El said, was a big surprise in that first series, seeing Kenvi elect to play the Ivern.
And that's the coolest thing, is you get to see growth from these guys who we know to be dominant, aggressive style junglers. Now he's facilitating for the rest of the team. The Nautilus providing a ton of lockdown and shot calling for Diamond, which is huge. You've got to get some front line if you're the side of Team Liquid here.
It also denies a really good Nidalee pairing. And I like where Supernova's at in the draft right now. I think that Kim Down kind of has to take the Rel, which is strong, into Ivern and Nautilus. A lot of power with your Q to break the shields. But you're really on the back half of engaging. And Nidalee, for me, doesn't really have setup yet, as Nautilus, the way you interact with Rel Nautilus is kind of just stymieing or handshaking each other, like Naut's trying to catch Rel in her W. And also with Rel, you're just trying to kind of catch the hook and then Q Naut afterwards. So I think that I would much prefer to have the Naut paired with the Nidalee. I like that a lot from Supernova to actually deny that pick. And with junglers and bot lanes or mid lanes showing, I'm expecting to see potentially some more AD bans thrown out, especially by Supernova.
Yeah. Okay. I like the Faisal target ban of the Gragas though by Team Liquid.
They get nerfed a little bit.
Tender love and care. Yeah, but it's Faisal's Gragas. He'll have a lot of fun.
It is. They mostly they nerfed the tank iteration, not as much the AP iteration. So.
It is the Kalista though ban. It was banned last time around though by Team Liquid, I believe, on that red side. But trying to take away maybe some of the combinations that can be possible there with call and things like that. It makes it really finicky.
They still think it's Ezreal mid. I'd say maybe a Kaisa ban next would be smart. TLC is going to take that one away themselves.
They take it. They're like, no, we won.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that like Kaisa plus Triss, there's just too much DPS for you to deal with. And TLC showing this in Italy, they're already committed the early game. I think any marksman that can help with setup or anything that can help with setup, in terms of Jenkins pick or Spawn's pick, is going to be really important for TLC.
Yeah.
And honestly, I would not mind putting this Ezreal bot just to find setup for Roamer in the mid lane too. Because I think the lack of CC is really hurting the Nidalee right now. I don't see a lane that Nidalee can really play to at the moment.
I foresee a Cassante pick in our future. We'll see if that one actually does end up making it through. But it's the Jace right now to try to pair up some more of that long-range poke here.
Yeah, I think that's Roamer. Roamer's going to elect to play this into the Trist. The Trist-Jace matchup is...
Used to be picked all the time.
Yeah, it was a popular one, and I think that Jace is down for it as, you can see the Cassante. Gragas ban...
Not hard to choose when he's like one of the only big ones.
Yeah. The Gragas ban, that's one of the picks that Jenkins could answer the Cassante to. Also, Volibear, answer Cassante, no longer available. And
Olaf is still there, though. Darius, maybe.
The issue with Olaf or Darius, though, is that there's still no setup for this Nidalee. So Nidalee is taken right now with a big lack of CC or setup. And that Varus pick, I gotta say, Varus would have been really nice for TLC to have. Like, to have Varus, Ezreal, Nidalee. Not there, and then it's Gnar.
Classic.
So
right, Jenkins just sticking with comfort tonight, I guess.
Big emphasis on laning and poke here for TLC. They're gonna they don't want to take any fights on even footing. Supernova will win the 5v5s. But TLC, they're gonna have to find health bar advantages and find laning advantages to really keep control of this map. If Supernova ever get control of this map, they're the ones that I feel like really outscale.
Okay, so a little bit of control-oriented gameplay for Supernova, trying to find the in-betweens to keep safe. While Team Liquid Challengers, you want them to be pretty proactive, right? You want Keel to try to be up in Kenvy's face in some regard, but also just try to bounce between some of the priorities that I feel like they will have in their lanes.
I want Keel to probably clear away from bot. I think that the bot lane here for Supernova is actually like quite solid, and you can leave Azriel to his own devices and be okay. Playing the top side for me, there's like Jenkins and Roamer do kind of want to play up in these lanes to pressure, so I think Keel playing on that side of the map is going to help TLC more.
Well, we're getting into game 2 now of this best of 3. Team Liquid Challengers struck first in a very wonky game number 1, but now we're getting into game 2 where they are trying to cleanly take it 2-0. You see a couple flashes burned early.
30 seconds until minions.
Notably, Lens has PTA, so it looks like it's going to be on hit Varus, so it really is going to be a Supernova outscale now. As
for sure.
It's going to be double on hit marksman, so again, emphasis on poke for TLC with the Nidalee Ezreal setup, and side laning with the Gnar and the Jace. Whereas the 5v5 for Supernova with this Ivern, with these double DPS builds coming from their marksman and Toasty and Lens. If they're able to get clean 5v5s, they could easily push this to a game 3.
Through that, and if you want to see us go to game 3, make sure you're spamming in chat for Supernova. But if you're a Team Liquid diehard, go ahead and spam in chat TLC as well. See who you've got in this one. As also, by the way, if you subscribe and drop any of those subs to our channel, it all goes to these players and teams that you see on your screen right now. So you should go ahead and do that. We're having some fun this summer. It's been really, really cool to see some of our content go up on YouTube and things like that, and to show off our players and our personalities a little bit more.
Looks like Keel's going to be clearing top of bot here, as of course Kenvy has that unique Ivern clear that is a little bit goofy compared to everything else. The friend of the forest, of course.
Did you just call him goofy?
Yes.
It's not fair. It's just not
It's
fair.
a goofy champion.
He's not goofy. He's a normal tree man. Meanwhile, Roamer really wishes he was trading places. Maybe not. They're about the same out there.
It's a goofy skin too.
Yeah.
I mean,
Come on,
don't
it's
get me
just-
wrong. I love it. I love Ivern. It's just he's goofy. It's fine.
It didn't sound like that the first time when you said that. I'm just going to say very condescending. That's all I'm going to say. I do want to take a look at his wraparound pathing, though, because he's going to quickly go clear back the top side of his jungle. We do see Keel ending up on his bottom side here as well. So we'll see exactly what that belies, especially in this bot lane pathing that you maybe didn't want to see Keel go towards.
I think that, like, for me, he could have played towards the top grab. I think top grab's playable. Especially with this on-hit Varus build, I will say you're a little bit more vulnerable to Ezreal in the laning phase. Poke Varus has a little bit more power against Ezreal in the laning phase. The way that like these builds scale is if you go Poke Varus, you spike earlier, and then you get outscaled a little bit by Ezreal, even though they're still effective. Whereas if you are going on-hit, Ezreal always has a way to play into you, just with Ezreal's range and the Qs. And it's a little bit more of a struggle for Varus, but if you mess up and get in range, it's bad. And speaking of bad,
Roamer unable to get the hit for the shock blast, just goes straight down to first blood to Toasty, and Kenvy makes good.
Roamer, again, no flash from that level 1, so Kenvy with the flash answer, able to find Roamer pretty easily as the level 1 setup pays off. And good start here for Toasty, a lot of resources put in mid, and this is something where the first time that Kenvy played the Ivern, it was with a Toasty Corki. They put a lot of focus on Shochi mid week 1. Pretty much like they were throwing Diamond in the lane too. It was a 1v3 at times, and it really was a sound game plan for Supernova to get a lead. And again, we've already had Diamond and Kenvy impact the mid lane. It was a flash before the minion spawn to get the flash out of Roamer, and then Kenvy flashing on Roamer to get the first blood or Toasty. So a lot of focus put on Toasty's lane to make sure he's set up for success, and we'll see if Toasty can pay it off.
I do like that Team Liquid have been able to keep pressure on bot side to not enable Diamond to get out. But now Roamer still doesn't have flash. Still going to be punished. The explosive charge going off, but Toasty unable to get the same amount of damage off this time around. He will end up backing after he just got back to laning with TP.
Envy might be looking as the
Let's spot out
Raptors.
Keel.
Yeah, the Raptors I think have already been taken. Keel looking like he's going towards the Lich Bane and is here on the hover. He's spotted. But good stuff here from TLC to at least kind of respond. And Keel is a little bit ahead in the jungle. I'm wondering if we see an early base from Spawn to try and contest the Dragon, as it does look like the first base comes out from Supernova. All eyes right now on Dragon and Grubs. I think that Grubs should be the look for TLC, as they have Prio, at least in topside. At the moment, though, Keel might be the look for Supernova.
Keel's gonna go back over the wall, gets completely flashed on by Diamond and locked down. Supernova combining so strongly early, and now they're up 2-0.
It's a really forced play for me from Keel. Like, the bot lane of Supernova reset first. Nautilus was in fog, and Keel going for that camp when, like, knowing those two things is that's a little bit too much for me, and TLC proves me to be right, as I like, if this Nidalee gets slowed down, or this comp gets slowed down at all, if Supernova gets a gold lead, they're always going to be able to force and have DPS advantage with the comp they have. So
Yeah.
really concerning that it's this kind of start for TLC.
And again, it's that burst that they just play so well around in mid lane. They're able to find facilitation through Kenvi and just continually revisit a sore spot on the map. And they've done it so well. Their early decision making has been pretty clean. Just last time around got a little crazy in the decision making in game 1.
Yeah, and Grubs being taken by Supernova. I think the first set of spawn of Grubs are a little bit stronger given the impact it has on jungle XP. As you can sometimes ding 6 off it. But B, given the drafts that we have, I think this is a nice deny for Supernova, as Kenby actually is going to return to a couple of his camps. But
Interesting.
TLC, like Gnar in the side lane with Grubs, he's able to pressure quite a bit. If Jace goes off alone with turrets, he's able to pressure quite a bit. Trist has threat in side lane as well. But I think, again, denying it from TLC, for me, you're taking away some of their win cons. So I like the trade here. I think giving away Dragon for first Grubs is fine.
But I'm just wondering why he didn't stick to clear the full Grubs there. I mean, the denial on 1 maybe sets the timer back a little bit.
It's kind of slow if you don't have Daisy for Ivern.
Yeah.
So that's my only thought or theory. But
Okay.
yeah.
Well, we'll see if that pans out. If Team Liquid make good on it and go get the other two here, it sets them up really nicely for the second spawn. Envy right back on his shenanigans again, looking at mid lane and looking at Roamer.
Toasty has a shield and there's nice side step there on the free trade. And this is why the Trist Ivern has always been something we've seen. Kenby's gonna get some dirty farming in.
This is just why Trist can become so strong and why she becomes rampant in the mid lane for the priority she gives you, especially when you get ahead. And Toasty masterfully piloting it so far. We are getting some scuffles around that grubby heaven, at least, but Jenkins did make his way down from topside.
Yeah, Kill can't continue to look here, as he's gonna actually fight Kenby. And Jenkins is following. This is tough for Kenby right now.
Oh,
Nice
misses the
sidestep.
spear. Yeah, Keel's still going for it. Nice knock up there as well from Daisy.
He could find Keel.
Able to come in clutch,
saw
and
his
now
ult.
Keel getting very, very low. Meanwhile, bot side, a 1v1 between Spawn and Lens. We're getting kills all over the place. Keel dodges out. Spawn gets the outplay onto Lens. And Keel falls to Faisal. Chaos be born. And game 2 kicking off as a banger.
Again, I'm kind of bummed because for me, Keel had such a good series against Disguise, even in the loss. And to see Keel like today, I think that this game, he's really overplayed his hand twice. Again, if you're playing this draft for TLC, it's really tough if you fall behind to play this one out. Props to Spawn on the 1v1. I don't know if that was necessary for them to take. It was fun, though. And Spawn wins on out.
It was fun, though. You know,
It was
we were saying
fun.
about fun. Yeah, and I do want to take a little bit of a second to talk about Keel because he has been such a big name in our league around tier 2 as well, coming up through tier 3. But it's funny when you talk to him and he has all these wild picks. He has all this crazy pool that he can pull from, but he really wants to focus on consistency. He wants to try to find a way to be a consistent jungler that can always find leads. And speaking of some consistency, Jenkins consistently having Faisal's number in the top side.
Pressure from Spawn here. Again, if you're playing this Ezreal into on-hit Varus, you always have a way with your range. Yeah, I think that Keel, like, for me, I was watching him in that Disguise series. It was like, man, you know, when it comes to junglers, like, XU joined this league, and myself included, I was like, okay, jungle pool got better. You know, we've got Yuji, Shaden, Kenvi. Keel was someone where last summer, he was number 3 on our most valuable prospect voting. And he was someone that, I know Spawn at the time was coaching TLC. It was like, man, like, I think Keel should have won. Like, Keel was really strong, and guess what? Keel made his way to TL. And I'm watching him against this guy. I'm like, man, I was like, you know, Keel's making a case for him to be, again, like one of the top junglers in this league with the way that he was playing in that series. And I want to see that form of Keel, because I know Keel has that in him. So that's kind of why I'm disappointed to see him have 2 deaths where it's like, man, like, you're not playing for our win cons and really overplaying our hand, which is, you have to push as Nidalee, but it's dangerous to do if you do fall behind. This champ is all about the skirmishes and the poke. And, okay, well,
speak of him, and he'll go ahead and show up.
Yeah, Smite, so you can take this one too.
This is still that first spawning of grubs that Supernova did not finish off, so it looks like Team Liquid will get those 2 on the back end of it.
Okay, not bad. Nice take
first
here.
Item though for Toasty, so it gets really scary to be out on the map with Team Liquid.
And again, I've seen Supernova play this comp already this split. I think that we are going to see with this new iteration of Fearless, like some teams just have comps are going to prep. I think an Ivern comp in this format is actually really good to prep because, you know, throughout a series you might lose the tools that are easy to use to break an Ivern comp. So just being like, hey, we're going to throw down Trist Ivern and just play it out. I love it. And I've seen Supernova play it, and it's all about mid lane. It's Envy, Diamond, and Toasty. It's how much can we support our youngest, most inexperienced player and make sure that he gets out of lane to, you know, do some damage later on where we know that Toasty can perform.
Yeah, and the mechanics have been on point. His team fighting has been on point. And if you want to stay updated, make sure you go follow all of our socials. We have a YouTube now at NACL, but make sure you go to watch NACL or you're on the Twitch that you're already on. And if you subscribe again, you get to support the players and teams. But speaking of support, we do have Dragon coming up. It would be a second for Team Liquid. They are already moving Keel and Kim down here for some presence. But Supernova, not going to be any slouches on this one. They've got priority through mid, and they're moving down as well.
Lazy pop wave getting in. This is the nice thing you can do with Ivern too, is especially later on in the game. You don't spend a lot of time on your camps, so being able to get off them and just kind of force and play around with Cryo. They're trying to brute force their way in to maybe find a drag take or find a pick. Isn't quite able to do it, but again, seeing some of the strengths of Ivern is a new champion that Kenvy's added to his pool. Outside his playstyle, as you were highlighting earlier, Mazel, but one that has been a pretty good look in the first couple games we've seen it.
Yeah, so far so good, especially when you pair it up really nicely with some future picks. Tristana, Forky, things like that, really helping out the meta, at least for Supernova. We do see a pretty heavy trade by Faisal and Jenkins on the top side of the map, though. Jenkins maybe getting a little bit of the better of that one. We are getting our first item completions for pretty much everyone. Redemption there for Kenby. The big important ones are Lichbane for Keel, as well as Trinity Force for Spawn. Get the 1v1 kicking off here, and Roamer biting back now with that Yumu's completed.
I was a little bit surprised to see the Yomu's first. I'm used to seeing Opportunity as the lethality choice for Jace, but Jace, like when he gets Miramana too, like these are the couple of spikes where you can all in the Trist. You have true threat to all like poke and all in. So I'm wondering if we see Toasty maybe go for an early Vamp Scepter. This is something that I've seen Caps do in a lot of his Trist games that I really like. Make sure that you're always topped off and can fight. Meanwhile, Kim Down's looking for an angle. This is a good one.
God, it
Great
looks
angle.
So good, man. Supernova absolutely caught unawares, and that'll be a second dragon for Team Liquid.
Yeah, the lane swap came in for Supernova. Toasty ended up TPing bot, and Kim Down was able to sneak in, finds a great pocket, and has the easiest engage and setup that TLC could possibly hope for. As they use that to take the second Drake.
Man, it's so crazy because we started talking about the strength that Supernova shows in the early game we had seen so far, the play around Toasty here, and then that's 2 games in a row that we have to eat our words at some point in the mid game. And so far, Team Liquid making this second game turn around in their favor. They do have a slight gold lead now as well.
Not a lot of points taken this game, but Actually, that's like no plays taken. That's pretty funny. There has been action though in the river, as Ivern, you know, someone that has been kind of fiddling around.
Oh yeah, fiddling. I don't see a violin in his hand, sir. I'm just saying.
Yeah, he's been always shenanigans in an Ivern game, trying to just be the river warrior, you know.
Ah, I see. Need to practice a little bit more. Maybe get the motions down here to make it happen, because so far so good for Team Liquid. They are going to try to find an outer tower in the mid lane. Don't end up finding it in the end, but there's a lot of movement up towards this top side. Roamer's on his way as well. My God, that True Shot Barrage is doing a lot.
I
with
gotta
that
say,
force.
I'm really surprised that Lens went for the on-hit build this game. I think that he needs to go with poke. There's so much that he can't interact with, and I think that even if he goes poke, you still win the DPS war with an Ivern Tristana. And it gives Ivern just one target to really commit to. We're seeing Lens, with whatever lane he's in, get really peppered out and poked down, and now TLC, they have Plyo to go towards top. Diamond spotted.
Yeah, he does get the shield in there and tanking some of the shock blast. They're trying to get Toasty out. The rocket jump and the buster shot will end up making him safe. It will just turn right back onto the Rift Herald, though, and Team Liquid have done a really good job of swooping in on the back of tempo plays.
And it's off the back of their pokes. So I know that, you know, I was a little bit mean to Keel earlier on with some of him getting caught out, but I think that the recovery we've seen and how TLC is playing around this comp, they have range advantage, and they're using the Jace and the Ezreal to get the health bars low from Supernova, get priority, and then go from there. And we've seen a couple nice plays from TLC to get the last two neutrals in their favor.
And so fitting, obviously. I talked to Keel. We talked about some of the points I've gotten from him, but the funniest one to me was the quote of, "I just want to beat the super noobs on my birthday."
Yes.
And I really love that we're actually getting a pretty consistent performance besides those early games from Keel. It's been really nice to see from a guy who it feels like now is one of the faces of Team Liquid challengers.
And it is indeed his birthday, so happy birthday to Keel. I know a win would be nice for him, even in the earlier game fashion, you know. He got to play Nunu on his birthday. I feel like that.
He got to play Nunu. He got to play Nidalee. I feel like life's pretty good right now.
Yeah,
he's also
not
sitting
bad.
like 40 CS over Kinby. We get the engage there now from him down. The hammer slammer, thank you, mama, from Roamer. And now we get the re-engage from Keel. He's ripping him a new one here.
Toasty.
Now Toasty able to fight back a little bit. TP coming in now from Supernova. They are not ones to go quietly into the night, but Faisal quietly TPs in because he can't get a real big engage. Now Jenkins, he's looking for the angle, and Spa's trying to chase down Lens here now too. Mystic shots are connecting. Faisal just trying to block out the rest of his team.
Look at the
Shock
poke.
blast hits on the Lens and almost takes him out. Jenkins can't get it with a boomerang. Diamond finally shows up, but everything's in tatters, and your base is burning around you, Supernova.
When the poke connects with this comp, and if Supernova's not able to get a clean engage, you can see Supernova really struggling to deal with this Nidalee, Jace, the Ezreal. They have hard engage in the Nautilus, but Diamond went down first in that skirmish, and Toasty really did his damnedest to put out as much DPS as he could, but it wasn't close to being enough to actually threaten the health bars of TLC. Able to get some Nidalee heals in, throw out some more poke. That's the turret that melts off a play that Supernova started.
For Team Liquid onto challengers, literally all you have to look for is big poke and then find an engage with Kim down or Jenkins. And it feels so easily executable now that you have this little bit of an advantage. You have this poke that's actually doing meaningful damage, and you're still waiting on another item, another two items in some regards for Supernova's big carries.
And now that Evolved Mirror Mana just came into the inventory of Jace, and you gotta believe that Spawn's pretty close to his as well. And that double tier spike is gonna be so tough for Supernova to deal with. And again, it's outranged at the moment by everything on TLC's comp. So Dragon has spawned. Supernova did group up mid, the forced priority. TLC will be on the retake, but if Supernova don't make a decisive decision here, they are going to eat the spears, eat the empowered shock blast, eat the mystic shots of TLC. We're trying to set up. Jenkins is mini. That's the saving grace right now for Supernova.
This is, yeah. Him down's finding a big angle. And Supernova,
he's
they
not
are
spotted.
committing to this.
Oh,
they have
no.
stuck their heads
Okay.
into the
Okay.
ground and said, we just want the dragon. They do end up denying that. Team Liquid not willing to go for the big engage there. Oh, Roamer.
That's a good trade, though, from Diamond. That's at least something
Yeah.
they can target later on. As TLC, I really like their fighting every point of jungle that Supernova wants to retake. Trying to throw down poke. I like that. I'm going to get to top side of the map faster because of this. As you can see, Keel taking away the Gromp. I'm going to threaten the blue here shortly. And Toasty on Jenkins. This could be a little bit scary.
It is a little scary. He's about to get Meganar, though. He's going to try to hop skip his way out. Buster Shot does come through to get him to safety. It is a heavy trade on bottom side, though.
You can see Flicker Voids are in for Toasty, so was able to get 2 E's down in that fight. Expect an LDR next for this Tristana, as Toasty has to be the saving grace here for Supernova. So many resources were put into him early, and he will have Ivern shields to continue throughout this game. So a lot of eyes are on Toasty against someone that we really felt like last split. He was not one of the stronger laners, but had some nice moments outside of lane where he was a player that we got excited about. And watching his POV this offseason, going through some of the combines, I was actually really impressed with his camera. It was like one of the best that I saw when I was doing my own scouting. And I feel like that's something where it's important for players, because if you're controlling your camera well, you're going to improve faster just throughout more games, because you're indulging more information. And so Toasty is a player for me where if he levels up his laning phase, I really do feel like Toasty could be one of the next batch of mid laners that we see be strong in Challengers League and maybe threaten to actually make LCS. And this is a game where, you know, you're given resources. You got to carry it in League of Legends, man.
And I think it's also just that he has a really likable personality as well. I mean, he's a little bit goofy, a little bit funny, but it's really nice to see a lot of work ethic behind the scenes from him as well, and a lot of the improvement mindset that I feel like isn't always there for all of our players, but is there a lot of the time since we are a developmental league. And
if you get to this level, it's there at some point.
Exactly, and that's what I was meaning towards, right? Like it's always present in some regards, but it's really nice to see, especially when you hear other players talk about working with this guy and having a lot of good memories from it. So it's really nice to see the continued growth. We'll see if they can pull themselves out of this one, though, because it's been a couple heartbreaking games so far for Supernova. They're not down and out of this one yet, but it's looking a little dim.
Well, they've really slowed this game down, and I think that does benefit TL. Again, the game plan for this game: side laning, prio, pressure. No 5v5 team fights for TLC. This is
no.
The Peaky Blinders clip of no fighting. That's what's going on right now in the TLC comms. Whereas Supernova, they haven't done much with Roamer's Flash being down. That is the one summoner spell where I feel like they could find a good engage and punish. So I do like how we have the Nidalee kind of hovering Roamer, just understanding, hey, if there's any play in the map, it's got to be towards the Jace.
And that's also where we can talk a little bit about the structure behind Supernova, because I reached out to Diamond to kind of hear what the structure looks like in games for Supernova, because sometimes they look so decisive. And he says it's Diamond and Kedvi versus the world in comms. So you got to expect that they are the ones talking right now, trying to get the head on a swivel here for Supernova to turn around this game.
Yeah, I think the Diamond giving his name first is appropriate for who talks the most, too. Just a gut feeling. I haven't heard the comms, but... that is a Diamond team. As Diamond, very strong player that we have at this level, and someone that I think is, whenever he decides to hang it up at one time, is going to make a really good coach, given the brains that he brings and the knowledge he has of the game. But that's not the case now, and I'm happy about that. Always happy to see Diamond competing at a high level, which he does often. He's going to have to be the guy that pulls the trigger here for Supernova.
Yeah,
they want to find some of these sound engages to pressure TLC.
He took this Nautilus away in the draft. Try to get it under your wing here for the engages. You got to make it come clutch. Now, we do have second items, almost thirds being completed there for Spawn. He's on 2.5. But more importantly, we got 2 items for everyone from Supernova. And also have that Leandri's completed for Keel. So some more damage coming up from the Nidalee. Most importantly, we have another dragon in about 25 seconds. Supernova going to use Cryo in mid to get some movement towards it.
They're sacking the top wave for this, but that's fine. As Roamer, we'll see how long Roamer commits to being top. This turret will melt to the Jace. Faisal is the one to respond. TPs for both Faisal and Roamer. You can see Roamer working through this one pretty easily. And TLC actually, I feel like they might seed this dragon again. Jenkins has a nice prep Mega Bar here. So that condition that wasn't there for TLC in the last fight is now, unless Jenkins blows his Mega here. And if he does, it tells me that Dragon's not on the table for TLC. So they're opting to play out the lanes. They're going to drop the Dragon, and it will be a freebie for Supernova.
Yeah, freebie in some way, shape, or form. Been able to move around the map. Gonna maybe lose this here too in the top side. So not everything is free. There is a little bit of gold going back the way of TLC.
That's right. Not too surprised about that. TLC. Again, if they're able to continue to poke, they're just playing towards the terrain they've already taken, which I think is smart. No fighting. That is the game plan.
still hold the mantra there. It's gonna be fun.
It's about, you know, turtle versus the hare here. I mean, Supernova wants the sprint. They want the big 5v5 where they're able to DPS as fast as possible, and TLC just want to chip health bars as much as they can, which is makes the Warmogs for Diamond that he has quite nice. If he is able to escape some of that, we'll be able to reset and get his health bar back. So I think that's definitely a powerful buy this game.
Roamer is on 3 items now, though. He has completed the Edge of Night, so a little bit more safety for some of that poke or some of that initial engage there by Supernova, but he's also just going to have more lethality under him. So we'll see what that poke has in store. A little bit of downtime here between the teams, and that's where maybe some of this hesitancy comes back to bite TLC, although we're not getting super hesitant in the side lane. Now Jenkins moving forward. Daisy's going to come make it a 3v2 down here.
Oh, that's not
also
a great
gonna
TP.
Faisal.
That's really nice from TLC. I really like that from TLC. They just take the cooldown, they get out, it's chill.
I'm trying to move over and Kim down. Not feeling super confident to engage on him.
I'm with them on that. Because you know what happens is Roamer's going to get this wave in all the way. So that's a small win here for TLC, and they just want to keep on playing map. Oh, okay. Kim Down's there to run interference,
on
though.
Kim Down, though. There's another TP being answered by Jenkins. Kim Down gets almost all of his health gone just by Toasty. And we ended up getting the escape there by Roamer as well as he used his TP back towards mid lane.
Important to note, Jenkins also burned his TP, so each TP now down for TLC, and they're going to hit the Baron, which I don't like. I think they were hitting the Baron to try and bait him in. Kim Down doesn't have Warmogs up yet, so he cannot regen all of his health. He's picking it up a little bit over time. Is that the Bracer you pick up does help with that health regen, but I think he's got the Mogs in base, so it will be a reset. Both TP, or all TP is now down across the map.
He didn't have the Mogs. Oh my goodness, I'm surprised.
He has control wards now, though.
That one. yep, that's fine. They definitely gave over Pyro of the Baron here. This
okay,
Supernova is going to start that one up. True Shot Barrage going to ring across onto Lens. Supernova feeling a little bit hesitant after that one and will end up backing away. So Kim Down not punished for that back. Will end up being back on the map with a strong TLC around him.
Clear out the vision and turn to these things. I will say the one concern I have for TLC, I know that I've talked a lot about their game plan. You know, it's 2 different styles of comps that we have going up against each other. So whoever can execute the style better wins. I favor Supernova late. This goes really late. You got an Italy team against 2 DPS marksmen. I'm going to favor the DPS marksman, as whoever ends up jumping in or going in is going to get melted by Supernova. So I do think that there is a slight timer for TLC. They can always play around the win con of Supernova, but the longer this goes, I think the harder it gets for TLC to actually wrap this game.
I could see that, and I actually think that it's super important to think about because a lot of the poke can be blocked out by some of the tankier members in the later part of the game. I think that will make a big difference around the team fights. We're also feeling like we're getting to a point in these games where it's always going to come down to last-ditch effort, big team fights in late game.
So I don't love talking about items, you know, it's a little bit of a pet peeve or cop-out of mine as a color caster, but I will talk about them when unique decisions are being made. Chemtech Putrefier, 3rd for spawn. They're really focusing on that Ivern Runestone healing, trying to take that down a peg or 2. It's an okay item for Ezreal, but it's not something like a Spear of Shojin, which really gets your DPS going through the roof.
Oh, you beat the Mortal Reminder?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow, I said
cool.
Putrefier? That's terrible. That's a support item.
I was looking all through the items, like, where am I seeing it? Oh, the numbers, what do they mean, Mason?
It's heal cut, but yeah, that's...
It's not even, yeah.
Take a big sip of coffee now.
So I do wonder, though, if you have a little bit more faith in Supernova now, especially as Kimby and Diamond to make those play calls, because I think that's the biggest thing for me that I kind of want to continue looking at for Supernova in growth terms of, like, their decision making in late game, because they have some of the biggest brains in our league, right? But it's about making it come together.
I have faith in them because I think their comp scales better. Once LDR comes in the Tristana, once Triss gets LDR, I think I'm a fan of Supernova. But I've been a big fan of how TLC's played this one out. I think that they have been disciplined. They have entrusted the no fighting prerogative that has been set within their team.
I like it. Well, that fighting might end up kicking off here anyways, though.
Jenkins pop Mega.
Enough time. Yeah, it is going to be
They
down.
should hit the Drake, but here comes the game of cat and mouse. I think that Supernova should know that Jenkins is Mega, and Jenkins being Mega and hitting Dragon's terrible. This is not the setup that you want if you're a TLC. So Supernova starting this one off, I like, because now Jenkins is going to be Mini.
Oh, that's a big true shot barrage, though, and this is where the poke comes so clutch. Team Liquid love being in this position. They don't have an entrance to the fight, though, and Diamond's going to kick it off. Diamond's getting low. Kim down is going to be traded, though, immediately, and Diamond survives. It will be Daisy, though, potentially dying to the Baron. Baron getting very low. Keel waiting to go in the pit. Is it going to be a 50-50? No, it's just secured by Kenvi. As Supernova, they'll try to make it out with all bodies alive. Jenkins, he has Mega, he has the Corridor, and he has the Meganar into 2-3. Now they get the Hammer Slammer there from Rover, but he can't follow it through. All out comes through from Faisal. It saves the rest of Supernova. They get out with the Baron buffs, but they need to get these empowered recalls off. Flynn's going to stop and fight and take down Rover. A shutdown to Supernova as it's traded back with a spear from Keel straight into Kenvi's heart.
No, we didn't have action for a bit, but that was a bit wild there as Supernova. They pulled the trigger on the Baron. I think the biggest difference there was, again, Jenkins was stuck on the Dragon as Mega. You don't do any damage to the Dragon if you are Mega. You want Mininar to keep on proccing Hyper to actually solo that one out. So when he's downed Mega, not at the fight, TLC have to retake. And the Ivern was enough to at least sustain them through the poke where they got the fight.
I cannot believe this series of events. Look at all the pushes here.
This is post-Baron. The React Flash against Jenkins. Props to the reactions coming out of Supernova. And keep in mind, Lens is like kind of on a weird side of the fight here. Yeah. He's really not able to get involved. And Supernova still won just off the damage they already had. So I really think that the DPS from Supernova, as we've gone late, it's impactful. And it's something where I'm a bit concerned for TLC and how they're able to wrap out this game. At this point, I think that we're favored to get a game 3. We'll see how much more gold Supernova can get in their favor with this Baron buff on their backs.
With how back and forth this series has been in every game so far, I don't even know what's in store for us here as we take a look at that gold graph. We're starting to get to some recollection of that last game, but Supernova, they want to put the nail to bed here as they're trying to take down mid lane. They do end up getting a tier 2, and they'll steal away some of the jungle camps on their way out.
Nothing for TLC to do here. Just have to try and pepper the waves to the best of their abilities, as that LDR has been completed for Tristana too. So I think Toasty really going to be ripping through the members that have armor on themselves at this point. Level 18, Tristana. Toasty was the one set up for success, and now he's the one that can carry it through as Diamond.
Ooh, little lollipop action for you as Toasty goes unstoppable with the setup of Diamond. They're just trying to take down this tier 2 as well with the Baron buff they have. This Rally Cry Baron buff making payments go out to Supernova here. Almost 6,000 gold from this singular play. And now they're looking for an inhib turret too. Keel can't hit the poke. There's the engage. Jenkins goes for the Megadar, but it's just to try to save his life, and he can't do it. Supernova, they've shown up and just gone their namesake. They're looking to put the finishing touches on this one, but they go for the inhib in bot lane. As they do, they will end up backing out, taking a true shot barrage to the back. They will make it out with a 4,000 plus gold lead.
I mean, the poke exists, but at this point, the Moonstone Ivern is keeping people really kind of topped off on top of the redemption. There's not enough poke to actually do legitimate damage to Supernova because this game went too late. TLC did not play this mid-game fast enough. Where that double Miramana spike came in, I think that's where TLC's comp is really at their best. They weren't able to cash it in. And now Supernova, you see the Diamond, like how free he is taking these engages. He knows if he locks someone up, the Varus Tristana will rip through them.
And you're also now in full items for Toasty, completing that shield bow. So some more safety for the Tristana, which is terrifying if you're a Team Liquid fan. They have done their due diligence in trying to take down this soul. They are in soul point for themselves, so they will have some decision-making power around that dragon. But it matters if you land this poke, and I think that's something we've seen really fall off here in the later parts. Is the poke isn't sticking, but it's also just not hitting in the key moment.
It's both. And again, at this point, like, you're so fed. We have Toasty now with a shield bow, so he's able to sustain through it. Bloodthirster in for Varus, so the game's gone too late where Supernova can build defenses against the poke as well. So, yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if it hits now. If you got creeps available, this Tristana Varus is going to be fine.
And try to weave in the poke on the members that truly do matter. Now, there is a siege for a little bit longer for Supernova here as they're trying to take down this top side in his turret. They aren't going to have the strength, though, without that Baron buff, and still going to be a little while until another objective comes up, so I'm surprised they aren't going to go ahead and just back. Looks like they are just going to pull the trigger on that one here.
Drop Supernova. They've really gotten this game back in their favor, and I think their comp's going to get them through the rest of this. I think we're getting to game 3 here, Mazel, and it's been a couple 40-minute bangers by the end of by the time everything's been said and done, is what I'm expecting. I think the outs for TLC again, finding like a Empowered Shock Blast plus an Italy Spear plus Ezreal, if they can all focus down the same target, I think that's the biggest thing that can help them. Or catching Supernova with a bad decision. Supernova have to be very careful about when they start objectives and the control they have. Is that they get stuck against TLC's comp and that you get more rounds of cooldowns and poke actually landing. That's what the other point where things can get kind of scary.
That's where you trust in Diamond and Kenby to be your late game shot callers. And here's the shot call on the Roamer, who's burning down, and he's out of there. Diamond gets the kill there. Jenkins has to flash over, getting flashed in return by Lens, looking for the heart-piercing arrow, but can't get it. In the end, it's just the Baron for Supernova now.
Diamond can chase Jenkins out, but Jenkins will play the wave, should pop Mega. Baron will go over to Supernova. A nice trap laid as Daisy hopped over the wall, saw two. The commit came in from Supernova, and no fight to be had for TLC.
Rally Cry Baron buff secured. Supernova have woken up into this series, and this is exactly what we expected coming into this one. This one was the one that was supposed to go to 3, that was supposed to be heavily contested, and that first game just gave us a little bit of an appetizer to it. As now Supernova take full control of this game. They'll put themselves on soul point for the Dragon.
And it feels like TLC, like this comp just ran out of gas. Like mid-game is just didn't go their way. Like they had leads, but they weren't able to cash anything in. They only broke one of the inner turrets. And Baron was free, and now this late game, I mean, this is a really scary Supernova team. And it's nice to see a much cleaner game after that game 1, Mazel. I will say. This game has pleased me. We got a game from Mazel and a game from me. In this
I'm just going to say, though, the Kenby Ivern has been really cool. The Tristana is definitely something that's making this a little easier for Supernova. Surprised we didn't see a ban on that pick here, but it is going to be something that Team Liquid maybe come to regret, as they are losing their final turret, or at least in the mid lane. And be trying to take down this inhib as well for Supernova.
And Toasty's going to go hop and fix topside. He's also going to heal off of that wave with the Immortal Shield, though. He's feeling pretty good about that. TLC trying their best to play defense. 2 lanes being played and 2 lanes being broken by Supernovas. That second inhibitor is about to fall.
That's all. He's going to take that one down by himself. He got a big super minion wave onto the Nexus turrets here, so it's going to pull some attention from Team Liquid away from this topside defense. They don't have much good wave clear, I will say that. They just have a lot of single target damage and hit it down, so be a little bit of an effort to try to clear that one out, but here comes the siege.
Big redemption. It helps keep everyone topped off as Faisal's fishing, and Faisal might look.
Oh no, it's Diamond that's fishing, and he's got an anchor to go fishing with. That's a big old metal horse he just fished up there. That's Roamer down as well. And that is it. Supernova gonna bring us the distance here. Team Liquid, they tried their darndest. They had some good advantages bouncing back against Supernova, but it had to be fate, and it had to be Supernova finding a lot of really impressive macro decisions around the later parts of this game now, especially utilizing Kenby on the Ivor. They're going to fight their way out of this one, but it's an easy fight to boot. Spawn trying to give his life, but he will fall in the end. Jenkins down, shut down to Toasty while he falls. His only death is a martyrdom for Supernova's win in this one, and we'll tie it up 1-1.
Game 3 away, as I feel like it is appropriate given that these two teams are going toe-to-toe. And again, I feel like that game, perhaps to each of our teams for trying to stick to their comp's identity. I feel like that is the way that TLC had to play it out, but not enough advantages were taken. And at the end of the day, the double marksman comp was doing DPS, reign supreme as Supernova were equipped for the late game. I still think that Lens should have went the poke build, but if it does go that late and you are on hit Varus, you can see how fast the members at TLC die as they go in one by one.
Well, we'll go ahead and give our player of the game straight over to Supernova's Toasty on the Tristana. And what a game it was. They started off by just having Kenby completely hover around that mid lane after burning the flash early, and they did not stop pressing it.
And I do want to give like props to Supernova. I know that Toasty is the one, it's holding the player of the game, but I feel like Kenby and Simon were the left and right arm of Toasty.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Like we've seen twice now Supernova play this Ivern comp, and it's been 2 wins as they played it to great success. And it's all focused on sending as many members as possible to mid, utilizing the unique timers that you can get from Ivern, and then Diamond playing off those as well, and equipping Toasty for success. And we see that if Toasty is able to have good landing phases and get out, he has good endgame fights. I think that he piloted that Tristana really well. And I said earlier on, like if Toasty wants to be an elite mid laner, when he gets a lead, he's got to use it. And that was a great instance of him getting a lead, using it, and Supernova were able to hold strong during the spike of TLC in that mid game to get to the later stages where they were stronger and take that game home.
It's really exciting that we get all 3 games here for our first series, so we'll see you on the other side of a short break for that culmination.
This summer, NACL is back and we brought more. More fearless.
It would be DSG locking in the Varus because they can't take the Orianna either way, but it's Aatrox banned instead.
More creators.
Wait, I didn't change the competitive.
More best of 5s. More money.
During the NACL Super Weeks on weeks 4 and 5, we'll give each NACL team 2 money matches.
More Surdy.
Send me up onto this stage again is my chance to prove that I'm the person who should have been promoted to the LCS over Kickoff.
More stories. More partners. More prospects. More futures. More colleges. More SmackDown. More Cowboys. More NACL this summer. More. The future of the LCS starts right after the LCS. More.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby. And, of course, we're going the distance for our first series of the day. Supernova versus Team Liquid Honda Challengers. And what a way to get there, Cubby, as we're going to be taking a look at the post-game breakdown here.
Yeah, I honestly a much cleaner game, I should say, compared to that game one. There's still a little bit of back and forth, but I think that given the power curves of each of our teams, TLC should be the ones getting off to a bigger lead early, and that might have helped them snowball a little bit more in the mid game. Supernova did a really nice job of turtling after they got Toasty a lead. It had a couple slip-ups, which were off of, I'd say, good plays from TLC. But TLC, I think their comp really spikes. The Miramana evolves. After that, they get outscaled by the 2 DPS marksmen. They didn't hit that hard enough to get significant enough wins or knock down enough structures to create an insurmountable gold lead.
Yeah. And I do find it interesting when you look at the track records of teams. It definitely feels like, to some extent, Team Liquid Challengers very good at picking up on mistakes, picking up on really good like mid-game decision makings to upend a lot of the game planning of other teams. But Supernova, they have these strategies they have thought out, right? The Ivern has been something they played before, the double marksman kind of combos with Envy, and it's something they've returned to. But then that game one you look back to and some of the things just going wrong, some of the communication, things like that in mid-game. So it's a question of, can Supernova do it without these kinds of facilitation picks? And we've seen it before, but tonight's another big test.
Yeah, and a game 3 test awaits for each of our teams. Keep in mind, we only play each other once in the single round robin. And TLC and Supernova were two teams that I feel like were pretty close in a lot of people's, projected standings or power rankings. Again, I feel like that middle of the pack is very competitive. And I'm excited to see what these guys reach for in game 3 as well, because of our format, Mazel. You got to reach for champs a little bit here, as 20 champs are taken off the table.
A lot of champions not to be available, a lot of bot laners to not be available. That's always what I look for going into game number 3s of our Fearless, our Omega Ultra Fearless that we have, where any champions that are picked are completely banned for the rest of the series. And there's all the meta you could ask for taken away already. I'm really wondering what some of those decisions early on in the drafts of the earlier games are going to kind of pay out towards here as we get into it now. Team Liquid Challengers, they're on the blue side for the first time of the series. Supernova, they're on the red side. We do get the Caitlyn Callista ban immediately, answered by the Rumble ban.
I'm sensing a lot of marksman bans to try and set up for a B1 marksman. This seems to be the late game meta here in our format. I'm expecting a Jinx comp from TLC. I think that's the easiest thing to do in Pilot, as Talia taken off the board too. Really good against immobile AD carries. I'm looking at Jinx Aphelios on the table.
God. Zeri. Zeri's still there.
Renekton's up.
Jenkins has gotten a lot of his comfort picks now dwindled down, as the Kennen was that primary focus of the final ban. But there's that Jinx you talked about.
Jinx makes things easy. You get one kill and the fight can be won. So we'll see what else they put around the Jinx to get that one kill.
You get like the Viego things with it, you think? Trying to go full for the reset comps?
I maybe that's doable, but I actually kind of like, I don't think you need all the resets. I think you just need Jinx resets.
Just need Jinx.
Yeah.
I like this.
Oh, okay. So Supernova, they're actually not going to go for something like an Aphelios, the most common handshake I see. Instead, Zyre Rakan, a real possibility to come out. As it is locked in. They lined up the portraits. Shout out to Supernova on that one. And importantly now, AP junglers, Arthas is on the table.
Yeah.
I want to see Kill Karthus.
To me.
I want to see some Karthus coming out of Kill. I know that Xayah can go at least up in the air to dodge out on those ults, but that still was a huge cooldown to take away.
There's some answers still available, though, into that Karthus, so maybe a little hesitant to pick that one up. It is the Udyr, so there is flexibility here.
And then Thresh taken. Okay, so we got a Thresh from Kimdown. Kimdown originally a Thresh main. I would not be surprised if Faisal just picked up the Renekton and then they threw 2 bans at top lane, because this is an Udyr that can be flexed around a little bit for TL. Keel is the one that we're kind of expecting to actually play it, but I gotta assume that Jenkins can play it as well. But Renekton was denied from Faisal for the first 2 games of the series, and it looks like now that it is open in game 3, that will be the easy walk-in. Here comes a Gragas ban, I think, and then we'll see what else is taken away. Oh, Poppy's taken away. Okay,
the Poppy. I really like the blind Renektons, actually. I maybe have a little bit of a bias in the LPL where I have the likes of 369 first picking it on blue side, but I really like to see the aggressive style you can play in team fights, especially backline access you can have. And I think Faisal's going to have a lot of that if he's going to be piloting the Renekton here for Supernova. But we do get the brand ban there. So maybe signaling the Karthus needs to be banned by Supernova.
I think you can play the AP Udyr, though, into Karthus. I think it's actually okay. So we might see Keel opt to not take that one. Udyr has enough move speed where you can duel the Karthus and sidestep his Skittles. And also, if you use your Unstoppable to go through the wall, you never get slowed in the first place. So I wouldn't be surprised to actually leave that Karthus up as Azir's taken away by Toasty. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually just saw Orianna being picked or played. I think that's a pretty big champ. Like, we could see Xin Ori be the way that we round things out for Supernova, end up with a rather quick comp. But it is going to be the way for Toasty. So, in terms of answers now, Roamer could go for something like a Syndra, which I think is really valuable right now.
Really? You like the Syndra?
I do. I think that you can force Xayah ults, and also the Hui matchup is a bit Hui favored, but it's playable for Syndra, especially if she has jungle prio. This would be interesting, though, as Roamer maybe taking a couple lessons from APA. We did see him bust this out in playoffs last split, so good to see it again. It's immobile, and another way you can preemptively force Xayah ults, so I do like this.
I do also just want to say that I love that you brought up the playoffs from last split, because there is some history between these two teams, because Team Liquid are the ones that put Supernova in the lower bracket last time around. Ooh. So very interesting to see a little drama go into game number 3, obviously. But the Ornn is the drama lock-in for Team Liquid Challengers, as they want that long-distance engage in top lane.
Little AP heavy for TLC. It's a triple AP topside, so that is nice. As we see a Nunu hover that cannot be picked, but I like that for Diamond. Hey, he's shouting out Keel's birthday.
There you go.
That's got to be it.
That's what it'd be. That's definitely what it is. This would be a tried and true pick, though. I think that we've also seen a lot of players actually be happy about playing this split. But you get that instant engage. You have so much strength in your clear speed and things like that. Kenvi going to be on the Sejuani.
A lot of strength in the top side. I know that Ornn can go invulnerable, but it's really tough to deal with Sejuani plus Renekton up there. And this Ornn matchup, I feel like it was more favorable for Ornn in past seasons. Given the Eclipse build for Renekton, especially in this matchup, you have a longer window where you can actually push and pressure. I would actually like to see Faisal go for a early Cleaver too. I think Eclipse is a little bit overrated. You can still play this out with Cleaver. My favorite matchup into the Ornn is actually Cleaver into Shojin, which Oscar Inan does a lot over in EU. And I'm a really big fan of Shojin on this Renekton champion. I think you get a lot more dashes, and your abilities do more damage, and he is a caster in the end. So I don't think it's going to be the case.
There you go.
I think he's got to get Sterex to survive Jinx and make sure that there are going to be no resets. But we'll see if Supernova can really push the pace early, because they need to win this early game.
We're getting into game 3 now. The last-ditch effort for both these teams here today. Team Liquid, they had a roundabout victory in game number 1. Supernova slammed the door of game number 2. And now all eyes on Keel and Kenvi. As we get into it, they're pathing so important.
And I think that the game point, again, is to work your way towards bot for each of these teams. Like, Faisal and Jenkins are really the two just extreme weak side top laners that we have. And I think that they're going to be leaned upon for this one, as expecting a lot of focus towards that bot side.
As has been tradition. I guess for Kenvi, it's more so just been choose a lane and just go there constantly.
Yeah, we
worked out.
We were bot all game 1. And then we were mid all game 2.
It works.
And now we're on a champion where we can't do that.
Faisal tapping into the bush is going to take a heavy trade there. Will end up getting the ward there to spot out Keel. And as we have some little bit of time before these opposite side jungle pass kick off, make sure you finish spamming who you got in chat. TLC for Team Liquid Honda Challengers, or SN for Supernova. Final game here of the day, and a very important one.
This is, again, two teams that we expect to be pretty close in the standings come the end of it. So having that edge in terms of beating the other, it is the backup tiebreaker to games played. So would be nice to be able to take them down. See Roamer. Definitely, I will say, you know, you don't want to use the W when you have your comment up, because then your comment instantly misses. So maybe needs a few more notes from APA on this champion, and of course his LCS mid laner
instantly go to
specializes in. You know, no, I'm giving him a hard time. Roamer Ziggs
no
was actually
to Ian.
Roamer Ziggs was really good in playoffs.
Yeah,
last split. That's a really nice Q connecting on Toasty there. And Hui is a champ where, you know, you look at Hui and it's like, okay, Hui has a lot of range, right? Some of the abilities that are in Hui's kits do have a lot of range, but Hui as a champ actually doesn't have a lot of range for me. Nice Death Sentence connects on the lens.
A little bit of an auto attack cancel there from Spawn, but still going to get some damage decently onto the Lovers duo bot lane. They're also going to have this wave crash here. I will point out some late vision was gained over Envy by Keel with a late ward over towards his Raptors. Keel has not been seen for a little while, but I'm very curious to see what these culminations of paths are going to lead to for both these junglers.
Yeah, outside of I will say, like, Ziggs against the Hui, there's a lot of range that Ziggs has. I know I'm kind of returning that one, but it's fake range for Hui. That's why I was pitching the Syndra. Happy to see the Ziggs. It is fake range. It's only
fake range.
It's only on like the alts, the Q, and then like that Braum
Severing
field.
Bolt.
Yes, that the Braum field that gets as well. That does the damage over time. That has range, but like it's easy to react to everything. As
you say that, Roamer going to take a huge chunk of damage from the combos there. We do get the reset coming through from Envy. Keel on the other side hasn't reset, but will not be spotted out until Diamond walks into the bush. Grand Entrance is his way out, and Keel will get his reset off now as well.
And an easy reset at that, as they're going to spot Lens go back to base. So full push here for TLC, as they're going to try and get this wave in and make sure that Spawn can match. I think game plan for each of these teams early. Grubs, I will say, a little bit less value. Looks like both these teams have committed to the fight. So I'm expecting to see a big prio over this first Drake. Might be why we had the earlier reset come in for Lens and Diamond. Maybe we see Envy, who has already gone to base. Look at this Dragon once the reset is matched by Jinx and Thresh. But I think it all came in a wave early. So that could be enough firepower to actually go for this.
Faisal also got a little bit of a renewed vision ward on the blue buff of Keel, so they do know that he's back out on his full clear now. Toasty very low health in mid lane as Roamer has TP back there. Toasty still has his. Faisal going under turret here, taking a decent chunk against Jenkins.
Yeah, Jenkins has already built that Bramble Vest, so trying to decrease the healing on Renekton Qs. Renekton can still get the full healing if he Qs before auto-attacking, so we'll see if Faisal's able to play around this one easy enough as he goes in and he's dead.
Yeah, I don't think he got seen on the ward. I think he walked right around it. Now the flash comes out and first blood straight to Keel. That's incredible. I would love to get a replay of that, see if Keel got on vision there.
That was a weird one. Faisal flashing to try and get the wave in when he has TP is, I feel like he is now a target of a revisit. Envy, after that play, tries to answer by taking away the Raptors. Kim Down is here. TP coming back to mid. That's Jenkins.
Yeah, he's coming to try to fight. Is not going to really find too much there in the end, but Envy going to go back down towards this bottom side of the map.
He doesn't lose anything for that. That was an ambitious one, though. And shout out to our observers. We're going to get a replay.
I don't think he got seen. He has connection on the wall there. No. He walks around. But I was watching him on the minimap this entire time. He walks on this side. I swear they see him.
No, that ward wasn't well placed. That's a bad ward. If it doesn't see him there, that's a bad ward. He'll do it too.
Man.
Oh, boy. That's tough for Faisal.
That's real tough. Oh, we got a tough fight in bot side, though. 3v3 kicking off now as Kim Down very low health. Looks like Team Liquid Challengers going to have to back out of that one.
And with junglers appearing bot, see Faisal already hitting the top side. I am a bit surprised that we don't see Envy on the Grubs on spawn. I think that with the strength of Renekton right now and having that phage, these Grubs can be taken very early on for free. That said, I understand that Dragon, I think, is a bigger priority, but that is what is free on the map for Kenvi. Is after showing bot, he's going to take the highway up to the top side, and with Faisal on reset, they're going to actually flip the lanes.
That's exactly what I wanted to talk about, because Lens has hit level 6, so has Spawn. They want to try to bring that strength up here They will be about on same timer here. That sentence goes a bit wide.
He'll get the first one.
Jungle smite off here. Yeah, gets one. Probably going to get the rest of these. We're able to take two of them at least.
This was weird for me overall. I think the Kenvi showing bot, like, for the 3v3, like, wasn't playing towards his strength. They are going to take this one grub, but for me, if Kenvi's up here with the Renekton before Faisal bases, this is a better play. They tried to rotate up the bot to kind of match what TLC was doing, but overall, I think they lose out. Faisal also chased this play, and so no one's on the bot wave, and Spawn's going to get there first. Now Faisal is in the 2v1.
That's exactly the really tough decision-making point here. Supernova just had already transitioned towards topside, so they were already picking up all this CS. They're going to get this plate here as well. Also going to get Jenkins' ult there. A little bit angy is Ornn, but it was a bit of a back-tempo play for TLC, not able to keep consistent.
Yeah, and I don't love this for Supernova, because Faisal, like, he wants gold. He needs gold to continue to bully the Ornn. And if you're talking about, like, which champs function better with low gold, it's the Ornn instead of the Renekton. You don't really need gold in this champion, man. You're Ornn no matter what. If you're able to get your abilities off, that's
Ornn
fine.
No matter what. I want that as a quote, and I want to put it on my wall.
It's true, dude. This champion's not okay if you're able to get going. And this is still a point in the matchup where Faisal, like, could be pushing, could be getting plates, and could be bullying. Given the lane swap now, he's kind of getting starved out, and they're going to swap the lanes back with no TP. So I think Supernova, a couple botched plays and botched tempo there in the early game that TLC capitalized off of very well.
1,000 gold go over to them with a bit of a lead there. Not going to get that plate standing in the end. But we do have junglers back down towards this bottom side of the map with the dragon that hasn't been taken just yet. We're about 9 minutes in here. It is an Infernal Dragon to kick us off, so maybe that priority should be a little high. And we actually see Kenvi making moves here.
Yeah, on the dragon, as their bot lane is here first, and this dragon should be secured by Supernova. So good take from them here.
I think getting some of that objective scaling for yourself is pretty big, because obviously Xayah, maybe not as seen in the meta here recently, but the combo of Xayah and the Hui in late game is going to be very, very terrifying to get to second, third items. There is, we see a back. Going to be stopped here by Keel. He's going to go take the bait. That play was huge. Diamond trying to get out there himself. He's burning, but it's already Kim down who's gone down. And now Keel, he's got feathers in the back, and that Udyr ain't making it out this time around. In mid lane, we got a 1v1. Who's going to take the solo? Nice little satchel charge does get Roamer out alive from that one. We have ults traded. Severing bolt from distance. Not going to be enough just yet. Kenvi is hunting Roamer here.
Oh,
Death Rocket. Is it enough? Oh! It's not just enough. Toasty makes it out alive. He is sitting on the edge of his seat there.
Oh, that bot play came down flayed Diamond out of the chompers. So they didn't find the chain. Diamond was able to escape. There was no reset for the Jinx. And I think that's what actually enabled Supernova to push forward and win that play.
What a difference a little bit makes, and that play makes the biggest difference there, especially with the way that this composition is styled. We end up getting that objective taken as well, so you get some stacking for Supernova. They get a couple plays going their way, and the gold lead is gone now.
And it is important for Supernova that they get ahead early, as we're going to take a second look. Watch the Flay and the Chompers come down. It's a really nice hook, but the Flay takes him out of the Chompers. If he plays the other way, Diamond gets put into the Chompers. He's not able to escape. After that, Kim down, Keel, they melt to the DPS that Lens has. As then mid, he had a 1v1 that ended up being nothing. But yeah, Roamer was trying to come down and have an impact, and Toasty was able to find him.
Just full combo right out there like a shotgun.
I mean, it's pretty free.
Yeah.
Just walking out of war. The Toasty was in fog, and Roamer was not. So nice trade there from Toasty, who has the Merc Treads in this matchup, trying to survive some of the magic damage that's coming out from the top side. I think that there is a lot of magic damage in this game, which it honestly is something that could open up things for Jinx. Like, I think that you do want to spec MR if you are Supernova, but if you spec MR, then there are more risk for Jinx damage and a Jinx reset.
Supernova a little bit indecisive here. They wanted to try to contest, but unable to in the end. Diamond comes around the corner to try to clear some wards, but there will be 5 grubs secured by Team Liquid Challengers.
All right, we get at least one grub on the spawn here. We are TLC. I still don't think either team can really abuse grubs, as Kim down has flash.
Him in the backs of his teammates here. Gonna get the double CC combo, but the flash comes out to get him to safety.
Flash for flash traded. I don't know if Diamond needed to cast that flash. And Lens was not quite in range. Meanwhile, we do see Jenkins getting rather close to finishing that Sunfire cape. And we don't have the Black Cleaver yet from Faisal. Faisal is even in this matchup. And again, I think that the attempted lane swap from Supernova really took away some of Faisal's priority in this lane. Not to mention the fact that he died to that ward that Keel was able to get around in that first gank. So Jenkins being in really good shape this game. Ornn can break the game. So Toasty has to go second item the Andres here to deal with a rather big front line. We've seen Keel play this Udyr after this, the Andres that he has in his own inventory. He will get tanky after this and stack move speed. Wei really needs to like play these fights though and get through the front line.
But I also want to see Supernova play a little bit more proactive here. As you said, you do not want to be behind against this Team Liquid Challengers roster, at least the composition that they have. So trying to still find ways for Kimby to deliver some resources to Toasty, Lens, or Faisal is super important. They just haven't really been able to because Team Liquid have had a lot of control of the map. Their warding has been pretty strong. They've been playing around that vision really well.
I think the big thing's going to be Lens on this Kraken Slayer and trying to take fights around there. The dragon stacking was quite delayed for Supernova, which I think is important for them this game in terms of wrapping everything up before you'll see do hit these timers that we're teasing Zell.
There's the items.
Yep, that's in. We have Blackfire Torch for Toasty. Expect the Andres next. I think he has to do it to get through this big front line. And I think the fight for Supernova, it's going to be about taking down that first target. I know that's kind of like ironic going into a Jinx comp, but they don't have sums down that they can really punish outside of Kim down. So I'm wondering how much Supernova wants to throw into taking down Kim down, because obviously that is the support. Thresh isn't too valuable.
So Dragon is spawning right now, but Supernova are hunting topside, and they're going to find some prey up there. Carved up real nicely. Kim down, goes down again. And Lens is on a killing spree now on the Xayah. They go straight to the Rift Herald.
We'll take the freebies, and given how TLC were rotating, they can't contest that Dragon. They were actually moving up towards the Rift, so Supernova being on that side of the map caught them off guard a little bit.
They will have a little bit of presence from Keel here, trying to force a 50-50 onto Kenvi. Spawn's gonna make his way here as well as Roamer, so Supernova might actually get sniffed out of this one. They do end up getting the topside tower, bringing Toasty, and now TP coming in as well. Horn on bot side to stop it though, to deny that 5v4, and now it'll still stick to a 4v4, but Team Liquid, they do not end up finishing off that one, and it is Kenvi, the one that gets it. They lose their outer tower in mid lane though.
It will be Dragon going over to TLC, though, as there's some good chunks picked up there by TLC. Props to Keel. Keel was a real pest. I know he doesn't get the Herald, but he does get that free Drake, and I think denying the stacking from Supernova is big. Again, Supernova are on the clock this game.
And I think that clock is still ticking in the way of Team Liquid. They still are going to be so strong even at second items. You're still a little bit off that, but I really want to see Keel use this Rift Herald somewhere, and it looks like it might be bot side, but maybe even going for a tier 2 could be the play, as they're going to look for his Krugs to invade on the bot side of at least take his own Krugs. But I really want to see if they're able to utilize any of this momentum for themselves.
Looks like nothing at the moment, as Reset's coming in. And we're going to have a quiet map state here, Lennon, as we are 3 minutes away from the Herald, or the Baron, and 4 minutes away from the Dragon. So, honestly, a good time to take inventory. It's funny, it feels like the game 1 was a mess, and then these teams really kind of cleaned it up here. As Kim down.
We'll still see. There's time. As Kim down.
Keel's here.
Right back on the Diamond. There's a deep TP coming in, and right as you speak about it, we get chaos. Diamond goes down. Jenkins finds the double CC chain on a Kenvi, and Kenvi's going to go down to a double kill to spawn. And both these ADCs are straight eaten this game.
I didn't like that push from Supernova. Faisal is on the top side of the map with no TP, and baiting bot like that does open you up to a play, and they throw everything into Kim Down, who has that 40% reduction on the support item. As now Toasty trying to 1v4. He's under siege.
Toasty's got to be so careful here. He is going to get the flash there, but Death Sentence will just seal his fate. Roamer gets the kill in the end. Diamond here to try to punish Keel, but he is Udyr.
Yeah, Supernova walking in there again, like, one by one, they throw everything into Thresh. There wasn't people close enough to follow up. TLC, they had the TP advantages, and that gives TLC, again, a really good foothold in this game. I know it's only a 1k gold lead and even Dragons on the board. I feel like TLC is way ahead, given the compositions that are being fielded here by both of our teams.
Yeah, especially when that consistent conversation has been about being proactive, being ahead for Supernova. We're going to take a look back at that one. Really, honestly, a lot of commitment from Supernova in that one on to Kim Down.
Yeah, I know it's easy to be like, oh, Diamond, missed the W. Even if that hits, though, look at where Lens is at. There's no way Lens was actually able to engage in that play. So I think it's just taken at the wrong time. Like maybe next time, if Kenvi doesn't lead with ult, is able to kind of use less abilities to get the shield off and then follow up with ult to get more damage and maybe buy time for Lens to get in. But I don't think that looks there, especially given that Faisal, again, stuck top TP-less.
I still think it's been a returning conversation every time we talk about it since game 1 going into game 2, but it's Team Liquid Challengers, who is a team that does really good around decisive moments on your mistakes or things like that. Making really, really pivotal decisions in the right moments has led to a lot of really good moments from them. And definitely doing that here with a couple slacking moments from Supernova, and now with a little bit of a lead back in their pocket.
I still think Supernova have to force. It's Flicker Blades prepped already for Lens, and there's no second item for Jinx. So the Herald comes down, and I really think this is Supernova's time to still try and be strong on the map before things start to really get out of their hands.
Say Roamer still bot side, doesn't have TP. They're gonna bring the Rift Herald down that way here. Let's see how good he was at Scion Speedway. Diamond trying to go for it here. Will end up getting stopped on the wall, realizing that Keel and the rest of TLC are coming down there to answer. So they won't get more, but they do get an outer tower in mid lane.
Did you see Kim Down basing on a ward? So I'm gonna sneak in and make a little something here. Heals up 2 levels in the jungle. Is that bot play, or the play of the invade? He ended up picking up a lot off that. Participating in both kills and taking away some camps from Kenvi. As, again, good to see Keel. I think this is a format that really benefits him. He's a jungler that, for me, was towards the top of our list last summer. Wasn't that the case in the past split in spring. But good to see Keel making a name for himself and, trying to fulfill all he wants for his birthday here.
Right? That's what I was going to say.
He's the birthday wish.
Love to see him come out here and want something so badly for his birthday that he wants to take down another team for it. But it really has been that conversation of him wanting to be a consistent jungler, right? That's what he talks about so much. Not only this time around, but in spring as well, something he mentioned to us. And it really has been a growth moment. I think it's been really nice to see him under the Team Liquid banner, under an organization that has been so pivotal in a lot of the growth moments of some players you might know well in LCS now. But he's been a jungler we've all had our eyes on for a long time. And Kenvi, another one who we've known and seen promote, now come back and try to make his own difference. Will be starting up the Dragon a little bit preemptively here, but it's just going to take that one.
And TLC don't need to contest anything. They can just chill. As, again, it's the Ornn Jinx comp with trying to get to Jinx through Ziggs, through Udyr, through Thresh. Good luck.
You're going to be almost on 3 items for Roamer.
Yeah. Really pen too. That's I know treads are showing early and often against this triple AP topside, so I think that's going for that early void from Ziggs. I do want to see the void. It'd be quite good.
Big saving grace is Lens right now for Supernova, though. He does have a lot of the gold that the team is holding in their
Keel's
pockets.
wrapping.
Supernova, they did see Keel. Might not matter in the end. There's the Mega Death Rocket across. Kim Down gonna go for it, yep, nice. And he's gone. Keel picks him out, and that Spiraling Despair is turned right back on Supernova.
Good pick from TLC as Kim down, burning the flash to connect with the death sentence on the flashless target of Toasty. You can see that flash just coming off cooldown. Really well done from Kim down. And they're not going to look for Baron, but they are going to look for more structures with the Ziggs and Jinx. They melt.
Yeah, I mean, it's like literally the perfect duo. It's like putting peanut butter and jelly on a sandwich. You literally
it's not
can
Triss.
take the turrets fast, but no, you take the turrets and then you give Jinx excited, and then it just goes back and forth and back and forth.
But the Yordle synergy with Triss too, Mizel.
Yeah, whatever.
You're a TFT gamer, not me.
Oh, goodness.
Keeping you in mind.
I do wonder, though, especially for Supernova, if the conversation has consistently been you need to be proactive, you need to find ways in. I want to know those ways in, though. Is it literally just Diamond and Kenby, who we know are the voices on the team, just finding somebody caught out? Like, do you have just the 5-on-5 that you can feel confident taking at all?
It's interesting ult. Not at this point. I think TLC is this game for me is pretty unplayable. I think the best case scenario is you find a combo onto Roamer because Roamer's cleanseless. So if you can find anyone, you find Roamer, which they found here.
Oh my god, they did it! Oh, he's gonna flash though. He makes it out alive. The rest of Supernova realize they can't really follow that one up. It's a big Mega Death. Mega Inferno Bomb, rather. Not Mega Death Rocket. They have both of those on the same team.
That's the synergy there. I was missing that one. You are right.
Synergy. But nothing else can come of it. I like that Supernova were looking, because that is where they find it.
That flash is really big. They can actually punish this, because, again, I think Roamer is the most important target. I would say Spawn, but Spawn has Cleanse. But Roamer now being flashless, that's someone that you can easily target if you are Supernova to try and find a kill and take away at least a lot of peeling from the Jinx. And keep in mind, Lens still very fed in this game. If we take a look at the gold, he's up a little bit on Spawn, and it shows in the inventory as well. So, can be a big fight for Lens. He does need help closing the gap and closing space, and removing Ziggs first would be very helpful with that.
Trying to get some of those ornaments coming in, though, for Team Liquid Challengers.
Yeah, that's not
good. Very, very difficult to overcome, giving them thousands of gold in advantages here as time goes on. Now, it is a moment of reprieve, and I think that's where we get a little bit of chance to talk about story. And I think, in particular, when you look at the Supernova roster, you see a lot of the names, the additions that they've brought in for this split. I think it was really interesting to me to think about how they structure their wins and how they structure the play style they want to bring to the table, because we have seen Kenby at the highest of highs here in Tier 2 dominate, but he has taken a much more facilitative role, it feels like, this split in a lot of ways.
It's something like I feel like he kind of has to in the format, and also just with the team. I mean, I feel like we've seen Kenby. He's played the Ivern, which is facilitative, but I think we've also seen him have some strong games on other stuff.
No way.
Faisal, he's gonna get chased down.
No way. Faisal, he's gonna die to the ram. You mess with them and you get the horns. Jenkins, with the help of Roamer, is going to get the play. Now they're going to the Baron. We do not stop till they drop, and that Baron's already down a quarter health.
Supernova, they pulled the Baron. Didn't last long enough. Now TLC is here, and Kill's just playing in the choke. That Slowfield's nice. Going to have to find a way to keep Kenby out. As TLC, they found Kenby.
Do not want a 50-50 against Kenby. He will find that smite. I think they know that. Keel getting the Spiraling Despair on him. Diamond going in. Kenby's in the pit now. Baron getting low.
50-50.
Baron going down, and it goes to Keel. We just talked about him, and now they got to find their way out. Spawn's going to get the resets for the Excited, and now he's popping rockets. And I didn't know that they released Arcane 2 so early. Toasty's going to get zapped from behind, and he's chased down by the rest of Team Liquid Honda Challengers. They've taken complete control of this Game 3.
Off the back of Jenkins on the Ornn. He had the counter pick. They denied the Renekton early on in the series. They give it. He's got the answers. He found the solo kill, was able to TP in. And Supernova, yeah, they started this Baron, but they didn't get even close to being low enough to actually threaten. Now it's just a 4v5, and guess what? You got to get through Ziggs poke. Doesn't even connect. It isn't even super good. It just doesn't matter. As Supernova, they're out of gas at this point. They're outranged. They're outgunned with this comp in the late game. And it doesn't really matter how this fight's executed. It was really just all TLC in the end once Spawn gets his first kill.
It truly was, and a birthday present to Keel in the form of a big purple worm. Really, really good fight execution, even
Nice
with
hook
some of the
from Kim.
dicey moments. Yeah, I think Kim
Yeah.
Down has had a very, very good game number 3.
Yeah, that R from Lens too, I think was misplaced. As I understand what he was trying to get out of, but he landed on the minefield, and Spawn was just able to free fire and space him with range. So, not able to close the gap here with Supernova, and staring down a 5K gold lead in a comp that drastically outscales you. It was not enough. So, looks like Supernova's going to be falling in this one. So,
Look at that damage from Toasty, man. He's trying, but the way just ain't enough yet. And now, actually going to play on mid lane. Envy going to get grabbed, but he's still pretty tanky now. DLC, be careful. Spawn all by himself on the side, but now here comes that damage, and here comes that sustain. As Spawn goes on a rampage now, that's going to be a TP right back from Roamer to continue putting the hurt here, and it's going straight down into bot lane. Meanwhile, the rest of the team holding down mid.
pretty sure Roamer's flash came up during that fight. He didn't even have to pop it. That is the fight that Rebel were looking for, but their damage dealer is too far back against the range and the spacing that TLC is able to buy for them. Now the base continues to crumble as Canby went down.
Really rough not to have your front line in that regard. Also, Kenby has been the go button a lot of the times here. The Diamond follows up on. Now TLC moving on to the last turret in the bot side, instantly taken down by the South Charge of Roamer. Onto the inhib now. They have a lot of minions. Used the like Inferno bomb there to finish off Lens. He did end up having to burn that Feather Storm in return.
And easy does it for TLC. They take down one inhibitor. They can play two lanes now in a rather narrow setup. And like, I like seeing Team Liquid Challengers, by the way, actually close out a clean game. I mean, this is a team where if they were cleaner in how they played through playoffs, they could have beaten FlyQuest and made it 2 finals throughout the upper bracket. They lost that series 3-1. In 2 of the losses, they were hitting the enemy nexus. It was that close for TLC actually taking it down, but they were not clean enough in ending games. This is a comp where I expect them to easily be able to end this game, and it very much pleases me that they're doing so. As Lens, keep in mind, he's down sums.
Oh, no.
Down all. He's down all.
Oh, one more rocket. It's not enough. They are going to get Kenby out anyways, though. They have so much damage, and it's so crazy because, yes, it might be a new era for Team Liquid Challengers, but you only have to look back a couple years to see some serious domination in the Tier 2 space for this organization. It's been really nice to see the come up of some new players on the organization's roster here in Tier 2, and especially the likes of Keel and Kim Down staying over, but also some of the up-and-comers like Roamer and Spawn coming back down here as well. It's been really nice to see, and they are slowly but surely closing that game out. They did end up taking that mid inhib. They still got some work to do here in Game 3.
And they took down 2 inhibs. They can reset and play things out rather chill on the top side. They've got that inhib down for when Baron spawns. As, again, for this TLC squad, this is a big win for them. I feel like the loss against DSG could have easily been a win. That's another team that TLC were kind of competing with in this, like, towards the top of the standings, we just expected last year. They toppled them in playoffs. They also toppled Supernova in playoffs, but obviously falling to DSG and kind of got beat up by Tomo, as this time Lens has flash. Okay.
They don't hit all the combos this time.
Yeah, that's fine.
They just missed one of the inputs.
But like TLC for me, I mean, this is a team where I saw this roster and I was like, okay, this should be a top 2, top 3 team that we have in Challengers League. We really did not see that last split until the back half of playoffs. And they kept with the same 5 as I think they should. And to see that early on against good competition in Supernova, where they are putting together a couple good games, it's been nice. As Jenkins going to lose the flash. Diamond.
They're going to go all in onto him. Keel is over here to try to body block. Faisal has found him down over there. See a bit hesitant to re-engage, but yeah, Faisal getting chunked. And there's going to be a Sterix pop, that big shield. Keel's going for the play out of Toasty. No, and that flash immediately comes up. Mega Death Rocket does go wide. Spiraling Despair going to be used on the Keel. A couple ultis to pay. And now they're going to go right back over to the top side of the map.
I appreciate how TLC are closing out this game and the fact that we're like, okay, we're stronger. We're going to ram our head into your brick wall. And eventually we'll take enough bricks away where we can then do this Baron for free. They didn't play for that last tower inhibitor. They just ran down mid twice and fought, which I guess is I'm not thrilled about, but, you know, it worked. as this Baron should
You win
fall.
some, you lose some, you know?
And be caught.
Oh, they're going to TP for it. I don't think Kenby can get in the pit fast enough. He's going to try to get over with an Arctic Assault, but can't even. And that Rally Cry Baron buff goes straight to Team Liquid Challengers. The TP into instant backing by Faisal will be in a significant moment that now Supernova have to go back to defend their base.
They even spotted him and did not chase. They still TP.
Wow. Look how reserved
what
they
discipline from our youngins. Dragon is up. I don't think TLC really cares about third Chemtech Drake. They want to play this last lane and wrap up this game and find that 2-1 victory over Supernova. Move up in our standings.
And again, it's a single round robin, so this is a lasting win against Supernova, who is fighting to be one of our top teams. And Team Liquid have been no slouches, even if they are 1-1 so far. And as all the ornaments have been completed, everyone's got their armory all upgraded. They're trying to move in for the last push here in the top side. There is still Dragon available, but they want the base of Supernova.
We're on the last inhibitor. Yay. The other one spawns in 20 seconds. They might see kills.
You all right, buddy? Are you going to be all right?
Yeah, it's fine. You know, this has been a fun series.
Fine.
It's been some good and bad in the series. It's been fun overall. As Keel able to sidestep that ultimate. Fine, can be.
Not exactly who you want to take down, but it is the turret that you wanted anyway, so Team Liquid going to get the excited spawn moving forward, but they already lose Keel out of the back of that one, and that's showing some of the teeth that Supernova can bear in their CC combos.
All right, we get to base reset and take the Dragon and play for bot inhibitor again. Yay!
I promise that I do not. I am not holding Cubby hostage. I'm not.
No, you aren't. TLC is. It's fine. It's tradition.
It's tradition. It really is. It truly is. That Dragon gonna be started up by Supernova.
They're gonna end this one. They can't lose this game.
They can't lose.
They're going to end this game.
Say it 5 more times until you believe it.
I believe it. If they lose this game, I lose faith in League of Legends as a whole. Everything I've learned can be thrown out the window.
Is it bad that I really want them to lose?
Yes.
To make you go crazy?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably bad.
It is a little bit bad. We'll see if Jenkins is able to take anything away here from Lens. Not the case. We don't see the ult thrown. Keel's back out on the map. And there will be 2 inhibitors up now. They can easily track thanks to our awesome team who's put up this inhibitor timer in the bottom left of our screen. I know a lot of major leagues have this around the world, but trying to get you all the stuff that we can bring to give you a major league broadcast for a minor league. So shout out to our team helping us out behind the scenes. It's been a huge help with a lot of stuff, but now with 2 inhibitors up, expect TLC to narrow up their approach. That Baron power play, plus 600 is not too hot there, Mazel, but Ziggs Jinx, I have faith. We're sieging. I don't see any wards behind us in bot lane. The only ward behind is mid. Okay, we're gonna go.
You don't need a ward if you just go straight at him. That's a huge Ornhorn by Jenkins, though. And they're able to just get the resets for spawn. And slowly but surely, they will be taken down one by little one. And that Supernova in the sky will be nothing but a little glint of a flash as Team Liquid Challengers have risen up. They've turned on the horsepower, and they're looking to finish this one off strong. 15-5, 9,000 gold up, and Team Liquid, they might just be the real deal here in summer as they'll move up to 2-1.
They found the end. It was a great Ornhorn from Jenkins, and honestly an outstanding game from Jenkins, who I think for me, I think he was my player of the game. It's got to be him or Keel in that top side, but Keel got caught a couple times. Jenkins did not. He had a very clean game. I think the gank on top side, sitting Faisal behind was big. Supernova lost a lot of tempo with an attempted swap. And then, keep in mind, he canceled the Faisal TP around the Grubs fight. And then when Supernova overcommitted, he was able to TP where Faisal couldn't get tested. He was very impactful. So I think Jenkins had a really, really strong performance in that game and in this series. And it was a big part of the reason why TLC ended up coming home with the win.
That's what I was going to say, is that I think it was just a holistic good series from Jenkins. He seemed to have Faisal's number in all the matchups as well, but especially some key picks like into the Skarner, being able to have that volley bear that had so much strength, even if it was a little bit rocky here or there. But overall, I think the Team Liquid Challengers that we expected to see today, with some chinks in their armor, were still able to find resolute wins, and it was off some quick decision making in mid game, in late game that came up clutch.
Yeah, and I know I was, slightly mauling or disappointed that TLC and their ability to end games, but I was happy to see TLC have a relatively clean end. Definitely a clean end by their standards. That's something that I really feel like if TLC are better at playing out the back half of their games, they will find a lot more wins and kind of move from that team where like, hey, where do they stand in the middle of the pack to actually being a true contender. So it is good to see TLC with that late game comp be able to bring it home in decently clean fashion.
Well, the birthday boy wanted one thing, and he got it. We're going to talk to him after a short little break. We'll have Keel from Team Liquid Challengers with an interview. Welcome back, everyone, to the Rally Cry post-game interview. And, of course, we're here with the birthday man himself. We are here with Team Liquid Honda Challengers, Keel. And what a series, my friend. I know you were talking about beforehand. You maybe not the happiest about that, but it was a roundabout victory. The third game definitely a lot more clean. But do you have any thoughts about the way that Team Liquid has approached the game and the meta so far this split as a whole?
It's been nice because I think everyone is very open, like trying some crazy stuff, not just me, but everyone. And it seems like we have a pretty good idea how we want to play now. I think today, the only times the games looked scary was like, if I had been playing super well, it would be like very clean all three games. So
okay,
I'm glad my team played well to, like I was able to make myself useful, but I was in positions to carry that I could have done more.
Okay. Now, something you talked to me about before the series in my messages with you, you were talking about wanting to be consistent. Is that something you've been consistently trying to work towards so far this split? And do you feel like you've made progress at all in the few games that you've played so far?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's kind of always my goal because a lot of jungle, you just have to like minimize mistakes. I think I'm really good at finding the creative angles, so it's usually dialing it back and not inting, which I struggle to do a bit, but that's okay. I'm working on it.
It happens, it happens to me all the time,
Yeah.
I do want to ask you though, in terms of your approach to this, but you've been a guy that's been grinding, and especially that we've had in high regards on our end. So, do you feel like there's something different about this split? Do you feel like this team that Team Liquid have kind of continued to build up around is a ticket to success for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, for me, myself, it's probably the most legitimate team I have to be able to actually win. So I like taking it very seriously, and I think everyone knows the gravity of the situation. Like we all really want it, and we're gonna win.
I like it. Well, it was your birthday. It is your birthday, so happy birthday, my friend. I know you really wanted to be Supernova for it. Does it feel like you were able to do it in a way that felt good and that you could celebrate tonight?
Yeah, it was all right. They threw like 8 bans at me at least, so
no big deal.
Just how it goes. I had to play Nunu. Yeah, I was happy with it.
We were gonna get the volley bear. I thought maybe we were gonna get the Keel volley bear. I've seen it in solo queue. I don't know, man. I don't know. Do you have any thoughts, any well wishes, anything you want to talk about here for a last little birthday send off for yourself?
I just want to say I will play Nidalee again, and I will carry, and that is the plan. That is my biggest disappointment, making Nidalee look bad.
Okay, interesting. Do you want to go into that a little bit more? Or do you want to kind of explain?
No, I just think that she's not Sorry, I guess I do want to go into it. I think everything she needs is not unrealistic to achieve. You don't need your opponents to make mistakes, but I didn't perform. So I will next time.
Okay. I like it. I look forward to it, man. It's going to be fun. Happy birthday once again, and I'm sure we'll get to talk to you again soon. We're going to send it off to a short little break while we get ready for our second series. We'll see you there.
This summer, NACL is back and we brought more. More Fearless.
It would be DSG locking in the Varus because they can't take the Orianna either way, but it's Aatrox banned instead.
More Creators.
Wait, I didn't change to competitive.
More best of fives. More money.
During the NACL Super Weeks on weeks 4 and 5, we'll give each NACL team 2 money matches.
More Surdy.
Send me up onto the stage again is my chance to prove that I'm the person who should have been promoted to the LCS over Kickoff.
More stories. More partners. More prospects, more futures, more colleges, more SmackDown, more Cowboys, more NACL this summer. The future of the LCS starts right after the LCS.
Makes me smile every single time. Welcome back to NACL 2024. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and we are here in our summer split. And what a way to kick us off that 3-game series between Team Liquid Challengers and Supernova winning the distance. And now we're gonna have a lot of fun with Dragonsteel versus Blue Otter.
Yeah, congrats to TLC on a nice 2-1. That was a competitive series. Game 1 was a bit whack, but game 2 and 3 were actually decently well played by both
I
our
had
teams.
fun in game 1, all right?
I know you did. The other two were for me. And you know what? I'm feeling that this series might be more for you. As we have Dragonsteel versus Blue. Dragonsteel play very fast as a team. And I gotta say that Blue Otter, in their first series against AoE, a team that I expect to be weaker in the standings, along with Blue Otter, who were recently promoted, I thought Blue Otter actually played out their maps pretty well. So I was pleasantly surprised by Blue Otter in those games. And I'm hoping that we can see more of that against Dragonsteel, a team that is top of the totem pole here in Challengers League, and one that I think has very, very good early games.
Yeah, I think the overarching look here for this second series is Blue, they played really well. Mid to late game macro, surprisingly well. And I think Dragonsteel, they haven't had to really play from behind whatsoever. It's just a crossing of the threshold there. Can Blue Otter make it to that late game? Or is Dragonsteel going to continuously find those massive advantages that they found in every game that they've played so far? It feels like they were able to 2-0 FlyQuest Challengers. They were able to 2-0 CCG. And it seems like the reign of the dragon is just beginning.
I mean, speaking of the dragon, shout out to Leota, who just announced that he's actually helping this team behind the scenes.
Nice.
As you know, another.
Well, no
dragon
wonder it just all goes together, huh? Dragonsteel, dragon, like a literal dragon.
Yeah, Leota is a scout for, I believe, INT, and then used to work with FlyQuest, where he is reunited with Yuji and Spyrex. And speaking of so, take a look at that Dragonsteel roster coming in, as we are back to full strength. Welcome Zamudo to the squad, who is joining for summer, and I believe plans to enroll in Maryville in the fall. So this is looking to be Maryville's fall lineup as well. I think Zyko graduates after this fall semester too, as we always have to think about school with these guys. But ever since Yuji and Spyrex have joined this team, they went from being kind of a team that was trying to fight with the middle of the pack in Challengers League to then being a team that dominates the middle of the pack. And a lot of that is through early game and the flexibility of Yuji and Spyrex as a duo. These guys have been playing together now for almost 3 years. They are so flexible. They're very talented in their own rights, and their ability to play for either mid or jungle as a duo is something that a lot of teams have struggled with in Challengers League.
Yeah, falling just short in spring as Maryville University to the hands of FlyQuest. It was a masterful split, it felt like, from Yuji, who did earn our most valuable prospect, even though he had been in the conversation for so many splits for so many years. He finally is able to secure that trophy, and it's been a whirlwind since he joined this roster as a whole, like you said, for Spyrex. But I think Zamudo has been the most interesting part for me, and the fact that he's been able to slot into a position that Niles filled so heavily, and to have such a good split so far has been really nice to see.
Yeah, I honestly, like, I know that I just went out of my UG Spyrex tirade. I think that Zamudo and Zyko in this early season have actually played really well. Like, Zyko, for me, I feel like wasn't playing quite as well at the end of the split. I think he's been off to a great start in Challengers League. And Zamudo, like, fitting into this team, we were a little bit worried because Niles, being that player coach, was such a big voice for these guys, brought a lot of leadership inside the game. It's like, okay, are they going to be okay without that? So far, it's been a very resounding yes, and a lot of that is because the games have been made quite easy by the individual plays by everyone in the lineup, but especially Zamudo in this top lane, who has been off to a really hot start. I was talking with Zamudo before he moved into St. Louis. I believe he's there now. He gets the 5 ping buff, which is sweet for these guys. But he was really excited to work with Niles, just because Niles, of course, was a top laner for his career. And now Niles coaching, you know, he's going to have more to say to Zamudo, you got to believe, given his experience, than everyone else. And so I know Zamudo was really looking forward to that, as he knows and believes that he is an individually talented player, and to get some of that knowledge and have a chance to partake in a roster that is already so competitive in NACL, it's a great opportunity for Zamudo, who's looking to make the most of it.
Yeah. And he says that Niles gives him a good perspective and a different perspective and things that he normally wouldn't see, which I think is really cool. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Blue Otter roster on the other side. If you're wondering why we're spending so much time, by the way, we're just a little delayed getting to draft, so we get to go on our soapboxes with me and Cubby. I absolutely love about all these players, but this is a promotion roster that has a few changes coming into NACL, but has made some really interesting splashes so far.
Yeah, the changes would be Quacker coming in for Lawrence, and then Levitate coming in for Lynx. But overall, like, Music for me was the one that he is the team leader, the primary shot caller that these guys have, along with Rovex being next. And I think that Music has had some really nice maps against AoE. I know they dropped game 1 to what was a pretty banger Nivea pick coming out from Q-Pick into the Olaf and Karthus. That was fun, but Music played the next 2 maps out really well. And then Samikin in the mid lane is someone that a lot of people are excited for, just because mid lane for me was maybe the weakest role that we had in Challengers League from top to bottom last year. Like, it was very top heavy. Like Quad, Spyrax, Roamer, and then I'll throw Young in there. I thought all 4 of those guys were really strong, but everyone else is just kind of trying to compete to keep up. Samikin's someone that's coming in that we expect to kind of buff up this pool. He's a fantastic artillery mage player. His Hui, his Lux, the Zoe, you'll probably see on the ban list for the majority of tournament for Blue Otter. There's a reason for that with Samikin. But I'm excited to see how in this format he will be forced to round out his pool. I really want to see Samikin try and attempt some of the melees because I think that if he wants to be a player at the next level, he's going to eventually have to pick those up. But he is someone that I think his movement is really good. And I think that he actually has some edge when it comes to playing those artillery mage champions, just like how he reads the interactions of the game. You're very immobile, so your movement has to be good in order to position well as how your abilities interact with the opponents. And Samikin actually does this very well on some of his champs, so he's someone I'm excited to see more of.
Yeah, definitely. And I love the rant, the tirade on Samikin, but I got to throw some love to Levitate on the other side, a guy who's been counted out time and time again, who feels like these are his shots to really prove a moment. I think is going to be super important tonight, as well as we see probably the pace of the game, the pace of the series set by both junglers. Bot lane's going to be incredibly impactful, especially if Dragonsteel have anything to say about it. They've been really, really willing to play around Scary Jerry and Zyko, but we're finally getting closer and closer to draft. And that being said, I do want to put a little bit more focus on that jungle matchup and exactly what we expect to see, because Music won with his own interesting champ pool nonetheless, having played the Rek'Sai at least so far, but we see AP junglers also be bread and butter so far for UG in this split.
And the game plan for Dragonsteel so far has been take self-sufficient lanes, put UG on the AP jungle, and then just let UG run the map. And UG is going to beat you 2 places because he is clearing so quickly and efficiently, and he's playing the champs that are built to clear quickly and efficiently. So that's been the strat so far. Music, meanwhile, he for me is someone that can play the AP junglers, but is best on this team and in his role when he is facilitating. We've seen the Vi, the Rek'Sai. I think that each game that he's put on has actually been very clean. So I'm wondering if that approach switches up in their second series we've seen from them against Dragonsteel, or if it's something similar. Because if so, we could see a very big differential in play style coming out of the jungle.
Well, we're finally getting into it now. Enough of us rambling and telling you all these wonderful stories of our great players. Speaking of which, if you want to subscribe, all those proceeds go straight to developing and supporting this league and these players. So go ahead and do that. Anyways, we're getting into game 1 of our second series. It is Blue Otter on blue side, of course. And then Dragonsteel, the red mantra, going for the red side. We also have that Tristana banned first and foremost by blue. On the other side, it's the Hui.
I like that. I think that if you're going to try and narrow up the AP jungle picks, I don't think you can. So I think there is actually some tech to narrowing up the AD mid picks. Spyrax's Trist is really good, and UG is going to play Maokai and anything else with it. So I really like that ban. And then the TF ban as well is something that Zamudo has played in both of his games, as there have been 2 series for Maryville. And I mean, I think he played a great effect. So Blue Otter is trying to take away some of the side landing prowess that Maryville can find.
Yeah, that TF ain't no joke. I'm just going to say that right now. And that's what I also find interesting is we've seen a lot of just similar style picks or similar picks just in general for Dragonsteel. They've been able to get a lot of the kind of styles of compositions that they've been having a lot of success with. So I wonder if we get a little bit more of that here tonight, but we'll see what this first pick is going to be for Blue Water, as we did end up having that Yone ban as well as the Corki ban to round out the mid lane.
I like the Yone ban too, as Spyrax really good in it. I feel like that's his like third AD. So, and it would have made space for Corki being Spyrax's second choice of AD, which is now off the table too. Now, that being said, there are a lot of champs still up. One is Ashe, and I really like the Ashe pick from Blue Water. This champion for me is just, it's a problem champ. Like, the ability to have hawk shots and to just have all these slows that come in are really big as Dragonsteel. They see that Ashe, and they're like, okay, you got something immobile? We're going to go full early game into you. Leona Italy, baby.
Hey, why not? You give these combos you had talked about earlier some strong weapons to choose from in terms of Zyko getting out of the map and finding those picks off for UG. Now, there is some stability needed for Blue Water side. You already have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. You're going to need to follow up on that.
So I really like pick into the Nidalee. Like something Vitalia I think is good. I was talking about because I think Music and Samikin are actually very good in those two champions. And I think that Vitalia still being a little bit slept on is something that really is point and click execute into these AP junglers in the mid game. That said, it's going to be a much different approach as we're going to take a Brand and then we have an Udyr coming out. So kind of daring Zamudo to take top lane here. As Dragonsteel have a choice, do we want to take a marksman that can match what potentially is going to be Ashe bot, or at least Ashe in the bot lane? Or do we want to match that Udyr top? I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see Rumble come out. But
I will say, Zamudo has told me that he's cooking.
He's always cooking, man.
He's always cooking. I mean,
I gotta say,
is cooking.
The Yone ban hits him as well, so that is Blue Water, you know, killing two birds with one stone in that one. But with everything showing so far, I'm expecting to see top lane bans thrown at Zamudo, and then for Dragonsteel, it is kind of tough. Like, I think that you almost have to ban mid because mid bans hit. I'll be honest, I don't love the Braum ban. I know that Braum Ashe is a really, really strong lane into Leona. Braum is so vulnerable into the Nidalee and the Ezreal, and you don't really have that big engage to get out poked. So with that being taken off the table, I'm almost expecting that we see another ban. Like, I'd like to see Nautilus taken away too. I know Leona likes the Nautilus matchup, but I think that Nautilus is the best support at actually breaking this poke formation that Dragonsteel has. So I'd like to see him continue to take away pairings with this Ashe.
I do really like the Rumble ban.
Yeah,
classic
that was
for
a must.
Zamudo as well. Yeah, I feel like you just have to.
You're immobile. You have Leona set up for Rumble. Like, if that connects on Brand, good luck playing the game, you know?
I don't know if that's going to work out too heavily for you. Now, they are going to take away some more of that engage for Dragonsteel. At least they will focus on that Rel.
The Rel is nice setup for Brand. I think Rel can break poke, and I'd say it defends against poke a little bit better than something like Alistar, but Nautilus and Alistar are still options for Rovex, as that Varus ban tells me they might think it could be Ezreal mid. So taking away some strength for Scary Jerry, as we will see where this Ezreal ends up going. I know that Ezreal, it's not the champ I think of when I think of Scary Jerry. And I expect Spyrax to play a lot of stuff mid, as we see the Skarner make it all the way through. And I mean, I will say that with the changes, Skarner got a lot weaker in the top lane. It took 5% max HP damage off his Q. That is a crap ton of damage.
Cubby.
You're still Skarner.
Matter. One Excel's impact into a double impale in the late game team fight wins you the game. That's all that matters.
Right. You're not wrong, but there are more ways to win games into
Skarner now.
There are
more games.
And that does matter. So
I do agree.
And I like this because they can still keep that Ezreal flexible. I will say, if I'm Samikin, I'm going to be very cautious about what champ I take. I don't want to take a champ that's bad into Jace. I think that Jace is a real option here. We know how well Spyrax plays it. It's an AD pairing for this Nidalee. I'd be careful about Jace and even like Renekton mid. I've seen Spyrax play it way back, as it's a bad Renekton mid's a bad magic. I think Zed was just being flashed because Rovex liked Zed. Yes.
It is going to be the Thalia last second lock in here though for Blue Otter, so they'll have a lot of mobility out of mid lane, which is super huge to pair up with Music's Brand.
Yeah, you can still Jace if you want. I think that Jace is a true option. If not, Ezreal mid, kind of an option in the Thalia. You get really heavily pushed early on, but it could be just an old faithful here for Spyrax. No, it could be Ahri. Could be Lucian. Could be all these things.
Yeah. Okay. So we're seeing the Lucian rise up in priority here recently. It is going to be the lock-in here.
Chovy played it, so it's only natural that we have Lucian rising in priority.
I guess.
The sole reason.
Is that that's the bar we set? No other regions matter. It's only Chovy.
Yeah, it's the meme. I do think Lucian's okay mid, as this game, a lot of it is about that early priority for Dragonsteel, and you say that Dragonsteel have yet to really play from behind. I would be surprised they play from behind in this series. Like, knowing how Dragonsteel plays, they want to take priority. They want to play the game from ahead. They want to be the teams that are able to use their buttons. And
they got a comp for that.
Yeah, they do. The one thing I'm really concerned about, though, is Nautilus, that charge into these Kalia brand combos. It is something that Dragonsteel doesn't have a ton of defense for. So if Blue Water get ahead of all or have any control, the ability to have this Ashe Nautilus create picks on the map would be very dangerous for Dragonsteel. But their lanes are going to be very winning.
Yeah, I mean, hey, when you go to fight dragons, you might just need a double-edged sword, and that's what Dragonsteel have here for game number 1. We're getting into it now. Blue Otter trying to stand the heat of what can be essentially the best team here at NACL. They are already off to a strong start. And here we go. Level 1s potentially for some vision here, Cubby, but this one should be a fun one.
And we already saw Scary Jury, I think, connect to Q. That's a Manifold ban to boot. Oh, no, we didn't do it. And guess what? I know they didn't go Manifold ban because we have this awesome new graphic that was created by our team. This one means a lot to me personally because I am a nerd and I love metagaming games. It's fun. Not too many surprises here, though, across the board. As I will say, Leona going Relentless Hunter. Zyko is a man of my own heart. Sudden Impact is a lot, though. I like the zombie word usually. Zombie word's a fun
one. the sudden impact's Chad. I'm just gonna say that right now.
That's a lot.
Make sure you spam it in chat. Who you got? Blue for Blue Otter, DSTL for Dragonsteel. A lot of Blue Otter fans in there right now. Obviously, a new up-and-coming team in the NACL. A promotion to lead them into this moment. And starting off with a 1-0 start in summer has been pretty nice. We do get that delayed level 1 up here by Quacker.
Quacker's trying to get a little bit goofy here. Looks like he is going to get back to this lane, though. Okay, he doesn't want to miss too much XP. But does scout out that Nidalee and tries to slow down the clear a little bit. It is a mirrored clear. Nidalee will have the red if she wants to invade music on his blue buff side of the jungle. There should be priority from at least the Spyrax lane. There's not going to be priority against an Udyr, as Udyr will dominate that matchup.
And it's all about using the side lanes. I think that's the biggest difference between Zamudo and Quacker in this game is going to be about impact later on, right? You're going to have a lot of side lane strength with the Udyr, but you're going to have a lot of team fight impact with the Skarner. So I think as we get to those moments, we'll have to check in on how their impact is going. But until now, we do have those opposite side starts for both junglers. So maybe belying that Dragonsteel want to play towards bot yet again. Shocker.
Actually, I'm kind of curious how much AP Quacker does go for in his build. Because you kind of say like the team fight versus the side laning. If Quacker decides to rush the Andres, which I did see him do the one time he did play the Udyr, I think it's quite good. And it's better to build damage in the Skarner because a lot of his damage scales off of how much health you're actually showing.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a level 2 engaged down there. Not going to be anything much more of it. Also, I think level 6 is where we'll get a lot more proactivity from Blue Otter. And I do expect that to be the name of the game because they will have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow with moving Samikin out with the Weaver's Walls, things like that. But that's going to be a long time until then. So we'll see Dragonsteel try to keep pressure on bot side. Meanwhile, UG pathing down this way.
Level 3's coming in. Everything kind of stock standard so far. I do think in terms of what I'm looking out for early, I think the Blue Water are going to really prioritize the grubs. You have Udyr Prio on the top side, and Brand just nukes grubs as a champion himself. So I'm curious if Dragonsteel decides to contest that at all, or if they want to just play for the dragons.
Okay, we're going to get a little bit of wrap around here, trying to go for a bit of an invade. Yeah, and it's actually going to be pretty well timed here. UG sneaking onto the bush. Just like a cougar would in the wild. You got to watch out for those cougars when they're waiting there, as they're going to rip you to shreds. As music has to flash. One more spear. Not going to hit. Oh, man. Dragonsteel got what they came for, though. Pushing music out just after reset and burning his flash.
Yeah, he almost walked into it. That was close. But UG able to take that one. Sabal Chat's being thrown and traded around here as well. Nice play from UG to take at least one camp away from the Brand, who will be relegated to going for the Krugs. And then we'll see what he does next. That will hurt his ability to pick up a double 5 or 6 maybe before first grub spawn. I don't know if it's going to be enough to take it, but we'll see.
Minions blocking Sandikin out from following that damage up. Ooh, Quacker. Take a couple extra turret shots there. Even up that damage between the two. And immediately after that, UG is pathing up this way. Can stop off, but looks like it's going to be another full clear central here for both junglers.
So, you were fielding some questions from these guys earlier, Lennon, which I appreciate. I think one of the most interesting answers we got was Levitate. Kind of asked him, you know, what words do you want to be associated with? And he said he wants to be a reliable carry that can never be counted out. I actually found that quite interesting because when it comes to Levitate for me as a carry, I think that, like, for me, he's able to find leads in lane, but he's not able to convert them enough to victories. And I think I find it interesting that Levitate picked that because I do think that's a point of growth that you can have. Being more reliable. Like, he was someone in OQs. I remember watching his Lucian Zeri. I'm like, wow, this guy actually plays really well with, being aggressive and dashing forward and pressing his advantages. But if he plays from behind or doesn't, raw team fight positioning, it's not quite as much there for me as it is on some other players.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that, that's a goal for Levitate. And it's definitely something I'm going to look out for when it comes to his performance in Challengers League this split. And with Ashe, I mean, that's a very demanding champion in terms of how you position, given the lack of movement that you have.
And I love that you bring that up because also a follow-up to that was trying to figure out his role on the team and where he fits in. And I think that's going to have a lot entailed into that style you're talking about. So now we see some objectives going traded either way. Blue Otter getting what Brands love in all 3 grubs early. Meanwhile, Dragonsteel going for what Dragonsteel's love, I guess, in taking a dragon.
And Yuji is going to go for the respawn Raptor camp, which could be a point of contention from both of our teams, as Music's heading that way as well.
God, dude, that hitbox is not fair. God, that is so brutal. And a solo kill goes to Zamudo.
Ghost was used the first time, and Ghost wouldn't have gotten him out of that one. As Quacker, he falls, going to have to base and TP back. Not going to burn that TP. Does look like he's going towards the Andres build on the Suitor, which I do like, but man, that hurts falling behind like that, because now Zamudo has access to quite a bit of MR. Going to help him a lot in this matchup.
Now we have hit level 6s in mid lane, well, level 7s really, but more so Levitate also has his level 6 with Scary Jerry reaching it just after. So looking at some proactivity from Blue Otter, I think is the most important thing right now. They're going to use the Hawkshot to try to get some vision out on map, but I really look for Blue Otter to try to get something going here now that they have the tools available to them.
I don't think we're going to see anything until next Grubs, honestly. I think Blue Otter is kind of down to play a chill game. Nice R there from Scary Jerry, who... And I know I've been singing a lot of praise for members of Dragonsteel, but Scary Jerry had an awesome first series in his return after he got back from Sealaw. But he played really well in Dragonsteel's win against CCG. And
Dedication does the heart good.
Yeah, Ezreal is something that, again, I'm not used to seeing Scary Jerry on, but I'm very much biased towards good Ezreal play, because I think at any and all points, if you're trying to play professionally, there's going to be a meta where Ezreal's good at some point, just given what the champion is. So, whenever I see good Ezreal play, it makes me a happy camper.
Yeah, I mean, Dragonsteel, no slouches of trophies. Maybe they didn't get the finals victory they wanted, but they came away with the most valuable prospect for UG and most improved player.
Oh, don't talk about individual awards versus team awards, then. That's going to tilt them off the face of the earth, too.
Nah, I think it's been a really cool growth from Scary Jerry so far this year. Now, Quacker showing some growth in top lane, and he's going to take down the Scorpion. Zamudo! Oh, he has the Shattered Earth and the inbound. No way! Oh, my God. He survives by the skin of his teeth. Oh. And Quacker gets to play the counter solo against Zamudo.
I saw an auto cancel in there, and if that kill would not have connected, I would have been tilted for him. But he's able to find it in the end. Just enough healing, just enough shielding for Mudir to make sure that he's able to pull that one through as the mid OTP's back. Quacker can now respond, and after that first solo death, he finds the solo kill and is going to be in better shape. Also,
wowzers.
If there were any two top laners in our league to just casually trade solo kills, it'd probably be these two.
100%
It's probably these two guys, yeah.
I remember there was a game last split for Zamudo where they literally just traded like 3 solos back and forth with him and Philip or whatever it was. It was actually insane. And this is the kind of stuff you expect to get and kind of the back and forth we wanted to see. But this is also a moment that comes back to the conversation we had at the very beginning of this is Dragonsteel typically find big leads early and they snowball from there. This has been a pretty quiet, laid-back game where Blue Water have a small advantage to play through and aren't being chokeholded off the map.
You know, I think the issue that a lot of teams run into when it comes to Dragonsteel is that they will show early champions, and then teams opt into fighting them, and Dragonsteel wins because they're good players that are flashing early champs, and they know how to play early game well. Again, I wanted to give praise to Blue Water in the pre-show. I thought they played out some good early games against AoE. Like they lost game 1, but games 2 and 3, they had big leads. They were disciplined. And so far, I mean, they're averaging as a team up almost the same goal differential that Dragonsteel has in their 2 series, which is over 2,000 gold to 15. So props to Blue Water. By keeping the map sound and stable, you do get this Brand power farming and power clearing. We've seen what Brand can do when it gets to 2-3 items. The amount of damage this champion has, if you're not able to find him in team fights or execute him to take him out, he is a menace.
And there was a lot of want of success for Music the last time we saw him at this level over on Supernova. And I don't know if it was the greatest showing for him, but honestly, it felt really nice to see him grow through the Tier 3 resurgence and now come back into Tier 2 with Blue Water.
And he was a really sound jungler, because I think Music's greatest strength with Supernova was that, you know, he played smart maps. He's a facilitator. The issue with Supernova is that he just didn't really have any lanes to play towards. It was Quacker. Every game, he would just play towards Quacker on that team. This time with this team, he doesn't have to play towards Quacker. Quacker's a little bit more self-sufficient and realizes that his role in the team is to use his strong laning to actually open up the map elsewhere for Music. And in this meta, Music gets to play for himself a little bit more. So again, I want to praise Blue Water for keeping this map pretty chill early. It has navigated their way out of some difficult scenarios against Nid, and now that Brand flash is back up, they might actually look to contest this Dragon, which Dragonsteel have low.
Yeah, UG is there. He's going to get the smite down, but there's that Pyroclasm doing work, and Zygro's already down. Now UG going to be low here. Weaver's Wall to cut off the escape, and Samican doing some serious work on Spyrax, and Levitate comes out with one. A double kill to Music, and you might have gotten that Dragonsteel, but you're losing by 2,000 gold early.
Blue Otter, I love how they kept this early game calm, and now when they have the conditions that they want to fight, they catch Dragonsteel taking an aggressive dragon, something this team's vulnerable to do. Both ults from the bot lane connect on the Nidalee as Zygo gets shredded by the Talia Brand. And a great follow-up from Rovax opens up an easy fight for Blue Water, who, on good conditions, find a big win.
And honestly, you're seeing some of that early want to make plays, desperation coming out from Dragonsteel so far, and Blue have just surrounded them in that moment. That's huge. And it's utilizing some of these CC chaining tools that they have in a really excellent Game 1 draft from Blue Water as a whole. And
okay, Zell, I'm going to break a rule of broadcasting.
All right, what you got?
I'm going to talk about the coaches.
Yeah,
the coach's impact.
Is that breaking a rule of
kind of, because usually in League of Legends, you don't really know what a coach does or bring to the table. And I gotta say, I don't know what Uncle Phil brings to the table with Blue Water, but I will say in this offseason, sitting through combines, Uncle Phil was hands down the best coach I saw. This guy, like, why I respected Uncle Phil was that in this combine, they had lobbies like 1 through 7, 8, 9, where it was anywhere from, like, you know, players that we have in this game for lobby 1 versus like master tier players in lobby 9. And I saw Uncle Phil work with the lower tier players and do a really good job of teaching. I think that's something that's very much missing when it comes to coaching, is how good of a teacher are you? Because you have to be able to have your concepts stick. I was so impressed with Uncle Phil because of his ability to teach. So to see his team play out these early games in a very controlled manner, it's really enjoyable for me because I know that he is someone that is going to drill this kind of stuff into his team based on what I saw in that combine. So props to Blue Water. Again, I feel like these early games, Music is the guy that runs the comms and runs the system. But it is his system, like, from top down. And to see Blue Water executing it at this level is really good, because this was a team I did not expect to be great. I had them last in my power rankings, Lennon. And the only reason I felt, you know, someone's got to be there. It was Blue Water for me. And so far this split, it doesn't look like Blue Water is going to be that team, which makes me very happy.
And again, we set it up from the beginning. Dragonsteel really haven't played from behind. We know they can execute from ahead. We know they can execute when they have monumental gold leads and snowball over your enemy and mechanically out-execute. And speaking of mechanically out-executing, that flash denying the dredge line away. One more spear will do it, but he misses it. Oh, no. Okay, the Cougar Claws still connect there, and Rovex will end up falling over. But it is now Dragonsteel answering with a little bit of proactivity themselves.
I like how Samikin was trying to use a lot of abilities to save his teammates. I would have not used all those abilities to try and save his teammates there. It's just a Nautilus, and now you can see this bot turret's being peppered by Spyrax. And given the focus of topside from Music the last couple of minutes, I think Samikin's gotten a little bit starved out in the bot side, as Lucian picking up that turret on his own will be accelerated. And Lucian in a side lane against Talia is a win con that Dragonsteel can play towards later on.
Definitely is. Now Blue looking for a win con in side lane. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will start it off. Now Levitate getting the slows, but the Xstall's impact means you can't get slowed. Zamudo will make it out, but they will lose a turret in topside. So Blue continuing to stack up some of that standing gold. The biggest thing for them has been the uncontested grubs that they had. They've gotten all 6, and their push power is going to be immensely strong. And now we have to look at the map state, because we have about a minute until another dragon spawns. Dragonsteel would be on sole point with that, so I expect a lot more resources to be delved down that way.
Looking at the gold, I mean, we got to keep our eyes on Music here. It might have... Oh, Rylai's completed for Music. That's huge. This is a good spike for Blue Water. If you have a Rylai's coming into this third dragon fight, you feel great as Brand. So I'm expecting to see Blue Water take this fight. And keep in mind, Yuji, Zamudo, Zyko, all missing flash on the side of Dragonsteel. Whereas Blue Water, they have all their flashes outside of Samikin and Rovax up. So I like the conditions better for Blue Water coming into this fight. They have a little bit of work to do to overtake this river, which is in control of Dragonsteel. But if they are able to get in here, I think Music is so damn strong coming into this one.
Dragonsteel are looking for a play here. They do have a lot of poke, so they can separate some of this health bars of Blue. We'll be able to take priority over the dragon. Looks like they're just going to be there anyways. Rift Herald does get spawned up in mid lane by Blue to try to get a distraction Carnifex style going. They're going to double TP as well from the side lanes.
I like that all from Scary Jerry a lot. It's not going to stop the Herald crash.
They're going to stop it
in the wave, as this is going to take the outer turret. And now Blue Water, because of that Herald and because Dragonsteel did not stick it to the dragon, they actually are able to fight on somewhat even footing in the river. The poke is still coming in, though, from this Nidalee and this Ezreal. And Udyr did go for that Leandres first, so he is still pretty tanky. His shields can catch some of this poke, but not quite as tanky as you'd expect as the ECA goes wide.
Oh, everything's going wide. Blue Water just need to turn around, but the culling going straight into Samikin. Spyrax able to get a decent amount of damage there. Pyroclasm back onto the back line now, though, and they're starting to do some serious damage. Zyko is going to give his life. Spyrax on the side is going down too, and the burn is enough. Music with a massive play for Blue Water, and they are going to try to take this dragon now right out in front of Yuji.
Yuji is alone, not going to be able to get in there, and a good fight from Blue Water. And again, Blue Water, their macro there is so sound. They get top all the way in. Quacker TP's down. They utilize Herald on the Dragon Timer to get Dragonsteel out of the river. Then they're able to fight on somewhat even footing. And look at the value that some of their champs get when the fight is here, and when they aren't having to overtake vision, it's in the river. So this is a great flick from Samikin to start off. Spyrax, he answers back by pumping the culling into Samikin's back, but then we have the Pyroclasm bouncing around doing so much damage, and Levitate is free hitting throughout all this. Really good managing of the health bars from Blue Water, and Samikin, that E, he gets Spyrax to dash forward before it comes down. He's then vulnerable. The Talia bringing a lot of value into the fight, just keeping it a standard front to back, and you can't get through all these slows as Dragonsteel. We are grouped up as a fight. We talked coming into this. Dragonsteel have to be more committed between playing these side lanes and playing the poke one in, but it was broken.
It just doesn't feel like we're getting that decisive Dragonsteel here. They felt like you had that errant solar flare out by Zyko. Usually a little bit of follow-up there, but nobody felt confident enough to step up And I think that's some of the indecision that not having a lead is presenting for Dragonsteel, where they haven't had a comfort in that so far. Now they do find themselves 2,000 gold down. They're going to try to make a side lane play here, buying a lot of time to collapse onto Quacker. Does have about half its health bar taken out by Spyrax, but nothing else of it.
Yeah, I think that's the answer here for Dragonsteel. Again, just play towards your strong lane. It is Spyrax right now, who, despite sitting at 0-2-1, has did a really good job of picking up his farm and is sitting at a rather strong mark in the game. And hold on. Levitate. Wall from Samakin.
Though, yeah,
they
actually catch Zyko, and Rovex is over here on the top side of the fight. Now Zamudo trying to catch out Levitate here. He will end up having help from Scary Jerry as well. The Impale bringing him right to it. Zyko ends up going down in the end over to Samakin, but the shutdown even bigger to Scary Jerry.
I like the hunt from Dragonsteel a lot. It's very much worth the trade. They got the shutdown that was on Levitate into the hands of Scary Jerry. That's a big win and a good play from Dragonsteel, as they've done a nice job of bouncing back. I do want to return to the point, though, that you said, Lennon, about Dragonsteel not quite being as decisive. It's tough for them to play out this 5v5. Like, the Leona can bring enough CC for a team, along with Skarner, but you could see that because of that Herald, the decisiveness, like, they don't have vision control. They don't have the ability to get a pick. They really need to rely on pick and poke here. They can't take the 5v5. So when the 5v5 happens, it's tough for them to push through. They kind of have to scatter.
So difficult. Also, the Nidalee not having maybe as much of an impact as you'd want to so far, really waiting on a couple items. But you are on those couple items now, getting to that for Blue Otter. And, actually, Zyko getting caught out again. But he's pretty tanky now. See that Warmog's doing some work for the health bar. They do get the TP out from Spyrax back to mid lane.
Still chunked out Scary Jerry, so it's not all bad. Yuji will have kills, as it does have some decent AP coming in. And I mean, I still think this is a tough game here for Dragonsteel. I appreciate the look on Zyko onto the flashless Brand. I think that Brand and Ashe being down sums can open up angles for Zyko to look at. As I think that picking Brand is the most viable thing that you can have, just given the amount of damage that he pumps out, and then how annoying Rywise is when it's so easily applicable by Brand's kit.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to keep track of the Pyroclasm, especially when you have a lot of spacing tools available to Blue Otter. You have so many things that Dragonsteel need to watch out for, and the Pyroclasm on top of it all makes it so much more difficult. He's also got the Void Crystals, so getting some of that pen going for him is going to be even more detrimental. But Yuji has hit a second item, which is the Lich Bane, which does provide a lot of strength to the Nidalee. And it does make me wonder if we're going to see a little bit more pickouts tried to be attempted by Zyko and him.
I think that's got to be the play. I do like how Dragonsteel have capped Scary Jerry mid, as Ezreal can always fight for priority, given the range and Mystic shots. Scary Jerry's done a nice job of that so far, but Quacker does have the Ghost.
Gotta keep him still.
They got him.
He tried to get it there. Nice.
They got him.
The Cougar Claw's doing well. Is now Scary Jerry and Zyko coming around the corner. Mystic shot, Solar Flare, combo, Ixtal's impact. No, he missed the Mystic shot at the end.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Quacker just healed almost all of that back, and that Mystic shot's going to come back to hurt as Baron's already going down. TP from Zamudo. He wants to make the play, but it's too little too late. They've got the rest of Dragonsteel coming over, but that's the rally cry. Baron buff straight to Blue Otter, and Blue Otter take down the Scorpion too. Quacker now coming back. He's TP'd in, and he's got the angle to just walk at them here. And now Zyko's down too. They're falling like dominoes here, and Blue Otter stays stinking them good. And Scary Jerry is going down too. Quacker's literally just walking at every member of Dragonsteel right now.
Only Lucian can kill Quacker. That wall from Samakin was great. That's what I love about Samakin. He sees some really good angles in the game. He cut off Dragonsteel trying to get to Blue Otter. So that way, Blue Otter were able to stay as a 5-stack, isolated the members of Dragonsteel, took them down one by one, as Blue Otter pulling off the upset of the week so far between LCS and NACL, Lennon, with a dominant game one over Dragonsteel. They played that early game chill. They got their comp to where they wanted to be, and now Dragonsteel have trouble competing. And look at this wall from Samakin. This is so good. So when this comes down, again, Zamudo isolated. He cuts off Yuji, Zyko, and Scary Jerry from wrapping around and actually helping out Zamudo. Spyrax gets stuck in a really weird side and angle. So then when Quacker TP's in, again, one by one, Zyko then isolated. He was sticking around to kill a control ward. That was an oopsie. It's so easy for Blue Otter to just step up and keep on walking forward. Again, when Dragonsteel aren't able to poke, everything kind of goes wayward. And Blue Otter have done a great job of finding scenarios where the fights are in their favor, given where, when it's taken, or the terrain they have, or the conditions that are up. I've been so impressed with the discipline of Blue Otter for a team that just promoted. It's been a really good look for them in this game.
And you have to remember, Dragonsteel have not felt the sting of defeat so far in summer. They have been unblooded, and Blue Otter are making a run for it now. 4,000 gold up. They've gotten a couple dragons in a row, and they're sieging onto a tier 2 in bot side. They still have about a minute on this Baron buff. They're going to try to make more gold just sink into their lovely pockets. They do have the push in mid lane. Okay, Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes a little bit wide there.
Yeah, good try. Scary Jerry was missing E and his down sums. As Levitate gonna have his cleanse burned by a nice solar flare from Zyko. As Zamudo might be prepping that Ixtal impact, but he is on that control ward. The Blue Otter just gonna slowly push forward, keep on finding a win. I think the biggest
6 scrubs.
Oh, hold on.
6 scrubs coming in clutch. Yeah, they miss all of that engage there. Zamudo's gonna hit
so
that
many slows.
impale. Don't think they can get out of this one. Cullen coming in now. Pyroclasm is going to be separated from the rest of the team, but it still ends up in a double kill for Music.
I mean, just the Ashe, the Udyr Rs, the Brand Rylai's, all the slows that Dragons still have to deal with. They can't take a front to back. And I think that we've seen too many times now. A few attempts at it. Blue Otter have beaten them, get a couple kills in their pockets, push that gold lead forward. Gonna exit, take the blue buff, and I expect the reset to come in here quite shortly. A Samikin might have overstayed and be a threat. Good sidestep from him as he's out of there.
He's just dodging everything.
Yeah, I love the discipline, though. Again, that's a good discipline from Blue Otter. They're going to team reset now. I think that Blue Otter have shown so many good things as a team. That's something that when you talk to Levitate, he highlighted too, saying that the fact that we are kind of friends, we can joke around and also be serious with one another, and that really helps with our environment. And man, this is a team that's playing as a 5-stack. It's really a pleasure to see. I've been really, really impressed with Blue Otter in this early season.
And that's something we harped on a lot for Dragonsteel or Maryville in the past, is that friendship, that camaraderie. It builds bonds, but it also makes you such great competitors. And so far, so good for Blue Otter. We have come into the league and made some massive splashes. Their Otter hands. Now, we do need to look at how they try to close this one out. They are in a pretty massive lead. There's some item spikes that are going to be coming across for Dragonsteel. You've got side lane pressure for Quacker. But in between these moments, Dragonsteel can look for things, and now they have found Levitate. He isn't going to get hit by that spear, but does take a couple Mystic shots. Oh, no, Dragonsteel.
Yep.
You might have overextended, and now Quacker, he's just going to walk at you again. Zamudo with all those legs trying to walk away from Levitate, but he's slowing him down with those threaded volleys. He's able to go back to mid lane here where Blue Otter have the push. Yuji to try to catch Levitate out. Oh, that's not good. You can't leave your team members in Cougar-infested jungles. He will end up getting them. They got the Cougar repellent out there. Zamudo tries to go through. They needed maybe some Scorpion repellent, but Blue Otter, they tried to push down mid lane. They lost their wave there. Now it's a little bit questionable, but they still come out on top and blow up their gold lead to 7K.
I don't mind the looks, though, from Dragonsteel. Like, Levitate was down cleanse. Zyko actually found a pick and got the flash out of Levitate, so to have it kind of be an extended 1 for 2, it does give Dragonsteel more angles to play as sums are down, and I think that's necessary for them. They have to play this game fast to figure it out. Is Samikin going to walk over control ward? He has flash and ult.
Oh, he could stop, but it doesn't matter.
Good escape from Samikin. No one else is on the map. That is a tool down for the Dragon that is spawning here in 25 seconds. Could be soul point for either team.
Could be. You also have 3 items there completed for both Music and Samikin. The Crypt Blooms are there in full bloom. You're also almost on 4 items now for Music, who has had an incredible start to this series, especially when we were tagging this jungle matchup as the premier spotlighted matchup here. Music striking well first and foremost on this brand. Now they go back to this Dragon.
And there's no play here for Maryville. The only play is to hope they can match the Baron that's spawning in 5 seconds. They've deployed on the top side of the map. But look at the Blue Otter. I mean, this is so good. The distribution of resources. They don't need 5 people to be on this Dragon. They can actually go contest the Baron side. They're going to try and play for this crab. They aren't overextending as they know that they are down numbers here.
There's 3 Hextech Dragons in a
Really
row,
nice.
though. That's huge for Blue Water. Now they can also look for picks as they have the Enchanted Pistolero ready to go out of mid lane. And we'll just try to push that one out. Maybe look at some... Oh, they still lose their outer tower up there. Doesn't matter, as resets will end up coming through here to spend all that juicy gold.
Reset's okay. Spyrax notably has LDR off that reset, so they actually have someone that can kind of deal with Udyr. And it looks like Scary Jerry might be going for a Bork. It's either that or Scimitar, which like there are multiple sums, and the MR is not terrible, but would be interesting. Okay, so no caught.
He's trying to get back control forward. The Impale over, though. Depth charge on the back line, and yeah, Zamudo's already gone. Samikin going unstoppable, and Blue Otter have not lost a body. Samikin splitting them in half here, and Spyrax just left to the wolves, or more like the otters, as they've taken on a vicious mantra. They have completely turned Dragonsteel around at every turn here, and they want to try to start this fair and potentially, but maybe just force the fight onto Yuji.
Rovex does not have flash. They are looking, but Yuji and Scary Jerry doing a really nice job of at least stalling. Baron now starting. Music can rip through this as Brand. Yuji has the potential to steal, but the ease from Talia should keep Italy out.
He's trying to get out. He does get away from the seismic shove. Yuji locked down, though, and it was all a bait. True shot barrage.
Oh, music.
It's not enough in the end. Samikin goes godlike. Scary Jerry still trying to stave them off, but that rally cry Baron buff is all Blue Otters.
Blue Water continue to put together a hell of an impressive game against the Dragonsteel that were in finals last split. Beat YC to start this split with a sub and a new member in Zamudo. And Blue Water now taking a controlled victory against, again, a top-of-the-table team. Feels like every step in this game, Blue Water have pretty much been in control. As the comp they had, there are a lot of tools where they can play out this game, but their ability to at least chill against Dragonsteel, not give them the blistering early games that we're used to, and then scale into this game. I cannot emphasize enough how impressed I am of Blue Water in this early season. Beating AoE is one thing. Take a finalist in Dragonsteel down like this, in this fashion, is another. As Blue Water showing that they are legit contenders in this league. I mean, a team that we got to start considering, like, where do they fall in the pack if they keep on putting up performances like this?
It's especially against the Dragonsteel that has literally just dominated their opponents over and over again. And that's been the crazy part. But again, this is a Dragonsteel that we haven't necessarily seen play from monumental leads behind and find those big comebacks.
No, we haven't. And their comp isn't built for it. As Blue Water has just kind of gotten to run at them. They get to out-tank them. They have an Udyr.
Specifically Quacker.
The Brand with the Rylai's, like, if you get caught at any point, you just get chased down over time.
When your team has 3 Leandries, you know you're sitting tight. They did miss the dredge line there. And Dragonsteel are trying to figure out their way in.
Scary Jerry did go for that Bloodthirster. So Lifesteal
I feel like they have it. They feel like they have it on the Rovex. They're just going to full commit onto the Nautilus here. Quacker going to move in here to try to beat the false front line, but Dragonsteel, they're trying to fight their way out of this one. Zyko goes in for a false engage, but it's really Quacker who's just running at Scary Jerry and Spyrax. A triple kill with that beautiful Pyroclastic cuts through for music, and they're pushing for the end.
I love Samikin's Talia too. I feel like this champ is still so strong, and Samikin's been so big at the end of the game. As Blue Otter, what a great victory from them.
And I ask you, NACL, what is a dragon to an otter? As it's a 1-0 lead in this best of 3 and a 13,000 gold shellacking by Blue Otter against the top team here in our league.
Was not expecting that to kick off our second series of the day. As, again, Blue Otter, they played toward their win cons better. And I was really impressed with, I thought Samikin put up a really nice game. He was doing a good job of playing cautiously in the 5v5, but also taking what he could. But man, for me, Music was the one that really stood out. He dictated that early game. He got the team 6 grubs, was able to answer back that dragon off a good Herald placement. And Blue Otter, man, I cannot emphasize enough. I did not have this team high up in my standings. I was like putting them there. I know I talked about Uncle Phil. I was like, am I really going to put an Uncle Phil team like bottom 2, like getting relegated? I think I was wrong. And hey, I know that buddy. I'm giving credit to the coach, but man, these players deserve all the credit for how they played out that game.
And we got to give credit to the player of the game. It was Music of all, as that brand performance actually incredible, especially against Yuji on the other side.
Man, that I mean, I gotta say, I was not expecting this. We're coming into the series like, man, we know Dragonsteel gets leads, and I was impressed with how Blue Otter played out their map. I thought they played a good map in the earlier stages of their AoE game, and especially in games 2 and 3. It's like, man, I don't think they can do that against Dragonsteel. Like, there's just too much firepower. This team's too good. No, they played a chill early game to comp where they needed to. They got to the point where they can win the map, and they did so in very handedly fashion. So, very impressed by Blue Otter taking down Dragonsteel in this one. And now let's see if they can do it again. It's one thing to win a game, another thing to win a series.
Truly is a bit of a different beast there, but I think it's really nice to see Music have such consistent performances to start out this summer. Again, the last time we saw him on Supernova, it wasn't necessarily the brightest of stories there. So it really is nice to see kind of come back, and this team that is relying on a lot of friendships and a lot of bonds to power through. Now we'll see if Dragonsteel can power themselves up and get into this series, or if Blue Otter will take a 2-0. See you on the other side of this break. Welcome back to NACL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby. And what a game to kick off this second series. I'll tell you, my goodness, Blue Otter destroyed Dragonsteel, as we'll take a look at the post-game breakdown here. And a big shocker, it feels like, to NACL as a whole.
Yeah, I was not expecting this coming into the day. I thought that if you swap the two teams, I think that's what I was expecting the game to look like. That was not the case. Blue Otter, taking the team fight comp, they were able to get rolling. The triple AP topside did not matter into Dragonsteel, who weren't able to acquire the funds or the DPS to actually deal with the Blue Otter comp, and Blue Otter kind of cruised.
We had that bit of meshing of styles, right? Dragonsteel, who always found early leads and chokeholded games out of everybody they had faced so far. And Blue Otter, who had some really sound mid to late game decision making. We thought we wouldn't even get that crossover, but Blue Otter found advantages. They kept hold steady. And in the end, they just outlasted the storm of Dragonsteel and really ended up making the Dragon not have any teeth.
Yeah, I've got to say, I'm in 2 games today where I've seen a triple AP topside win, and it's making me really reconsider what I know about League of Legends. But I'm here for it. Again, I think the tools that Blue Otter had, they were too good in the fights for Dragonsteel. Dragonsteel, I mean, those champs, once they got slowed up, they were chased down, and Blue Otter were able to chase them to the ends of the earth with Udyr.
And if you're not familiar with our league, you wouldn't know that this is full Omega Drive Fearless 5000, where every single champion that was played in that first game will not be available to either side. And that means there's a lot of pivotal picks taken off the table here.
The official name, by the way, from Whooply.
Yeah. I come up with a new name every single time.
They're all from Whooply. He DMs them to Mazel. This is actually...
I'm not going to condone that.
No, you know, we're guinea pigs for, like, as a league for testing new formats, and we're also guinea pigs for testing the name of said formats. So it only makes sense, actually.
At least I get to cop out where my reasonings come from for some of the words I've thrown there, at least.
Hey.
But I think there's some cop-out champions that are not going to be available anymore here. Some Skarner gameplay off the table. The brand, more particularly, that Karthus stonk, definitely rising here. But I'm very interested at what the jungle matchup's going to look like now, and if we're going to get a little bit more of that mid to late game stability for Dragonsteel.
I'm expecting Dragonsteel to take a little bit more of a team fight-centric comp. And I think that will do them a lot of favors. I'm still expecting to see AP junglers from Yuji, who has yet to play an AD jungler this split, and I'm a fan of that, as I think that the trap that Zyko and Yuji set for the brand was good. They just weren't able to find the kill. And then Brand kind of, like, Music, I mean, props to him. He kept the map really chill. And Music, I think that you're so right when you talk about his time with Supernova, because that was a team where, you know, their bot lane, it was very bot lane meta, and their bot lane wasn't that strong. Robbie Bob wasn't a carry player, right? He's more of a, hey, everyone else, like, if there's someone else that breaks the game, I'm always going to be consistent, bring the damage, and play mages, right? But it wasn't really the setup that I feel like Music could be successful in. Because for me, Music's best when he is able to facilitate and be the one that kind of leads the team, leads comms. This team, it feels like such a better setup for Music. I also feel like, props to Music, I think that he leveled up from the last time I saw him. Like, seeing him play this meta, I wasn't expecting him to be the one to, you know, take all the camps and make the right decisions. He was always a player for me that when he dropped camps, it was usually smart, or he'd play for the right side of the map. But when you take that with this meta, a lot of your decisions actually just become easier when you're clearing so quickly. And I think that Music has, like, really, really taken that tenfold, and has had some really good looks in this early season for me. And we haven't seen that in AP champs yet, which he just did in that last game. So seeing Music round out his play even more in real time, it's good.
He had the Karthus already.
Yeah, I know it's Lilia too. I know he plays Lilia.
I will just say the help of that and that facilitation, it helps where that facilitation is going towards. And I think Samikin and Levitate provide perfect examples of where you can give gold that you know there will be payoff, right? I think Levitate had a really good game last time around. Not only the utility from the Ashe, but also a lot of the teamfight positioning. And that man was space gliding all over people. And I think Samikin a lot with the Weaver's Walls. Like, there was a lot of interaction between those three players that is super important if Blue Water is going to continue to be successful.
Yeah, I mean, I think Samikin's Talia is really good. And again, Samikin for me is a player that he sees the game differently from me. And
yeah,
I really value that when it comes to players. Like, he does bring flair, and he brings his own pool. Like, that's a game where you're showing brand new to you don't expect to go AP champ, but that, hey, to be fair, a lot of 80s were taken away, and that's what Samikin plays, and he played it damn well. So I think Samikin having a good showing is good. And again, he's someone that I feel like was a mid laner that was kind of on the come up, where I'm excited to see how much he can grow. I think that him being in Challengers League as a rookie this split, like, there is more expectation on you to grow as a rookie. You just have more to learn. And seeing like some of his movement be really strong, some of like how he's weaving in his abilities and when he's using them has been really strong. I'm pretty high on Samikin. For me, he just needs to round out his pool, actually play melees, and then just upgrade his landing a little bit. But hey, we saw a really solid game from him in that one. And I'm really hoping that we see more of that.
You're wondering why we are still on screen and you're not seeing champions be picked. It's because we had a little bit of an issue with draft. I'm sure we'll be getting to that as soon as possible. I was going to say humanly possible, but it's also had to do with tech, so it's not really, it doesn't really go together. But I think the humanity of things in that game, number one, is the fact that we do expect Dragonsteel to maybe wake up, if the phrase fits, because this is a team that we've seen dominate early games time and time again. Yes, some of the drafting may be whittling some of those tools down, but it is a team that we expect to kind of fuck up in a game too.
I mean, it was still Nidalee. Like, they had early game options. It's just that once that comp got
didn't
going,
have other things.
It didn't have other things. And also, I gotta say, we've the Skarner is valuable in fights, but can't really function in fights when you have slows coming from everywhere when you are Skarner. So I think that did make a big difference in that game.
Cubby, my friend, I'm sorry to cut you off. I do have word that we are potentially having a little bit of a longer issue. So we are going to send it away to the worst game show ever. Thanks to Joshi. And we'll see you on the other side.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and let you pick the first category that we're going to be choosing.
I'm going to do Google Translate 200.
They need so they don't bury their heart in others, but they also need outer balance.
Kindred.
Kindred, it seems like a good guess, but it is not the right answer. Nobody's going to get this first one, guys. Obviously, this was Udyr, the Spirit Walker. Who would number 6 from Battlestar Galactica main in League of Legends?
Do you guys know what Battlestar Galactica? No, not at all. Misfortune.
That's a good guess, but not who I think she would actually make. Well, guys, the answer to this one was Vi in Roman numerals.
I couldn't get this game now.
Yeah.
I'm a Brainbusters for 500.
Dr. Mundo goes where he pleases, but where does he please?
Your mom's house.
Good answer. Good answer.
So if he goes where he pleases where he goes.
I accidentally went a little bit earlier, but Shochi, you still got it correctly. Quacker's gonna get half points, but Shochi, you're gonna get full points for that one. They travel the world in search of different animals, especially big-eyed kayaks.
It's Rise.
Rise? It's not Rise. It's Rengar. So at some point, they translated Kazakhs to kayak. What champion is this emoji?
I mean, I was thinking who has like 4 different guns. Jinx.
Yeah, let's go! It's Jinx! Quacker, that's another 500 points, up to 750. Quacker, what sea?
Bilgewater Sea.
It's not Bilgewater Sea, but you're getting in the head. It's actually an eye.
Oh my god.
I?
Does anyone know what this symbol is?
It's the Fleur de Lis.
Okay.
I don't know. Jarvan.
It is not Jarvan. So it's Lis and Ra.
Wow.
Be careful not to fall again.
I'm gonna go Riven.
Riven?
Like
It's not Riven, but I see where you get that. I see where you get that. Nasus, the Curate of the Sands. You're actually really close there.
We're not meant to be a team, but I think it's time we form like some sort of alliance.
What does Africa want in League?
Niles. The player Niles.
I'm gonna give you 1 point for that one, Shochi, because it is funny. Africa wants Morgana. All right, Shochi, who would Mordekaiser main in League? I don't know why the R is cut off, but it just goes to show this is the worst League game show ever.
Thinking between Viego or Pantheon.
I'll tell you, both of those are wrong. It is, in fact, Hui.
Oh my god, Mordekaiser's numero uno!
Numero uno and Priscilla. Wait. Quacker, if Fiddlesticks and Gangplanks, who would?
Maokai?
It is! It's Maokai! Who would Mozart main?
Okay, I'll just say Sona.
It is not Sona. That seems a little obvious.
Think of the word Wolfgang? Warwick.
That's it! it's Warwick! Because he's part of the Wolf Gang! Let's go! Philip, you're on the board. Who would a Wiimote main in League of Legends?
Wii Sports, tennis, Trundle.
It is not Trundle. The answer, guys, is Rumble. Shochi, what champion is this?
Scorpion's the one where he's like, get over here! So get over here and give me a kiss, that's like Blitzcrank.
I'm gonna give you 100 points, but that is not the correct answer. Because Scorpions are part of the Arachnid class. No! Okay.
Oh no, can I have them?
Yeah,
You know, we'll give this one to Philip.
Simple questions, 500.
Philip, you?
You me.
No. The answer to this one is nah, me.
Okay, Google Translate 500.
To carry out the orders of the powerful industrial empire that has enslaved them.
Rally cry?
Is Aurelian Soul, the Star Forger.
Oh.
He was enslaved by Targon. Quacker, what champion is this?
I'll go Gwen.
I think Gwen's a doll, but it's not Gwen, kid.
Is it Aurelian Soul? No.
It's not we just did Aurelian Soul. It's Camille, because Kamael is the archangel of strength, courage, and passion, and her legs are swords.
I don't like these emojis.
It's Kennen, because it's Ken, and there are none eggs in the best. Who would Leon from a Resident Evil main?
Leon sounds like Leona, but that's way too obvious.
That seems pretty obvious, yeah. Who'd main RE? Ash is the Flash. Which Scarlet Witch? Who's Green Lantern?
Thresh.
That's it!
That's so easy!
Alright, Shochi, what's more than a bajillion?
A zillion.
There you go! He's locking in! I need you all to DM me first the number of points you'd like to wager. Everybody's all in. When the question was, controller champion, what was your answer?
But like, controller is like fighting games, kind of. So I was thinking of Super Smash Bros. Melee. And the last... Oh, well, yeah.
And unfortunately, gamers, because you all gambled everything, we all end with a perfect tie at 0, 0, and 0. Any advice that you would like to give to future contestants on the worst league game show ever?
Stay far away from this cursed game show.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby. Hopefully, we're getting through some of those draft issues as you got to see the worst league game show ever.
No.
My God.
No.
It was...
No.
What?
The best game show ever. It was the best game show ever.
It's literally called the worst league game show ever.
But I liked it.
Can't deny that. Well, yeah, maybe I liked it too, but that doesn't matter. Anyways, great stuff from Joshi, and shout out to all our players. But shout outs to our players for sticking through it here in this series, because we got a Blue Otter victory in game number 1, now leading to a game number 2 that Dragonsteel need to bounce back from.
Yeah, and draft number 2, game number 2, we're not going to drop this time. We got that coming up for you guys shortly. If you guys missed game 1 at all, it was a smashing from Blue Otter. They took a comp that was better grouped up, and the early game comp from Dragonsteel did not get a lead, and that ended up really biting them in the butts. And so now I'm expecting to see some early games still from Dragonsteel, but I am also expecting to see some more team fight tools taken from them as they kind of return to what I consider normal.
And after we saw that Italy and the brand locked in last time around, I knew we were going to get a lot of focus on the jungle, but I knew that anyways coming into the series. And I want to see what iteration of the jungle matchup we get this time around, especially with UG being on the blue side. We did get that LeBlanc Jax Hwei ban by them on that blue side. It is
first pick Zyra.
It is the Tristana TF Rumble into that Zyra first pick.
Zyra was an AP champ that was not dinged on this patch. So we are on patch 14-13. So that said, it does give Blue Otter this Corki that has been a really big pick. Tristana's off the table, so it leaves Spirax Dancer with his Yone. Keep in mind, this is a flex with Zamudo. So I'm not surprised to see the Alistar response to this... Whoa! Sandikin! We're playing
They've
Vex!
had some time to think about it, all right? They've had some time to think about it. We get the Vex lock-in for Sandikin, and that pool continues.
Okay, we are hunting Zyra this game. That's the plan. Corki's going bot for Levitate, and Zyra, we're on the hunt for Zyra. We're going to ban out the Corki counters, so I expect Zeri and then Varus to be banned. Yeah, those are good ones. Meanwhile, attacking Quacker's champion pool a little bit. Keep in mind, this Yone is flexible for Dragonsteel. I think that this Yone is now going top for Zamudo. So I think the Gambit from Blue Water might have not paid off. But we do have a press R comp. So when Vex goes in, here's everyone. Viego can go over the top and get kills.
Yep, you got a big engage there as well.
Oh,
from
wait.
Rovex,
Hold
and we
on.
get the immediate Renekton.
Okay, never mind. It is Yone mid. Wow, we aren't putting Yone top. Okay. Renekton is a safe counter. There's a Kaisa. Not surprised to see that. Dive's good. Cassante, I will say... Ooh. Don't make me too excited here, Blue Water. I don't want to see you...
Just watching you.
No, I
pick
don't
apart
want to
this
see
draft.
Blue Water get too based with this. Malphite would be too based. It's too much in one game. We can't have Malphite on top of all this. There was too many R's anyway. I think Cassante, it provides a little bit of appeal, and it's decent. I think the one struggle that we have, we're going into Zyra, okay? That's dangerous in its own right. We have to get through an Alistar, a Renekton, a Yone and Kaisa, or they can move. That said, this Rel, Vex, Viego engage, if it ever gets off on sound footing for Blue Water, it's big. I'm very interested to see how this Vex is piloted against Spyrax's Yone.
I will say a lot of execution relies on Blue Otter's side. You have to be able to get the timings of things and along those lines. I think the control around objectives and especially around setup fights is a lot easier for Dragonsteel.
I think so too. Also, just before we dive into this game, I do want to give a quick shout out. OQs just started and are going on. So if you guys want to tune in, twitch.tv/NACL2 or any of the other streams that we have, feel free, as everyone that's trying to play to make it in the Challengers League with that promotion relegation we have at the end of the split. That's taking place now. But Lennon, I'm excited to dive into this game and see if Blue Water can pull off what would be a very impressive 2-0 victory over Dragonsteel. And they have some flair on this one as well. I think Cassante has to be the one to hold the line. And the real focus for me with Blue Water, it's got to be taking down Zyra early. With this dog pile, I'm very concerned. This is such a good Renekton game. I think Renekton can shred everything in this game, and he can rush armor and not really care about the Vex damage, which for me is a non-negligible. So I'm really going to keep my eyes on Zamudo, where he has a winning lane and has a Zyra in his back pocket too, which is going to clear fast. I want to see Zamudo really step up and take over this game. I feel like this draft is so good for Renekton.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing where the resources go as well for Dragonsteel, because I do feel like, especially with Spyrax and Scary Jerry, they have a lot of, if they catch somebody out, they can all join that fight very, very, very quickly. And I think that's going to be really important to keep an eye out for Dragonsteel as well. But it's more so how quickly these tussles in the jungle become, because Yuji's going to have that clear speed over music every single time on the Zyra once he gets going.
Yeah, my thing for Zyra is I think that you have to contest the plants or one of the quadrants early before Zyra gets cruising, because once Zyra gets level 3 and onwards, the jungle melts. And Zyra can really...
From Kiel.
Yeah, Zyra can really cheat where she is in the jungle, just given that she takes camps like over walls and with plants and in weird spots. So we did see Kiel contest that. Viego level 1 is decent. The level 1 overall for Blue Otter, if Vex doesn't connect with the ability, it's quite tough. But I'm curious if Blue Otter decides to walk into the jungle with Dragonsteel and contest, as that's something where I think that's how you set Zyra behind. And in terms of winning lanes, they don't win top. So I think this has to be through the bot side, where they have to walk in and see if they can get some sort of advantage.
It feels like we've gone on a days-long journey, but we finally made it into game number 2 of this second series. And Blue Otter looking to take a 2-0. Make sure you're spamming in chat who you got. Blue for Blue Otter or DSTL for Dragonsteel.
I love how with the DSTL, Mazel has all the dragon jokes now that he can make with, his being a zookeeper in D&D. And then I just chuckle and I'm like, well, they found a way to keep St. Louis in Maryville's name, DSTL.
I just love the picture. We got some pictures of it on Twitter as well, some recreations of a dragon versus an otter. I just think that's hilarious.
If you turn your head 90 degrees to the right, that D kind of looks like the arch of St. Louis, and then you have St. Louis on top of that.
You're trying way too hard.
No, they're trying way too hard.
They already have it in the name. You don't have to add, you don't have to continue.
They thought through all of this. All right, here we're gonna go. Red side contest from Blue Water will be spotted by Spyrax, will not be contested by Dragonsteel, and music gets to start on Zyra's quadrant, which I think again is key to playing into Zyra.
important just to kind of keep not only tabs on Zyra, but also keep pressure on Zyra, because you don't want it to be an easy full clear 10 times in a row. As I do actually want to think a little bit more about the influence that the lanes can have on this jungle matchup as well, especially with the priority that will be gained in mid lane.
All right, so Zyra's going to split the map. Will be a couple camps lost for Zyra overall, but should be able to get most of camps. Mid, so if Vax is able to hit abilities, it's playable into Yone. Yone is very much better in a side lane, but Yone can be vulnerable to Vax and combos. I just think the Vax really wants to connect with Zyra. I think that's the big key. As level 2 has been achieved for Dragonsteel in the bot lane, they're going to go chase music out of the jungle, but he's already gotten the Krugs.
Yep, got all of them as well. Is going to make his way out after that one. So is level 3 after full clearing that side. It will be the trade on the other side, though. Was spotted out, so Blue Otter will be able to play with that vision knowledge at least.
I will say this patch, too, Electrocute got buffed up early on, so that might help Samikin push Yone around a little bit.
Looks like it's helping a little bit here. He's already got priority there.
It is prio for the first few,
go
few
back
waves.
and forth,
yeah. Given your range in the melee, these first few waves are prio for Samikin, and actually Samikin not doing his best job of managing the wave here. Spirax, nice job on the pull. Is threatening that Yuji could be mid. Not the case, but still a nice threat.
That's going to be a barrier pop by Levitate. Trying to get some damage back on Scary Jerry, who burns his flash. Now Ignite's coming down. Cleanse burn. Who's going down first? Scary Jerry's the one that falls to first blood, overestimating his confidence. And now Zyko wants to try to get the play onto Levitate. Does end up burning his flash, but you take first blood all day by Blue Otter.
Oh my gosh, of course you do. They got the marksman out of lane. Zyko was trying to get the WQ under turret. Levitate was able to sneak out just in time. And that's really big for the bot lane of Blue Otter. As that engage was taken by Zyko, the two-man was good, but Corky too strong in the early levels, able to step up and wipe Scary Jerry off the map.
And this is a bot lane that was the strength of Maryville, now Dragonsteel. And it has now been turned on its head by Levitate and Rovex. What a duo to do it as well.
I mean, a really big start to this game for Blue Otter. We take another look. The E was already burned. I think that's maybe why they wanted the engage, and Zyko did find 2. But Scary Jerry, like, he's in the middle of the minion wave. Barriers popped. He doesn't react to the knockup. Eats a lot of damage. Rovax able to find stun the back half, even sidestep. Just doesn't matter. He came back up for Levitate, and he's ripping through, shredded that armor of Kaisa to make sure that he finds the kill on his own. Meanwhile, though, topside, I know I was setting up Zamudo for being really big this game. He does have that small lead already into Quacker's Cassante and has TP advantage. So a top lane very Renekton favored with everything going on.
You're going to see music get aggressed on by UG. Will be spotted out on his way out, though. He's just going to take out that control ward on the other side. But let's talk about the objective state of things, as we will have dragons spawning here soon. It will also mean the grubbies are going to be spawning on the other side of the map. We have supportal combat about to be joined by multiple members over here, as they actually can collapse onto Zyko. He's going to use Levitate to try to get the headbutt distance here, but Rovex able to lock him down here potentially. No, actually, that pulverize.
That's enough for Drake.
Makes the difference, yeah.
Yeah, that's enough for Drake. Scary Jerry's going to take his reset. This dragon will fall to Blue Otter and music, so that wave is frozen. That roam from Zyko was not on point. As this wave, very tough for Scary Jerry to play in. Zyko was hovering his mid laner in Spirax, does not pay off. And now that bot wave, a lot of resources lost for the Kaisa. Levitate will slow push that back out. Blue Otter will pick up this dragon for free. Grubs are spawning here in 20 seconds, and Renekton's very strong on the top side, so I expect those to go over to Dragonsteel, but still Blue Otter off to a nice start.
And again, the reason why we harp on that so much is because this is not a team that you should be having nice starts against. This is a team in Dragonsteel who has put their opponents to bed early in their games, and that has not been the case today in this series. Blue Otter upsetting expectations, maybe setting expectations of their own. We do end up seeing Dragonsteel take those grubs, like you had mentioned, with a little bit of a move from Zamudo. But nothing else going to be of it, and I still expect music and the rest of Blue Otter to continue being proactive, especially now that level 6s are going to be on the horizon.
I gotta say, Zamudo burned his TP back. I don't know if he needed that to secure the grubs, and that's a big deal for me, because with Renekton, like, you can kind of hold your TP. at points, and just given how strong you are in the lane, and use that to stick around and then come back with a big item advantage where you can bully in the back half. So I know Zamudo is still up in the lane. He's going to be fine, but a potential timer missed out to have a bigger advantage in terms of what items you have. His Music trying to get in and contest the Raptors of Yuji. He did wrap his way around, is already here, and Music will not find any goods on Yuji's side of the jungle. So Yuji's done a nice job of getting back into this game and getting a small CS lead for himself. It's called being a pest right there.
Yeah, you know, why not? We are going to get Yuji on the other side of the map, though, to get that Scuttle Crab Music going right back to his side of the jungle here. And that's where I want to talk next moves for both these guys. Yuji, he's on a champion who's very fine, just kind of farming up in his lonesome, but I feel like the Viego, especially for Music, wants to try to get this first item spike going for him as quick as possible.
Yeah, I mean, everything right now, pretty stock standard. Music.
Steal?
Not able to get in here and steal it in time. We'll see that it was just taken by Yuji as the track continues. Yuji doesn't spot him yet. Music will not continue. Might help Zamudo, or Quacker, I should say, get this lane into Zamudo on the top side. This bot lane, we see Levitate with an item advantage, really peppering down Dragonsteel. This bot lane is going very well.
Got level 6 as well. Rovex playing a little bit with fire. You mess with the bull, you're about to get the horns, but it's turned right back around as I didn't know Manatees had horns too. They get another kill in bot side. Now both of Dragonsteel's bot laners have died once.
And the second flip from Zyko, we're trying to get someone into the turret. The stun came in just outside of that turret range. So no dice being found. And Blue Water, I'm so impressed with this team.
Lane.
Yeah, not expecting that. Levitate, I mean, he wants to prove himself as a consistent carry. Getting leads like this in a Scary Jerry, our first team All-Pro and most improved player. Last split, someone who put up a hell of a first series against CCG as well. Rather big deal.
Yeah, and I love it also because, you know, Levitate is one of the newer members added to Blue Otter to come into this promotional season for them. And now we're getting it all out in topside 1v1. Who's going to get their life? It's going to be Quacker that comes out big man on top.
And that early TP for the Grubs, again, for me, I think that actually is a big deal in this matchup because you could have TP'd back with like a Phage or a Caulfield's Warhammer if you were Zamudo. Instead, it's just 2 longswords into a Bramble Vest. And Quacker's able to win out on the elongated trade, which was decently well played. So props to Quacker. We know Quacker's a damn good Cassante player. Finding a kill onto Zamudo there will help him get back in this matchup. As Blue Water, they have leads everywhere. Xanakin has a plate mid. They've got 2 kills on the Quirky bot. Now a solo kill for Quacker on top. Like we were saying, the big upset was Dragonsteel taking down FlyQuest challenges in week 1, coming a week off of CLAW where they were playing on a patch 3 patches old with the old items, or old versions of items, and a sub, and then Zamudo top instead of Niles. This would be the biggest upset for me. Our promoted team in Blue Water coming at a team that a lot of people had at the bottom of their tier list, coming in with a dominant 2 over Dragonsteel, where they're playing better on the map and finding individual leads against the team that was in the finals last split. Didn't want that
You
one.
might have just cast a curse him. You went a little too long for that one, as he's going to flash out, try to get away from the Stranglethorns, but he will die in the end. Ends up getting caught because they didn't have vision over on the top side.
Yeah, nice rip back from Spyrax to make sure the Samikin fell under the turret, and a good look from Yuji. So it is the first positive play we have seen for Dragonsteel in this game. I do like Rovex delaying those recalls. It does matter. Look at your Dragon timer, 23 seconds away from that Cloud Drake. And we could see Blue Water either play for the Grubs or the Dragon, as both are on the map.
Looks like both junglers want to go over to the Grubs here.
Music's going to get one. He's got to be careful, though.
It would be Grub again for Dragonsteel. We do have continued supportal combat there. Yuji seemingly winning out on a lot of these skirmishes against Music's Viego.
Yep.
They're going to move Zamudo down as well.
Zyra.
In the mid lane.
Zyra's so infuriating as a champion to deal with at times. Samikin might be stuck. He's no flash.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble now as well. He's going to give over another. And there is a nice fear, though.
Oh no! Spyrax!
This is it!
Yeah.
He ends up getting him at the end. But Spyrax makes good on it. They'll get the Grubs as well. So that'll be Grub again by Dragonsteel.
Okay, well played for Dragonsteel. Getting back into it. I think 6 Grubs are big for them, as Yone is going to be a side lane threat, and Renekton can also win out on sides in this game. So this is now a win con for Dragonsteel, where if they are able to play out 3 lanes, they will have 6 grubs and stronger solo laners to boot against Blue Water.
And this is the kind of composition, the kind of style that we wanted to see from Dragonsteel in the game number 2. Very different from that game 1 where it's just double-edged sword, go at it, hope you win, and snowball. This one's a lot more reactive. You have a lot more tools available for you in the later game to build towards.
Dragonsteel, I mean, if they can interrupt this dragon stacking from Blue Water, it would be nice for them. Dragonsteel were our best dragon securing team that we had all spring in Challengers League, as Samikin might be under threat. That could be the case. The Hex Flash is just going to be a bluff from Zyko. And we're fine. We're spotting all the wards.
I want to see if they're going to move Samikin down. They are just going to get the engage here. Spirax goes straight onto Samikin. You have the move up from Scary Jerry. He does have the static shiv available there. Trinity Force has been completed for Levitate after he got those 2 kills. So honestly, the Corki has a nice little item spike right now if Blue Otter want to play around that.
That's a good call. Triforce being up at this point of the game is big, and Levitate's
Look at this
it.
burst he's about to do. Okay, he missed one of them. He missed
Still.
the other one. All right, it's fine. He still does help for half his health.
TP.
Meanwhile, they've got it on the Rovek. Spirax going to try to catch out Samikin. Quacker has the flank of a lifetime, and here comes Samikin. Stranglethorn going to separate the fight. Blue Otter starting to lose some bodies, and Dragonsteel starting to stack them up. But no, Zamudo, is he going to have enough? Scary Jerry's there doing some work. As now Levitate's forced to run away. Zamudo steps up big, and he's looking to feed that big croc of his. A triple kill goes over while Quacker is doing his own top lane performance. And how fitting it is that Zamudo and Quacker are the ones that come away big.
The Croc is going to be so big this game as everyone has to go in from Blue Water. Corki relatively short range outside the rockets, and Zamudo can get through everyone. A big triple kill on his shoulders. And he'll have a nice item spike once he gets back to base. Taking a look at the fight, it was an engage onto Yuji, which I think is necessary, as it was a really nice flash follow coming out from Music. Yuji was able to sneak out under. It got a little bit awkward in the back half because first off, Zamudo's TP is fantastic. Puts him in the middle of everything. But Samikin, when he went in, he didn't connect with the fear. He threw out the cooldown to find the fear before he followed up on that R. So he ends up going down, and no one can deal with Zamudo at this point of the game as Renekton so strong early, has that black cleaver, and absolutely shredded through everyone.
And Quacker having his own top line performance there on the other side of the fight with Asante. Both of them having 3 kills now. Both of them having bounties. And we were waiting for when they were going to be showing their face in this game. And I think it's damn about time they did.
I really favor where Dragonsteel are at in this game. I think that this Renekton is just going to be way too much to deal with. When you're playing into all melees as Renekton, scaling isn't nearly as much of an issue. Because, like, your Cold and Meek, you can interact with everyone. Your Armor Shred on your Empowered E, you can interact with everyone. Then you have the point-click stun, which is always good to have in a game. Easy to apply when everyone's jumping into you. Zamudo, again, really set up for success in this game. He's been having a great start to the split. I want to see him take over this game on a pretty stock standard pick.
It all goes back to conversation from draft. Dragonsteel just have a much easily executable comp. Much more easily executable comp.
Yeah.
And I think the way that Blue Water entrance into a lot of these, they need to be looking for the resets. They need to be looking for the big moments to execute.
And it's really tough to find resets into Renekton, Alistar. Your target has to be Zyra. And Zyra doesn't have flash. My eyes are on Zyra's flash. That is, I think, the most valuable cooldown for Dragonsteel to have up and Blue Water to have down, given the importance of resets in this game.
We're going to get the continuation of the 1v1 in topside, but it won't continue for much longer. And is this a state of game that you're okay with for Blue Water, where we're saying, you know, they need a lot more thinly executed lines, but it's also more of a situation where it feels like they have a composition that needs to be proactive and be looking for things?
It's okay. My biggest concern is how far behind this Vex is, because Vex doesn't do a lot of damage in the first place, and it's not getting any easier just given where Samikin's at. Not to mention the side lane being so in favor of Spyrax, who is going to go for the Bork and likely the Shield Bow next, we've seen from most of our Yones. So I think that side laning is going to be really difficult for Blue Water in this game. And if Dragonsteel stay disciplined in how they play out this 1-3-1, they will be at advantage when objectives are down. Rovax is caught and he's going down.
Man. And that's just so tough because you die so quickly against this composition. I got the Q3 there, Quacker. Zamudo just going to walk away from each other there in the end. Rift Herald did get spawned in mid lane by Dragonsteel. See who wants to walk it in. Nobody in the end, as they are actually looking for a bot lane play off the back of that. Oh, Samikin. He doesn't go down, actually, but Psycho, he's going to headbutt him out from safety, and Spyrax cleans him up easy. Alley-oop there for Dragonsteel.
That's that 1-3-1 into the Vex, as Vex very abusable. Has been set behind by Dragonsteel. I think that's the right focus given the game. And it's paying off. It's now Spyrax with the 6 grubs and the help of Yuji, trying to work on this bot outer turret that should fall this next wave.
Yeah, not much to hold on to there in the bot side, as Yuji with his plants will help take it down. And this is the control that Dragonsteel have traditionally found. Now, it's not a massive lead by any means, but their composition gives them so much control over the map.
No one can match the Renekton. No one can match the Yone. All Dragonsteel have to do is clear the jungle as fast as they can, and Yuji can hover one of those sides, and they're chilling. And right now, it's the Yone side, and that's the right call. Blue Otter can't really find advantages or engages in the Dragonsteel, and I love seeing Dragonsteel shift to playing the Econ game. They saw in game 1 how well Blue Otter can play out having a lead and stacking that up. Like, okay, if that's the case, we're just going to play 3 lanes and we're going to out-econ you. We dare you to play side lanes into this Yone and this Renekton. And once that Vex was taken early, Blue Otter were really pitted where they had to play fights. Dragonsteel shifting the side lanes were smart as Zamudo, Renekton in the side lane. Oh, so difficult to deal with. Able to sneak out easily, and now Zyko.
Let's get the headbutt pulverize combo. Scary Jerry's going to use the killer instinct in. Now he doesn't have any way of following up. Levitate, Samikin's going to flash his way out. Spyrax was looking for an angle, but he's not even going to need the angle as Scary Jerry takes one. Blue Otter, they're trying to make a play on this. Spyrax goes in and eviscerates everybody for Blue Otter. You got a little reset combo here, though, for music. He's got
another
the
reset.
Pull of the trigger here. He's going in with the Heartbreaker. Dragonsteel, they might have bitten a little bit more off than they could chew. Quacker's trying to make it happen. He's locked down, though, and Dragonsteel come away with 3 clean members and an ace of Blue Otter.
I thought Music was going to get the reset onto Yuji, but Yuji had that flash back up, flashed out of the Viego reset, and from there, the fight was won for Dragonsteel. It was a good angle from Quacker, but Zamudo holding the front line was good. Again, we're going to take a second look. Zyko wasn't quite able to find the combo, but they have the numbers and the TP coming in from Spyrax. So they feel like they can still go for this play, and they were right. Really like how, in this instance, Spyrax waits to ult until he sees the combo from Zyko. So Levitate falls for free. And on the back half, they're a little bit too far deep. Scary Jerry walks up. Great combo from Rovax, as that's the first reset that comes in the Music. Then watch Yuji. He gets yoinked from Quacker, wasn't quite chained for a second. Reset from Music. He was able to get out of that one. A great re-engage, too, from Zyko to set up Zamudo for the double kill. Quacker does all he can, but the fight's over. As Dragonsteel, they were the ones to fight first, fight early, and find the win.
What a way to do it as well. This composition feels so difficult to pilot against when they do have an advantage like that. Now you're on second item completed for Spyrax as well. And those item spikes can be so difficult. They're 4,000 gold up. They just took a dragon for the first time in the game for themselves. They'll be delaying a lot of the stacking from Blue Otter as well.
Again, this different approach from Dragonsteel. I really like it. And this is the what we were kind of teasing in the pregame, game 1. The flexibility of Yuji and Spyrax to play through each other. Like, whether it's a Yuji game or a Spyrax game, we can always count on each of these guys to put up a good game. And game 1, it was a Yuji game. Didn't quite pay out. This time, Spyrax has a bit more agency in the side lane. They're really playing through him and his lane, attacking this Vex, and it's been punished to the 9th degree. It's been very nice to see from Dragonsteel.
I really like Yone in the meta right now, but I also really like it when Spyrax plays it. It's been a
He's very good at it.
Super strong pick for him, not only in the past, but also this split. They're going to catch Rovex out. He's going to get his crash down over the wall, make it out alive. The Baron is up, and Yuji is Zyra. I don't know if Dragonsteel feeling as confident enough to start it up yet, though.
I mean, this is something where they can do it whenever they want with Zyra. And so you throw down those Stranglethorns. If he plants, that Baron melts.
And they wanted to get the back. Well, this is actually a really good play for Blue Otter, and Spyrex realizes that.
I mean, it is on one hand, but also on the other hand, look at the other lane. Zamudo is not really able to do much into... Or Vex can't do much into Zamudo. Zamudo can't do too much into Vex, but Zamudo's still getting all of his farm. Going a little bit better, though, for Samikin. Okay, so I appreciate the swap of lane assignments here. Quacker has red buff, so we can somewhat match the sustain of Spyrax with the Bork. It's not going to be great, but it's hanging in there.
Zyko just going on site against Rovex. Quacker! He's not taking that trade too heavily in the side lane. Now Zyko caught out a little bit, but has the rest of the team coming up behind him.
Thought he could have been in trouble there. Levitate didn't have the E up to get the armor shred. No fine. Now there's 2 wards in here. Dragonsteel are going to clear it out and then go reset their lanes. All they have to do is just keep on side lane. And Quacker has TP coming up shortly, but as long as that TP is not available, he's going to have to stay on map. We'll decide the base, gets his health bar back, and we'll see if he TPs back instantly.
God, this is dicey. Yuji's coming around. Music is the one they're just going to go full in on. Yeah, Killer Instinct comes in, and Music just gets completely trounced. Now All Out comes in on the Spyrax, trying to get him his Quacker, getting denied by Zyko. Meanwhile, re-engage on the other side of the fight by Rovex, who's now getting chunked out on his way out. Quacker is still going massive on the other side of the fight, but now he's getting whittled down. Is he going to be the focus? Now Zamudo is just 1v5ing, it feels like, under 2 turrets.
Yep.
And he's still going.
Yep.
Can anything stop this Croc? He's looking like Godzilla.
That's a big Croc, man. I see full dive. I see Croc being picked. I like the Croc. What else can I say? It's time to invest. Croc scales when you're playing into all melees. And Croc's been really big for Dragonsteel this game. Gonna walk out with 4 members up and a Baron to boot off the back of all of them. Take another look. Zamudo already fed. TP's into the plants. Puts himself right in the middle of that tri-brush. Samikin, the ult does not connect as Rovax somewhat shorted the engage. No find on the UG plus Scary Jerry on the back half. And then Zamudo just gets to run wild. Vex does no damage to this Croc. Corky does no damage to this Croc. And Zamudo just gets to keep on playing this one out.
What do you think Samikin and Levitate are saying in comms? Like,
so
God,
game 3.
We just can't do anything. Like, he's literally just walking at you. Now we get Spyrax almost 100 to 0ing. Rovex, is he going to make good on it? Doesn't in the end. Almost takes him out, though, from 100.
Was one
and now we have
away.
Dragon coming up, too.
The Croc got so fed that he decided instead of going for Randuins, he's going to go for the Spear of Shojin, which in an all-melee team, you just get more abilities up as Croc, and they all do more damage. That E... It's to an even shorter CD. This item is, I think it's kind of being slept on right now as a whole, and Croc abuses it very well. So Zamudo should be able to run through the rest of this game, and a great comeback from Dragonsteel, who, I gave so much credit to Blue Otter for playing a chill game and really out-econing Maryville, or Dragonsteel, and able to find the chase downs. As I make my first MU slip up. But this game,
earlier, but I'm not gonna,
I got to give Dragonsteel... Same. They were so disappointed playing out their 3 lanes. And again, the out-econ, it's so tough to deal with. And when you're playing, all these champs that are short range into the first pick Zyra, you're able to go like stuff where Nectin or Alistar behind it. Got really difficult for Blue Otter once they fell behind.
Catch him, but he just slices and dices his way out of that one. Now the siege has been continuing on bot side here. They're also going to open up siege on top side as another turret falls. More gold into the Dragonsteel bank coffers here. It's Blue Otter looking for a play on bot side. I don't think they really have a play here.
They're going to
get
weird.
The flank by Rovex.
That's an early Zanya.
The Magnet Storm. They don't get Scary Jerry. Oh, that's the engage. Gone completely awry here. Now Blue Otter is saying, cut tail and run, everybody for themselves. We may be friends, but we need to survive. And Dragonsteel will not halt on their breathtaking display. They do lose Scary Jerry on the back end of the fight, but they are on to the Nexus turrets now.
They're going to get 1 Nexus turret. It is a 4v4. I still favor Dragonsteel, but we could get a little bit funky here if Quacker wants to fight.
Quacker does so much damage. It's actually insane. They are looking at this one. Music has a flank right now.
UG's no flash. They want UG.
They're moving out, though. They're moving forward. They're trying to put the finishing touches on this one. They do end up taking down Music in the end, and that's been multiple times that Music's just been soloed out before he can even do anything. Dragonsteel, they can't take that last turret there, but they will end up taking the fight back on a Quacker. They take him down. Is this going to give them the confidence they need? Zamudo overextends, gives the shutdown over to Samikin.
He was feeling himself a little bit there. One E-dash in too many. As he ends up falling, gives away a bit of a shutdown. But still, Dragonsteel, they're the ones that take home. One Nexus turret should be backing out and taking this Dragon, as this game still looks to be entirely in their favor. And a double 3-game day here, Mizel. Rather fun if you were a Challengers fan. We got no LCS today. We still got some quality gameplay. Samikin.
I'm just happy we get all 6 games. Not exactly what I expected coming into this one, but it's exactly what I want. Now, over 10,000 gold is Dragonsteel. A little angry. They lost their first game of summer last game. And here they are with a couple Dragons in a row in a really roundabout performance that maybe was the expected side of things from Dragonsteel coming into the day.
I mean, whenever I talk about expectations coming into the day, I didn't expect to see game 1, but also I just never expect to see a Vex, so I still get a surprise in this game, which I'm happy about, if I'm being honest, so.
Okay.
Not bad.
Doesn't matter that it hasn't worked out. At least we got it. Fine.
You know, I appreciate the creativity, even if I think this champion is...
especially in full Fearless.
Champion's kind of terrible, but that's fine. You know, my proposed counter in the Yone is Gragas. I wanted to get real fun. Gragas would have went hard this game for Samikin. Alistar
well,
was
not going to be
too?
the case. Hindsight is 2020. At least that's what they say. Take a look at this siege initiated in the top side by Dragonsteel. They're going to take a tier 2 here. Going to maybe take full engage on a Quacker. He is pretty tanky. The rest of Blue Water are circling behind Dragonsteel. They do not have Zamudo, but he has TP.
Rovex is on a big flank. It is spotted. So it's now or never for Blue Water. And again, keep in mind Zamudo TP, which he's throwing down there. Yuji's got no flash.
You get the double knock up there. Oh, Samikin can't hit his ult, but you do get the all out here by Quacker. Trying to get on the back line. Stranglethorn comes through, and all of a sudden you blink and you're down 2 members for Blue Water and make it a 3rd, Scary Jerry says, as the dragon has awoken from its slumber and it'll char the fur of the otter as Dragonsteel will even us up to 1-1 as they put the final turrets to bed here, and it's gonna be a banger 3-game series.
In the words of one of my co-casters in the past summer, Game 6 poggers, as we have a 6-game day coming out, and a great win from Dragonsteel. All I want to say is I'm done with the first pick Zyra into let's pick full dive into the Zyra and try and dive the Zyra. I think that we can't get through Zyra. There's too much. The slows, the Stranglethorns. I'm done. Let's try to play some poke, guys. We can outrange this champion. I'm throwing that out there.
Good thing, you know, it's full Fearless.
Where's my Ziggs?
You won't even have to deal with that at all. It is going to be a player of the game going over to Zamudo, though, on the Renekton and the big Croc on campus.
When you would like to play Croc in this game, into full dive and full melees, it's a feel-good Croc game, man. That's a happy Croc when you get to interact with everyone. Those Call of the Meat queues, I think I saw like +5, +600 health on a couple of them, maybe.
Yeah.
And you have a winning lane into Cassante. You get some early prio. So, I mean, really the only slip-up was that Zamudo got soloed out early, which was a nice pickup from Quacker. But from there, every fight, Zamudo was a big, big problem.
Yeah. It was so funny to watch him and Quacker literally just say, hey, who's going to take the back line first? It definitely was Zamudo every time, but Quacker was giving him a run for his money on the Cassante. But I'm very excited what that top lane meta is going to be looking like in a game 3 as well. Because full Fearless means that we're going to have to see some wacky picks. And also with bot lane having been whittled down so heavily.
Honestly, bot lane has a lot of options left. So I'm curious to see what we end up seeing. But so far, it's been 2 good games, I think, from both of our teams. I mean, I think the Blue Water's comp was really hard to play out there once they got behind. And Dragonsteel played it out nicely. So I think drafts had a really big impact on the series. And curious to see what happens in Game 3.
Well, we're going to find out just after a short little break. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to NACL Summer 2024. I'm Bazell. I'm joined by Cubby, and we are back for the final game of the day. It is NACL 6-game Poggers. And what a game, too, that was. Dragonsteel absolutely destroyed as we take a look at that post-game breakdown.
Yeah, it was a big game. Done with full damage into Zyra. I'm out. You know, full dive doesn't work. Props to Quacker for somehow out-damaging Zamudo. Didn't feel like it in that game. Zamudo was immovable in those fights. And yeah, when you pick Renekton and do full dive, Renekton actually scales quite well. And Renekton was a scary, scary croc that game.
Definitely was. And I think, again, we've seen very big draft differences in both games so far. And I feel like it's really led to what we've seen play out in both games. Blue Water came out with a very strong draft in game number 1, executed it very well. This time around, a little bit harder to execute, especially from behind.
Yeah, I mean, once the Vex got set behind like that, I think your game's kind of over. Because you can't play out 3 lanes anymore. So, and it's kind of hard to make plays. And as good as Samakin's game 1 was, the game 2 from the Vex and Samakin was a bit rough. He was focused, but those ults didn't connect in a big way. He wasn't impactful in those early fights. And we'll see if Samakin can bounce back and be a big factor for Blue Water in trying to take this series home in game 3. When it would still be a big upset. I mean, I said it in game 1. If Blue Water were to win this series, this would be the biggest upset of the split so far between, I think, LCS and NACL. So, a big game here for Blue Water if they're able to pull it off. And I know that game 2 didn't go their way, but I still think Blue Water's playing some decent league.
Yeah, and again, it comes down to if they can make it to an even playing field around the mid to late game where some of those decisions come in clutch for them. We will see a lot of champions taken off the table. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Omega over the top 50 more words fearless. It is all the champions that are not going to be available to both teams for this 3rd game.
Yeah, interested to see what Quacker ends up pulling out, as I see 3 champs on the board that are very much what I deem to be Quacker champs. I know that he ate Olaf and Darius bans in phase 2 of that past game, and I'm expecting to see that again against Quacker from Dragonsteel, as I do think that this will be something where his pool is going to be pushed and tested. And props to Quacker. I've seen him already add a little bit to his pool. So something like Rumble, I would not be surprised if it's a contested pick. Like, if Blue Water goes blue side here, I think the Dragonsteel might want to think about actually banning out Rumble themselves. And that's definitely a pick I'm going to look out for, because that's a very big pick for Zamudo as well.
Yeah, I think biggest jungle right now that I'm looking at still open is the Karthus. Besides that, a lot of the AP junglers are going to be gone. Lilia still on the table, things like that. But I'm really curious at what this jungle meta ends up being, because the Viego didn't work out last time for Music, but you could see where the head was at for it. And now we're getting down to maybe some of the less picked junglers, even though we still have a lot left on the table.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this is probably the game where I've seen the most amount of marksmen available in the late game. And I'm expecting to see something like, I could see like Zeri handshake with something else, or like, I think Jinx, Aphelios, Varus, I mean, all on the table here, which is quite big. And keep in mind, we are on patch 14.3, so I will pull up the notes for myself once again, because I don't have them, because I need to refresh myself on what's actually going on. We did see some changes, and we are, I believe, the first league to actually play on this new patch. So a couple things new to us, like, for example, Skarner is 0-2 right now in this patch. That's new, and Skarner might be booty. He's on fraud watch right now.
Hey, there was there's still some late game team fights that are gonna be having a lot of fun with Skarner. I'm just saying, it definitely has seen a downtick, but maybe also in combination of some better answers coming out against the pick itself, but obviously not going to have to deal with that here in game number 3 of this one, because it's already banned. So I do want to kind of focus in a little bit more of what this game in particular is going to offer us, because we have seen both junglers take very, I feel like, jungler oriented picks so far, and I want to question you as if, are we going to get that continuing here?
I'm going to guess so, as we dive into this pick, and it is actually going to be Blue Water taking red side. I find that a bit curious. I'm wondering if we see Quacker take a champ on pick 3, and then we have 2 bans to protect it, because I think that Quacker's pool is going to be heavily focused, and we can see that Dragonsteel may be thinking about that being the case, taking away the Olaf in phase 1. I still think the Blue Water has to take away Rumble from Zamudo.
Yeah, I think taking away a comfort pick like that's huge. The Jinx, actually the focus towards Levitate, so taking away that reset style ADC. And the final ban will end up being the Rumble focus towards Zamudo. So now we have some big picks left up for a first one. It's
Senna
the
game.
Senna for
Okay.
Dragonsteel.
This is a potential Smolder already for Levitate. I've seen a lot of Smolder into Senna, and I'm wondering if that's going to be the case for Blue Water. That's one angle. The other one is that you take Varus, and you try and kind of bully the Senna early on. And I hope you can play out the game from there, but you do get brutally outranged, especially if you do go for the on-hit build, which, given the Varus changes on this patch, on-hit is a little bit more encouraged. I didn't bring that up earlier in the game. We did see Varus, but guess what? It's Smolder.
There it is. A little bit delay there, but we did end up getting it through. And that means you got scaling comps. We're going late game here.
So I like this matchup for Smolder. Senna gets her stacks. Smolder gets his stacks. And that's kind of how this one goes. So by taking the Senna, we're opening up to Blue Water. And now, when you have a Smolder in the game, I think a lot of it is about taking this big, beefy front line. So I really like the Sejuani here. Because for me, it's about whose front line is bigger for Smolder. Because Smolder is allowed to operate in a fight. The more Qs you get off, the more times you apply the burn, it bounces, and that's when Smolder gets to really take over.
I love it because also for the setup, it's one of my favorite champions. But you also just get these big break points that you're looking for to kind of keep tabs on the game itself. Now, the Ornn is locked in, so Omega Scaling for Dragonsteel is the name of the game here so far.
Wondering if they go for something like Vi. I really like Vi in the Sejuani Smolder. It would give Yuji a go button. You can find combos later on with Spyrax. If not, I guess you could throw in a top laner now, but I don't know if I want to throw in a top laner now against Quacker. As
Orianna.
Orianna's going to be the pick. Vi, there are a lot of...
It's just going to be the Wombo combo comp right now for Dragonsteel.
There's a lot of junglers that can synergize with Orianna, and you're kind of throwing down the gauntlet against Samakin to see what he's willing to play. I don't think we're going to see Zoe, because I think that we want to play for Smolder. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like Syndra or Aesol is what I was going to point out, as Aurelion Sol locked in. So double Dragon comp for Blue Water. All about that late game. Dragonsteel are kind of matching, but I'm going to favor the Smolder and Aesol late game. So I want to see what Dragonsteel can take to make this game go faster.
I don't know what my brain right now. There's two dragons against Dragonsteel.
Okay, if I'm Blue Water, I ban Xin Zhao for sure.
Okay,
I need to take away Xin Zhao. It gives you ways to play into Aurelion Sol and Smolder, just given his engages and then his ultimate. So I really want to see that taken away. I think Vi is a little bit more so deprioritized now. Kinder's actually a really good ban. Yeah, so I like Kinder because you can survive Smolder burn on Kindred ult, and it's a Yuji special. I think that's a very, very good ban against Yuji. I still want to see Xin Zhao ban. I think Zin's a really, really good pick here.
Yeah, I wonder if it's actually going to take priority, because we've seen it here or there crossbow play, but not as much as we were seeing it definitely in last split. It does end up having a lot of influence in team fights, which I think is maybe what they were looking for to take away, but Vi is that
Vi gives you the point and click, the guaranteed execute, but like Xin for me actually brings way more to the table. I'm much more scared of Xin, and a lot of it's just because when he presses R, the damage from the Smolder and the Aurelion Sol doesn't matter. Not to mention that he has that extended range for the E to dash in and try and make fights happen. So I really think we're going to see Xin Zhao come out from Yuji. I think it is the pick this game. Meanwhile, Rovax gets his chance to counter whatever he wants bot lane, and it's going to be a Poppy, which is technically a flex. Poppy W can find some ways to kind of stymie Ornn, but this is not good frontline. I would have much rather seen a Braum come out from Blue Water to play against the Ornn Senna. I think Poppy gets kind of farmed in this lane.
I mean, maybe it still is that top lane matchup, right? You still
I'd play Poppy top here.
Yeah. The Jax is the lock-in so far for Zamudo.
I like Jax. So if you are thinking about sending Sej top, you can't do that against Jax. Poppy top's a better option than Sejuani top. If you're thinking about that double flex. And of course, Poppy support is still viable. Graves saw buffs this patch. You can play Graves and try and really bully the game early, but again, I'm Xin Zhao favored. Lee Sin did too. I think
the Lee Sin. So first 80 jungler for Yuji so far this split.
Yuji's Lee is really damn good, but you're playing Lee into Sejuani Poppy. Again, like I'm very much on the Xin Zhao train. I think Xin Zhao is like kind of game winning here
Well,
if you're
too
Dragon
bad,
Steel.
Cubby. It's not going to be played in this game, no matter how salty you are.
All right, let's see where everything shakes out here for Blue Water. As Aatrox for Quacker, it's something that's playable, but kind of get jumped on a lot by Jax. So Jax doesn't have lethal tempo anymore in the Aatrox matchup. It kind of helped him all in. But I have seen Jax take Fleet, and it'd be quite good here, as it's the last second swap to the Gragas. It's no longer an Aatrox, so I got baited. Gragas is fine here. You can stymie the Jax lane, and you can try and knock Orianna and Senna into you. So I think if Blue Water is able to hang on through this early game, I really favor their comp moving forward. But Dragonsteel is the team that's, one of the stronger ones at playing fast, so we'll see what happens.
I do like the Poppy into the matchup at bot lane in the 2v2.
I wonder Braum, man.
I'm very curious at how it's going to work out in the Ornn specifically, especially with some of the steadfast presence and stuff like that. But particularly, I think we're going to be getting to late game team fights if we don't see a monumental lead early.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Blue Water wants. But onus is on Yuji to make plays. He has the potential to do so. W Shield buffed up a little bit on this patch, and his Lee Sin didn't need any buffs to begin with. So we'll see what Yuji can do.
Well, we're into the final game of this day 1 of week 3. Make sure you're spamming in chat who you got. It's Dragonsteel. Make sure you're typing DSTL. It's Blue Water. Make sure you're typing it in blue. And at the same time, if you're hitting those subscribe buttons, anytime you do, that benefits these players and teams. All the proceeds go to help our league. And as we get into it now, culmination of what could be one of the biggest upsets of the split by Blue Water, or a continuation of domination by Dragonsteel. He was fishing, man.
Nice.
Dude,
skill check.
Oh my god.
Hey, he doesn't want Zamudo to get that bonus gold.
That's not fair. The man just wanted to catch some fish. Oh, you know what else isn't fair is Scary Cherry. Calm, cool, and collect. I thought he was going to burn his flash there. Doesn't end up doing it. Might get caught in the transition here, though.
Stacks. Okay. It's free stacks. Anyway, Yuji is going to be spotted, but we'll start on his Raptors. Zyko is split from the Senna. We'll see if Rovex wants to get anything done, but at the start, looks like Blue Water manages to find a mirrored start, as Sejuani will be working top to bot.
Which I think is fine in this regard, because I think Levitate has had a pretty good series so far, and maybe getting some bot lane love would be important to get some at least advantages going for the stacking on either side. But again, that is the name of the game, stacking for Levitate and Scary Jerry. We'll see how that pans out, but then that also brings back the conversation of how we got to this point. Dragonsteel, obviously Maryville University beforehand, making it to finals just in spring.
You caught yourself there. You had the beforehand clause. I like it.
No, I'm trying to tell a story, Cubby. Let me tell it.
All right.
As Maryville, they made it second place last spring against FlyQuest. I know they really wanted to try to take that title, and it feels like even after the CELO loss, they were able to come into NACL with a really good mindset, maybe refresh branding with Dragonsteel, but still the same dominant gameplay we've seen them all the way from the start of this year.
Have a good opportunity here to wrap things up against Blue Water as Zamudo on this Jax, getting pressure early. Oh, doesn't find it.
Oh, Scary Jerry's burning. It's not enough, is it? The heal came through just in timing. At least the barrier also buying a lot of time for those potions to be picking over. Scary Jerry and Rovex very low down here. One kill could make the difference in how this lane goes.
Rovex is trying to chill, but I would have preferred, honestly, if Rovex based. I know it's tough for Levitate at this point. But he does have X-Flash.
Oh, he got the combo knock in there. He doesn't get the wall bang. Now Rovex locked down. Zyko trying to clap him. And first blood goes to Dragonsteel. Levitate.
Music
he
on the way.
doesn't have the angle, but there's a piggy coming his way. Levitate's going to burn his flash. Now Music's going for Scary Jerry. Zyko takes down a double kill, but it's returned in kind by Blue Water.
Zyko went under the turret on the one-way trip to get the double kill. TP available for both Levitate and Zyko, so the farmers can get back to the lane. The aggression from Rovex doesn't really pay off. Music had to play hero mode. Yuji is ahead on the clear early on.
What a way to go in that 2v2. I love that we're getting early action, early blood in the scaling bot lane, and Rovex was looking for the angle every single time onto the wall.
I just couldn't find it, though. Scary Jerry standing in the right spot, and it was a very bloody start to bot lane. Ends up going Dragonsteel's way. Again, I think that Rovex should have probably based here. Like, the wave's in an okay enough spot where Levitate can just kind of chill. Not the case. Instead, they try and find the kill. There's never going to be enough damage there against Scary Jerry, especially when he has flash up. Psycho ends up cleaning things up.
Really, really interesting state of game after all this going down. But Zyko having a couple kills. That Ornn is going to have some acceleration to his kit. I'm sure will be nicely felt. Now, I do also want to give a shout out after we see Zamudo maybe run away from this one. Shout out to our production team who also were working on some more gadgets and gizmos, as we have the scaling stacks of Senna and Smolder, which were both implemented today on full display today with the bot lane matchup that we have.
Yeah, so if you see the numbers next to the level for those two portraits specifically, that's where their stacks are sitting. So shout out to our team for helping us upgrade a ton behind the scenes in our first couple of weeks. As diving back into the map, I gotta say, Zamudo still has TP top, so he is trading out health now, but whatever health he takes away from Quacker sticks, as this matchup continues to be rather good for Zamudo. I do expect this matchup to be slightly Jax favored early on, especially with this build that Quacker's going for. But Quacker can really neutralize Jax later on, and is a menace in team fights, just being Krogus. So, that said, looks like we're gonna have Grubs for Drake trade coming in.
Yeah, a little bit of priority gained by Levitate and Rovex down there. Will lead to Music starting up the Dragon while the Grubs get started by Yuji on the other side. So again, just ships in the night so far. 1,000 gold in favor of Dragons. Oh.
Might be a late contest.
Okay.
There is mid prio against Blue Water. As one Grub was taken, the contest comes in. And Music gonna dash out, see if they can keep the Dragon leashed. Already a small window for Dragonsteel.
Yeah, Yuji Grub. He goes over there, gets level 6 from the Grub. Now he moves over down to bot side. Try to go for the play on the Rovex. Can't hit the Sonic Wave there in the end.
Yeah, I'd love to see Zamudo, too, with all the junglers showing, using his priority to kill a wave early. He can walk back. So, well played by Zamudo as well. And Yuji being a bit of a bully on the map, taking this Lee Sin, knowing that he's stronger early on. Sneaks away a Grub, goes for the Drake, and gets the stacking started here.
This is where I feel like things get a little bit dicey on both sides. We are getting level 6 for multiple members across the table. And I just feel like there's a ton of spacing ultimates available on both sides, right? So you're really looking at these trigger pools to come across. And speaking of, you're going to get the Ornhorn called in bot side. Got to get the double knock up there, and Levitate in some trouble. Locked down, and another kill goes to Zyko. And now we got Yuji going for the play to Rovex. Spirax here too. They come out of the walls, man. And Spirax comes clutch with the shockwave.
Mid prio, jungle prio equals Dragonsteel prio. On the bot side, it was a tough start for Scary Jerry and Zyko in game 1. But by game 3, this duo has come together against Scary Jerry, our first team All-Pro in spring. Zyko's second team All-Pro support, I believe, in summer. And to see this duo kind of ramp back up throughout the series is good. Also, the Senna comp, something that Maryville wasn't playing last spring. So seeing this kind of be added to the arsenal for Dragonsteel, nice.
And we get to talk about Levitate's journey here, a little bit of Rovex's, but my favorite journey, I feel like one of them at least, has been Scary Jerry and Zyko's, who really love working together. They feel like they push each other in different ways, and especially in the 2v2 matchups, and bringing different ideas to that. But it really has been different growth styles, right? Zyko trying to learn to be more of a leader, trying to be a confident shot caller for Dragonsteel in certain ways, where Scary Jerry wants to be a consistent carry, much like Levitate said on the other side.
Sorry. It was a good point, Evan, but I'm more curious in the top lane matchup.
By the top lane noodle fight up here that nothing's going to happen about.
I mean, Zamudo kind of wants the wave to be here because he can start taking creeps away from this Gragas. He won't be able to deny the caddy, but this wave's pushing into him. It's not all bad. Quacker's going to be forced to overextend, and Yuji's on his side of the map, so we'll see if Yuji makes his way top.
Still some stacking shenanigans in bot side there. Scary Jerry and Zyko having pressure on Rovex and Levitate, who Rovex doesn't have ulti yet. It's difficult to manage now. You will have Ornhorn coming up for Zyko, so there will be some options to peel back if Music ends up making his way down here. He did get level 6 now. Biggest thing is if Rovex can separate this bot lane, it becomes a lot easier to pick them out.
Yeah, it's just not the case, though. Like, Poppy doesn't really get to interact with Ornn at all, especially just given how tanky Ornn gets. You are just being farmed by the stacks coming in. So, it really is just a hold on to your horse's bot lane here for Blue Water. As Music will secure some of his bot side camps. Quite enough, though. As Quacker gonna pop phase rush the cask and get on out. But again, Zimudo holding the lane here. He does have some threat under Quacker, who, with a build, is still full scaling. Is okay, and Engage comes in. Music.
Rovex got the little combo off there. Scary Jerry
here,
trying to kite out, but there's the Ornhorn in response. He gets denied by the Glacial Prison of Music.
Okay, that's very nice from Music. I think he saved his bot lane there. As at least the Smolder gets to keep on stacking. And wow, I mean, a deterred play. That's a big win for Blue Water. Keep in mind, this early game, it's a 2.5k gold deficit, but Asol's not going to care about any of that later on with the Smolder.
Damikin did complete the Rallies, trying to get some extra damage, and Spyrax almost got baited into a death. Earned his flash now, so that'll be revisited, no doubt. Uh-oh.
Fine. Quacker's able to pick up. I mean, honestly, it's big that Blue Water is able to pick up some of these waves in these lanes that are more hotly contested than it.
Yeah, I mean, they're down a little bit of gold now, about a little bit
they're still
above
down
2.5k, but it's really nice to see that a composition like this isn't falling Omega behind, right? Like, you're getting your first item spikes here on par with Dragonsteel, and I think that's really big.
All right. Well, Quacker. Yeah, Quacker might be under siege. Scary Jerry up here because grubs are spawning. Dragonsteel would like to secure the rest of these and stack Senna some souls. So I don't think this is going to be contested by Blue Water. They need to sack everything and everything. If they can deny the Dragon, though, it would buy Aurelion Soul and Smolder a couple more minutes. So it could be big.
40 seconds out from that, though, and that's really rough because they're going to just be taking down the grubs already. They're also going to try to push down the gun a little bit here, but circling around Scary Jerry and Spyrax. They aren't going to find an angle just yet. There will be a TP coming out from Quacker, so kind of contesting this side of the map. Those grubs do end up going down, and that'll be pretty nice, as they will have 4 of them total. Like a mini grub again?
Yeah, mini grub again. They get the 1. It spawns. They can also
get the Twitch chatters.
They can take the highway down to Dragon to try and pick that up as well. So I think it's
not
important.
A highway, Cubby.
All right, the river highway. It's fine. We got some river warriors here on Dragon.
What are the environmental crossings across highways called? I feel like that's what we have. Yeah.
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Maybe we'll find that out.
Navigating the Everglades? I don't know.
Sure, I guess. Whatever floats your boat, or in this case, floats your boat in a swamp. Now, Rovex is moving out. I think it's really important for him to be proactive on the map as this Poppy, because we've already seen that Scary Jerry is willing to kind of give over space to roam around with Yuji.
Control Ward hidden spots Blue Water. Rovex looking for Zyko, but going to be no play, as this Dragon again could just go over to Dragonsteel for free. Spyrax is moving here first. Gonna take some harass. Salmon no flash. Yeah.
Okay, well, you can't take dragons into Dragonsteel because they
no
are
flash.
dragon killers, apparently. They will end up getting the Scuttle Crab. I don't know if that's a trade there over for the dragon. As Zyko gets the double CC lockdown, Scary Jerry won't be able to follow it up.
All right. I mean, this is tough for Blue Water. Like, they're in the hole. They're just praying that the Year of the Dragon comes online sooner than later for them. Levitates on Reaver. I think that we need 2-3 items on the Smolder, not to mention the stack threshold to make an impact. But we have a play in the back half.
Yeah,
Glacial Prison's up.
Is in a lot of trouble. There's a nice denial from Zyko. Mob comes out on top of it all. Dawning Shadow right back, though. Blue Water, they can't get anything that they came for. They get some stacks for Levitate, but no kills go over.
Well played by the Dragonsteel bot lane. I think that Each bot laner themselves navigated that fight mechanically well. Flashing over the Glacial Prism was quite nice from Zyko to get out of that one. And no blood. That's a decent look, though, for Blue Water. Again, when you are playing these scaling comps, you just have to be really careful about the times you do choose to go aggressive, because you have to have numbers. You have to have the advantage in your favor. And that was a good timer for them to go for. They just weren't able to find anything in their favor. Do take some sums away, so the revisit is possible.
Some of those plates going in favor of Dragonsteel, though, as a whole.
Oh, yeah.
Now we're actually looking at mid lane push from Dragonsteel as well. They did just get Roa completed, and first items galore for everyone across the board.
The amount of scaling on this team is absurd. We've got double scaling
both sides,
items.
Honestly.
Double scaling on Gragas. Aurelion Soul plus Smolder. You're praying for the late game here for Blue Water.
I mean, but then you have Jax, Orianna, Senna on the other side, or like it's just so crazy that the culmination of this series is just gonna be hard scaling 5-on-5 comps, and you've got to get there to hopefully get the 5-on-5s as Dragonsteel have a hefty lead, and they'll utilize it by getting a Rift Herald here as well.
Yeah, and taking the flash away from Rovex too. He's gonna be squishy on the Poppy. So, like that from Spyrax and Dragonsteel. Spyrax will try and get back down bot to pick up this wave as UG picks up Herald for himself, and Dragonsteel continue the cruise. I really want to see them use this Herald to try and get 2 side lane crashes. Yeah, I think that what Yuji's doing right now is perfect. Play towards your Jax, try and crash this into a couple side lanes. He's going to take away a camp for himself. This could be a big play for Dragonsteel if UG elects to drop the Herald now. Okay.
Nope. End up taking the back. Do end up getting that turret. It will be first turret for them as well. Nothing too shabby.
Yeah, they can hold on to it and try and play for the mid crash. Taking mid away from Aurelion Soul, there is value to that as well, but
You just wait for the dragon to spawn.
Yeah. I think at this point, like just having some sort of prio come in, or like utilizing the Herald while you're the strongest is nice. Like getting the 2 crashes if you're able to take down an inner, that's a lot. Pretty big gold injection. Is unfortunately we're out of the game and back to our faces. We're told that we have a pause, so if we get updates, we'll let you know.
Some issues getting into games and things today.
Yeah, it's a little bit dicey sometimes playing remote.
It is remote tournaments. You know, that's what happens. Apparently, we did have a headset die, so hopefully we'll be getting back into it here shortly.
Series is that long, really? Dead headsets? Can't charge in between games? Did you charge in between games, Lennon?
I actually did.
See, I hide my wire at least.
I see. Mine's wireless, so I just plug it in between games.
That's smart. I do appreciate that.
We'll see if we can get the tech over to the teams. But anyways, I think this game, even though it's pretty tense, even though it's a little bit one-sided, so far so good. But I think this series as a whole has been a really nice kind of thought experiment of what Blue Water can bring to the league here against one of our top teams in Dragonsteel.
Yeah, I think that Dragonsteel's Game 1 comp, like, they really just drafted for poke and skirmish. It's a lot harder to execute than your standard compositions, so seeing them return to something more standard has been pretty Dragonsteel favored. Now we just have to see if they can finish things up against Blue Water, who, again, have all the scaling with Aurelion Soul and Smolder. Playing the TL special comp. As APA
we're at 143. We're getting there.
It's not the same Smolder as LCS playoffs last split, but I will say Smolder's gotten some small buffs, and they've buffed up some of the items in his build as well. I think Essence Reaver, they just gave like 5 ADs, so they've given Smolder a couple small things where you can sneak back into certain matchups like this one against Senna, where it is pretty good for Smolder.
He's a good little dragon. Good little dragon. We also just want to keep an eye on timings for Dragonsteel right now because Yuji's moving out and towards the lanes. He does have the Rift Herald available to him if they want to try to use this as a distraction before the dragon comes up in less than a minute. Now, again, they do have this 4,000 gold lead, but as time goes on, that 4,000 is not going to mean as much. So maybe trying to be a little bit more active with it is important as well.
We'll see if they choose to contest this upcoming dragon. As I'm looking at the clock, 35 seconds away from an Infernal Soul that we have on the map. I don't think Blue Water are going to use this as their time to fight. I think they're going to continue to bleed. I expect the Herald to come down from UG, mid, next wave, take the dragon. Everything's fine. As UG stepping up, Rovex is
on a
about
journey,
to be spotted, unfortunately, for Rovex.
No, he didn't.
Oh, no, he got
pressed the
around.
other side. Yo, big brain
What?
central over here.
How did he get
Blue
over there?
Water. What is going on right now?
I see a blue ward and a plant, and I saw him on the other side of the wall. What just happened? Rovex has a nice angle, though.
We're going to start it up. So,
yeah, he has full vision.
no.
He has Axe Flash. Quacker is waiting. I don't see Quacker's TP being cast quite yet. We're hoping that someone gets in the pit, and maybe you can find a Poppy engage from there. I still think that this fight isn't for Blue Water. This is a very tough fight.
This is so difficult. Okay, Keeper's Verdict. Oh, it's going to get Zyko out of there, but that music's in there, and it's going to be 50-50. It's UG all day long, your most valuable prospect from spring 2024 has made it happen again. And now they're going to try to chase down the rest of Blue Water, but they can't do it.
Okay.
They end up coming away with the soul point.
So every flash pretty much gets burned by Blue Water. They lose the dragon, but they don't lose any blood. It could be worse. I'm surprised that Yuji didn't throw down the Herald on the back half. Again, everyone's kind of resetting from Blue Water. I feel like he could have had a quick power play if he threw it into the bot side with this Jax. Might have been able to get 2 crashes. Not the case, though, as Dragonsteel please continue to keep that lead. And Soul is very threatening against Blue Water. That said, Infernal Soul doesn't end the game by any means for Dragonsteel. Obviously, it's a big help, but Ace Soul and Smolder, I think, outscale that. So this game for Blue Water is still in tough shape, but it's not out of reach.
Take a look back. It starts off with Rovex yeeting out Zyko, but he's still able to be impactful with the Ornhorn.
It's the worst member to eat out. It's a little bit unlucky. And Yuji with a nice Q flash to execute the dragon in his favor. You want to credit good Smolder off from Levitate. A nice retreat from Quacker and a sidestep here from Samakin at the end. Does give everyone, or gets everyone out to safety here for Blue Water. So some props deserved for them. As getting back to this game, that is a Flicker Blade second Jax for Zamudo.
I actually kind of like it. I mean, if you're going to go for side lane pressure, I guess win it even harder.
I saw Shojin come out from Dokwa on the Jax.
Tried to go onto Levitate there. Can't get the insect off.
I haven't seen Flicker Blades. Interesting.
They're trying to take down the last outer turret here. They aren't able to get the Rift Herald to stick around. Yuji going to go for some more invading. Dragonsteel circling around a 5,000 gold lead, but they have this last outer turret to try to take down.
Okay. I guess just if we can auto a lot, it's not bad. Zamudo feels like he's going to be able to get some autos off in this game, and also can help him a lot on the side lane as Levitate.
Blue Water are going for a play. Meanwhile, Dragonsteel are looking for their own.
We're reaching a little bit as Dragonsteel.
Oh, yeah, that Counter-Strike not going to be connected on. Music going to flash out of that one. Health bar's getting a little bit low from Dragonsteel, so they will move away.
They get the outer. A lot invested, though, and a couple flashes, notably from Yuji and Spyrax, that could be punished by Blue Water coming up.
Wondering now, as we get to Shojin's second item and 204 on the stacks for Levitate, have we gotten to the precipice at Blue Water we're trying to get to, because their double dragon stacking is starting to come online?
That's 210 here for Levitate. I do want to note Scary Jerry's 85 souls. That's a pretty big break point, which get over 100 gets pretty absurd here for the Senna. So Scary Jerry doing some good work in the bot side himself, as he was able to farm that Poppy pretty effectively. And Zamudo has found a nice little pocket here. We could see a quick engage on the mid. Keep in mind, Levitate, still no flash. Rovex does have a ward. Not at that angle for Zamudo, though. Yeah.
Yuji was trying to get over there. Music had vision on him, though, so they won't be able to catch Levitate out. Rovex needs to find his way out of there, though. He's found himself in some sticky situations so far today, though. Does make it out perfectly fine. Quacker is roaming back towards mid lane, as Dragonsteel's members are a bit spread across the map.
It's still tough at this point. They're losing access to camps, just given all the shove that Dragonsteel has. But the only reason this game is interesting is, frankly, because it's Aurelion Soul and Smolder on the side of Blue Water.
Really,
so,
yeah.
These champs can hero mode them back into the game. Levitate is about one wave away from getting that execute threshold, so we'll be up in time for the dragon.
Yeah, I mean, he literally just needs one.
Yeah.
So being able to try to take that out is huge. And
he's got Shojin too, so that's big.
Yeah, I think these fights are going to be a lot more sticky for Dragonsteel. They're going to have to deal with the dragons. That is their namesake, it feels like. But it's also a team fight composition from Dragonsteel that feels really good if you can chain your CC down.
Yeah, and this is kind of the difficulty of playing a comp that is this late game. Like, you have the double evolved tier items, you have the Smolder online, you have Aurelion Soul starting to cook, but you only get one fight where if you don't execute it, you are down a soul, and that's a big deal. So I don't think losing the soul breaks the game for Blue Otter. I think the struggle is if they start losing Barons, that's where things get tough. I'm convinced that Blue Trinket is bugged, by the way.
Blue Otter is cooking here with some of these flakes they've been building down. As Quacker has been waiting this entire time for this flank and maybe just finds it. Now, I will say, Zamudo is joining the team. So this is difficult to enter as a flank.
Salmon can get a sidestep here. Shout out to our observers for keeping us informed, while Quacker stays in the dark, not informing Dragonsteel where he's at. Still not seen, but will have a tough angle to get in here.
Yuji on the dragon. They're going to lock down Music. Music needs to stay alive. They got Rovex on the side. Quacker going to show his face. Mother is called. And here comes the damage. Dawning Shadow coming across. Though they caught Samikin out now. Rovex getting low. And the rest of Blue Otter starting to run away. They realize they got to throw up that white flag because Dragonsteel, they've come online now. Levitate, speaking of, has his execution, but it's not going to matter because Dragonsteel have their own wings and they're beating to their own drum.
Good fight from Dragonsteel, especially Zamudo. I know that he was the one member that went down, but he took out Samikin first. That really broke the formation for Blue Otter, along with that Horn coming in from Zyko. It was quite sound.
Music says, I can't get over to you. Doesn't have Arctic assaulting out. Now Yuji finds himself in a 2v1. Does end up hopping back over the wall, though, and flap. Levitate trying to follow him. He will end up making it out alive, though, after all of that.
Guys, they got a control word out of him. It's fine.
They got it. It's fine. It's totally worth it.
Infernal Soul now for Dragonsteel. We'll see if they can bully their way around this Baron. Rovex has to flash. A lot of respect being paid. Does have Hex Flash, so that doesn't break Rovex's game. Dragonsteel now have Baron in the dark. Blue Otter coming off reset. We're going to get a replay of this fight. And Music gets chunked out. Yeah, Music gets chunked out early on, which is a bit of a bummer. But I think the big thing here was the fact that they got onto Samikin. It starts with the Shockwave coming in from Spyrax. He gets locked up afterwards with a flash follow from Zamudo. Gets the Acel out of the fight first, as the front line wasn't there to peel for Samikin, and Samikin wasn't in the right. He couldn't be there. He was kind of taken down by the Shockwave. So, well played from Dragonsteel as removing the Acel. Levitate did some good work that fight, but not quite enough to break anything else against Dragonsteel. As you know, I just realized that we're having Dragonsteel versus the two double dragon comp, Mazel.
Are you serious?
How have you not cooked
literally what I've
with
been doing this entire time.
Really?
What are you talking about? Oh
no,
my God.
I don't think you're
Get
cooking
you
hard
a color
enough.
caster that listens to you sometimes.
You're not cooking hard enough yet. It's been dragon beams all game. It's got to be dragon specific now.
Oh my goodness. Anyways, I do think that Blue Otter have a lot of trouble kind of dictating these wave states in the way that Dragonsteel are pulling them, because now Zamudo is going to be so ridiculously strong in the side lane. He's going to be almost on 3 items.
Smolder can really stall games with Acel. Like, the thing for me is that Dragonsteel, they have, even playing out that Jax in the Gragas lane is hard. Because Gragas just really stymies you. So I think that Dragonsteel, they have to pull this Baron. They have all their flashes up. I think they should kill this next wave and get on this Baron sooner than later.
Just on the verge of 3 items for Spyrax.
Yeah, they got a blue trinket out. Kill the wave. Yeah, here we go.
There you are.
They is spotted. Rovex saw the ball, so they know they're on it.
Does go down pretty slow. If they're going to pull TPs, there is Quackers.
Zamudo's walking. That's a good ward from Rovex. They just got the TP. That could be all they want. Music. As the Warmogs. And nice stall from Blue Otter. Time's their friend, you know? They shift up Samikin, too, to the bot lane because he has the TP up now. So the formation's a little bit worse for Blue Otter because of that pull and because they got the teleport out of Gragas for Blue Otter, but it's not terrible.
I think it's starting to see some of that scaling really come online. I think it's going to be
it's a
an
really
interesting
tough
affair because
it's tough to break. You can't break this comp. It's really hard.
We are over that 100 soul threshold for Scary Jerry as well. We just hit level 16 for Zamudo, so side lane's going to be even. Look at that. Like, he's just able to tank all of that and keep pressure now to counter-strike onto Sam again. It's just almost 100-0 him. He does the leap strike through the wall. And now today we learn that Jax has a real weapon against the Dragons.
Zamudo continues to be huge in this series with Aso off the map. Baron can be started and Zamudo splitting as Dragonsteel pulls Blue Otter in, and Zamudo just has all the time in the world to take the turrets. All they have to do is stall.
Music has had a hell of a series here. He's had a hell of a re-entrance into NACL. Can he make the difference against our most valuable prospect from Spring? He's going to be locked out of the pit, not even get a chance.
Levitate base.
As they're losing the base at the same time. Levitate trying to take down Zamudo.
Oh, they're off Baron.
Well, Yuji goes right back
nice.
into the pit. Baron reset, but they're going to take it anyways.
They got off Baron for a little bit. That's not bad. Quacker does get rooted, gets ulted by Senna. Won't go down, though.
Knock up by Psycho there. Even Verdict not going to go through either. Psycho is just chain CCing them, man. It's unfair. While Samikin does end up TPing to mid lane, he has those skies to send. But will it be enough as Dragons still start the Baron?
It is a 5v4. Quacker is low. There's still a real choice here for Dragonsteel to do the Baron or reset for a clean Elder take. They're doing the Baron.
They are just going to try to burn it. They're keeping Music out of the pit, but Music wants to try to take the fight now. Dragonsteel again going to pull off the Baron. This time around, they're going to get a kill for it there. Skies have descended, but is it enough? Music, you gotta make it happen. This is your moment, but it's not. And Scary Jerry gets the rally cry Baron buff for Dragonsteel.
But it's 2 kills before the Elder. It's up in 40 seconds. Psycho will be up. I don't see the TP. He's sitting on Smite. Zamudo's dead. It will be a numbers advantage for Blue Otter with this Elder.
They're going to have to try to fight for their lives here, though. They got to get this Smite under tow. We got 25 seconds, and they are headed out that way.
The biggest thing is that Aesol used his big ult, so that won't be available. But that pull, that sequence from Dragonsteel, I think that took too long. They kind of stalled out the Baron too long, and I don't know if that was the right call for them. I think just fighting for Elder would have been better. Keep in mind, Smolder, he's at 340 stacks now. Aesol also stacking up. Now we have a numbers advantage for Elder, and if you throw Elder on top of Smolder, it's really tough to deal with. So Dragonsteel are actually in the hole a little bit here.
Rapid Fire Cannon also got completed for Levitate, so he's got extra distance. They don't have vision on Dragonsteel, though. TP coming in now as well. That will be Spyrax. Yuji wanting to get in the pit. Yuji denied. And the Dragon actually taken by Music in the end. And now that Elder Soul on top of all that damage they have is going to turn this game right on their head. I think we've officially scaled. As now, oh no, Quacker taking a couple extra shots. There's the execution as the Achu claims the kill.
Oh my goodness.
And now Blue Water, they're just going forward into Dragonsteel as Samikin's coming over the top with their allies. They can't get a follow-up anymore, but Dragonsteel, they're having to throw up their own white flag as Blue Otter have come to town.
I think that Baron sequence was the right idea, but prolonged way too long from Dragonsteel as the scaling has come in for Blue Otter. And this Elder, they're going to get a lot of objective bounty gold, cut this gold lead pretty much back to something negligible. You have a Smolder and an Aurelian Soul in the late game. Blue Otter had a comp that could not be broken. They held on for long enough, and now they have an advantage in this game.
There was almost a 7,000 plus gold lead there for Dragonsteel, now cut down to just under 2,000. A negative 5,000 rally cry Baron buff power play there, and they still got 40 seconds on it. What a series of play from Blue Otter. And honestly, after that first game, we were wondering when they were going to come back.
I mean, I was wondering if they were ever going to come back. But hey, this game 3, they got the Dragons online. And now Blue Otter, again, all the sins that were created in the early game, they're all forgiven. You have the double Dragons online. That's a death cap now completed for Samikin, who's on par with the gold that we're seeing in Spyrax's inventory. And the ease of execution for Blue Otter with this comp, it's so easy as they still have Elder up and are using it to bully their way in.
Got a little while on it as well as now.
Another
Tier
30
2
seconds
goes down. They're going to be evening up that gold differential here with a lot of the standing gold left on the map. They haven't been able to break into the top side structures just yet, though. You still see them continuing to push up, and that scaling to infinity. Still the name of the game. The next big break point, obviously, is trying to find out when Samikin's going to have that next falling skies. Or skies descend, rather. That gold differential, my God, that is a mountain. You might as well call it Everest.
No. That's a roller coaster I want to ride. That's what that is right there. As, unfortunately, the dip's going to go underground here. And, man, I mean, what a
You've been on a
change.
roller coaster that goes underground? Pretty cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. Highly recommend. Fun times. That said,
always down for the NACL roller coaster.
Yeah, we've had quite a few of them today as this game 6 is delivering on the day. And I mean, I'm interested to see what happens.
No lead. We were at like a 7+ K gold differential, and it's less than 1,000 now.
I see 8K on my screen. It's pretty aggressive. So I mean, I'm curious how Dragonsteel are able to play back into this one. The flashes are all up for Blue Water, and the range of Aurelion Soul and Smolder at this point is really tough to deal with. Also, props to Levitate. I think GA is a great buy here in the later stages of the game. He knows that if he goes down, that could be game. Having that second life, I think, could be really valuable. As getting just the raw AD stats on Smolder, that's cool. And I think that Dragonsteel, they have to try and manufacture some sort of pick. Because like Zamudo can't even end the game with the Silent anymore. You're playing into the Gragas. Yeah. It doesn't matter what kind of CS lead you have. Gragas can, wave clear and Bonnie bop you around enough where you can only get so much.
Got the Crypt Bloom completed now as well, so just God, that build has got to be so annoying to deal with, even when far behind. Now, I do expect there to be an uptick of action here pretty soon as Dragonsteel are looking to collapse on this top side of the map.
Yep, Baron in a minute. So we start fighting over who can get Prio, but you can see again, Dragonsteel. They can only take so much. Keep in mind, the last Baron that was on the map, they had total control over this top side jungle. Blue Otter were lucky to sniff these waves at the top inner turret, at their middle inner turret. That entire jungle was not theirs. Now, you see Dragonsteel, they have to play in the river. They're playing a very shallow line of vision compared to what they had because of how much more in this game Blue Otter are. So, formation, we have Zamudo on the bot side. He's going to try his best to stretch the map against Quacker. If he's given free time, he does have a free inhibitor.
I will say also, just kind of refreshing the memory of everybody watching this, is like, the reason why this is such a big moment is because Blue Otter are new entrants in NACL. It's
Huge
a team
upset.
that a lot of people didn't have high in their tier list, and here they are giving Dragonsteel a run for their money, who have not been pushed like this all season long so far.
It's been a short season. They did 2-0 Fly C, so if Blue Otter were to take this down, I mean, the circle that you could draw, who's better than who in NACL, might get kind of crazy as Baron is started. Spyrax has TP'd. Quacker is in the side lane with Zamudo. Baron spotted by Blue Water at half.
Still burning. Music is available, but the body blocking could be important here. UG still just soloing this one down with the help now of Scary Jerry. Zamudo threatening to end the game if he catches out Quacker. Quacker is getting low. You got to be real careful. Now Music is in the pit over here. You got to look at what's going on in the pit. Mom comes through. They already ejected the big carry, and now the falling skies there is huge. Spyrax is there, but look at Zamudo in the pit, in the base rather, as now it's Spyrax down. Zamudo, you're the only one that can really make this happen for Dragonsteel. The rest of your team has lost, and it looks like the retreat flag has been ordered, and Dragonsteel left wanting and now left without a gold lead.
And Blue Otter are making the right call. They're saying, we don't need the Baron. Elder is available on the map. Rovex finds Zamudo. We'll stall him.
He actually stops him with the TP now coming out from Quacker. They will end up catching out Zamudo now, giving the health bar, but trying to trade it over to Samikin, who gets the kill in the end as well. He has completed his 4th item, Void Staff 2, and the scaling now in time for the Elder Dragon number 2.
This will be a freebie for Blue Otter. The only way that Dragonsteel can win this game, I think, is by a steal or by a backdoor. There's only one Nexus turret up, so Zamudo did get some good work done before he went down. He does have a ward in the base, the TP2 as well when he spawns.
And now you see that potentially the script has already been written. Dragon, steal, Dragon, steal. We'll see. They don't even get the chance to fight. Oh, Samikin going on a killing spree now. And Yuji trying to get to the Chicky Nuggies, but he doesn't have anything to hold on to. The Elder Dragon is now the focus once again for Blue Otter as they turn right back to it.
Zamudo still has that TP, though. 9 seconds away from him spawning. There is a ward in the base. I would not be surprised if he guns it immediately.
UG needs to make it happen here. He's going to go on to Quacker instead. Cass gets used. He's going to dodge out.
Oh,
PP
he's
coming in
here.
from Zamudo. Now Blue Otter are the ones that are backing off. They don't want to force a fight. They don't need to lose. But Zamudo going forward. Yuji, he has a Sonic Wave in. Sammy can get a flash away from the Counter-Strike. This is the moment that everything relies on. Zamudo's back there. He found Samikin. Now Yuji's going to go for the Elder. The skies descend now. Who's going to get it? Yuji got the Elder! As the dragon comes alive, Blue Otter!
Zamudo!
They're going to be burned to a crisp! As Zamudo finally dies, Yuji's chasing down the rest of Blue Otter. And now, Levitate, the only one with an execute left, but he's down. And Dragon Steel, they'll grit their teeth, sink into Blue Otter, and they will fall.
What a game from Dragonsteel, coming back against the two dragons, able to take it in the end off the steal from Yuji.
What a series, and are you not entertained yet again? Blue Otter gave them a run for their money, but what a series from Dragonsteel to claw it back 2 games in a row.
That's wild. I mean, I was thinking that they were stalling out the Elder to try and get Zamudo to backdoor. I thought that was the only solution, but no. It's just the trusty smite key of Yuji. That's all they needed, as he was able to find that Elder. And also props to Zamudo, who was the one strong point in the late game for Dragonsteel. He bought the time with a split, and then when he joined the fight at the end in Elder, he was the one that ended up taking down the Asol, ended up finding the Smolder in the back. He was truly the one slaying the dragons with his double-edged blade at the end.
He truly was, and Dragon Hunters abound on the roster of Dragonsteel. Honestly, really impressive stuff to be able to whip that one out. Honestly, a really pleasure to watch
what a ride.
Music and Yuji go against each other. My God, the gold grass from today, we could just go ahead and print them all out, put them on a poster, and put them up in somebody's room, because my goodness, they are memories.
Yeah, I mean, this was an absolutely ridiculous series. Props to Blue Otter. I know that they got kind of, it was a great game 1. Game 2 was a little bit more standard from Dragonsteel. They were losing in game 3, but they made the series close, showed that they can be competitive in this league, even though if they didn't find the win today. But, I mean, bigger props to Dragonsteel, who, as a top dog, there's pressure on you to beat teams like Blue Otter that people had lower in the totem pole. I'm sure Dragonsteel did it themselves, but to come back like that against a comp where you are really cooked in the late game against Asol and Smolder, you have to find creative angles to find wins. They managed to do so in that last fight.
That's the biggest thing. Zamudo having a lot of strength in the side lane as well, but really trying to find the strength with Yuji's first AD jungler.
Yeah, and who would have thought it would have been Lee Sin, So, yeah. All right, we got to replay that last one. Let's see how Yuji was actually able to sneak on in here. As I was watching Samikin get nuked by Zamudo.
Oh, music just turns.
Yeah, I mean, Samikin, it was a little bit awkward. It looked like he popped W, then canceled it immediately. Music is here. Oh, he ends up stunning the dragon, gets kicked out. Yuji takes it. Elder melts 2 members of Blue Otter immediately. And then Levitate retreating into the waiting Counter-Strike arms of Zamudo on the Jax.
And I think as soon as music went over to Zamudo, I think he realized he did not need to move away from the dragon. I don't even know if that changes the fight that much, because he still got kicked out in the end. But the fact that Levitate goes down to the last second burn there, it was a game of inches. And that is wild to say between Blue Otter and Dragonsteel.
I mean, if Elder goes to Blue Otter, then this fight's over. And we're talking about how that was the biggest upset that we've seen so far in Challengers League, but not today. Dragonsteel, their game score is no longer perfect, but the record is. They move forward.
They are indeed. Now we are going to sit into a little break while we get ready for our post-game interview. We'll see you on the other side.
Hello and welcome back. Thanks for waiting around for us. We are joined by the victorious top laner for Dragonsteel. Looks like he's playing from that Maryville facility now in Zamudo. Zamudo, I know that you are moved in to St. Louis and the Maryville campus. What was that process like for you the last couple weeks?
Moving in was, I mean, once I got here to St. Louis, Missouri, like, everyone was like really accommodating, like to help me like get set up and stuff. So I really appreciate it. And then, I've just really been enjoying my time, like hanging out with the people here.
Yeah, it's got to be great to be in the same place. It's a big advantage that you guys have as like here and your teammates give you some crap behind the scenes. Zamudo, though, you had a big series. Game 2, they had a full dive team. You got to play Renekton into it. You kind of went off. Game 3, though, on the Jax, it was a little bit more contested. You had a lead. The double dragon comp came online, but you were able to break it in the end. What was that Game 3 like for you guys to have such a big lead and then kind of feel it slipping away?
It definitely felt bad, but when I was in the game, like, I definitely like never lost hope. It's just like, it was just like I was put in scenarios like I'm not too like familiar with. Like when we were getting Baron, I didn't really think about how like when I died, like we would just lose Elder. I saw like we get Baron, so it's good. But yeah, I mean that's just on me.
Yeah, that Baron sequence did get a little bit long from all you guys in the back half, but fortunately, you guys were able to find the 2-1. You moved to 3-0 in Challengers League. And Zamudo, I know that we talked a little bit, and this is a really big opportunity for you. You were talking about kind of coming into this Dragonsteel team and being on Maryville and learning from Niles, who was in your seat as the player coach last split, now the coach. What kind of went into your decision to come to Dragonsteel as a squad, and what are you excited about being on this team for this upcoming split?
I originally I was looking to start like going to school, so it just seemed like the perfect opportunity to me. Like I reached out to Niles, and he let me know that I guess the top slot was open, so I really appreciate it. And what was their second question again? I forgot, honestly.
It was like, do you have any goals or expectations that you have? It's pretty much, you talked about how this is a big opportunity for you outside of just school. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to school now, but I'm still like looking to like try to like get better and like be like in the LCS someday.
Yeah, well, you've got a great environment to do so, and if you made it to LCS, you wouldn't be the first person from Maryville to do so as well. Now, I gotta get the down low on the St. Louis food. Have you gotten any good team food or done any good team bonding activities since you made it there?
Well, basically, me and Scary Jerry, we like cook together sometimes.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah,
that's cute. You got the top bot synergy there, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I like that. Don't be careful. They're gonna try and get you into climbing next. It's fun, but you might get addicted. So.
Actually, right.
Yeah, they're already trying.
Might be trying.
Yeah. All right. Hey Zamudo, but before we leave you, any words you want to leave us for NACL in terms of shoutouts, thank yous, or any parting thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to shout out to like my family, my brother especially, my friends, and just all my teammates and Brandon Sanderson, I guess. Yeah.
I like that last one. You got to get the plugs in. Zamudo, great to see you in that MU arena. Congrats on the move and congrats on starting off 3-0. Only dropping one game in those series so far. Start off your split. Excited to see more. All right. That being said, I'm going to welcome back my peer, Lennon, as we got to wrap up the day.
What a way to wrap it up, too. Dragonsteel coming out clutch. Glad to see Zamudo in the colors of Maryville, at least in environment.
I mean, I don't know if blue's the color, but, it's good to see him
at
in the
least an
environment.
environment, all right? At least an environment. No, but really nice to see him slotting in so seamlessly into that Dragonsteel roster. And also getting some fun poked at him as well. But that's where I want to give a little bit of praise to Blue Water, who gave us a series today where we didn't really expect that we would get one. So really, really big props to them. I really want to see the growth continue from like Levitate specifically, as well as Samikin and Music. And I think that's going to be a lot to look forward to for them, and maybe a rematch way in the future in playoffs.
Yeah, I think that we are seeing some promise from Blue Water. I was really impressed with them with that first game. I think they have a few things to patch up, but we are seeing some good teamwork from them. And that can go a long way. I mean, keep in mind, they did fall to some deficits early against Dragonsteel, but they're one of the best early game teams that we had last split. Seems to be the case again this split. So I'd say not too much shame, like by any means, for Blue Otter with the performance they put up. They're still out kicking the coverage that I thought they'd be in. And it's a team where all of a sudden I'm excited to see more from them.
I am very excited to see more. And if you want to see more, we'll be back tomorrow because we're continuing week 3. That's it for day 1, but we'll be back with day 2, same time, 1 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. And we'll see you there for some more fun. We'll see you on Summoners Radio.